we shall start our program as it's lined up. Sorry about that, and thank you very much for coming. Protocol team, may I request that you mobilize those who are still having breakfast? They can walk in with their teas as you prepare to receive the guest of honor. You're welcome. Please make sure the seating is right. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice color.
Right?
But not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate.
Less worries.
Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like a game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
Patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things, and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Here's Mr. Dumba and a friend. They're importing their goods into Uganda. They're so much aware of the risks involved, say loss of goods to pirates, damage, accidents, and so much more. Mr. Dumba purchases his marine insurance cover locally from Uganda, unlike his friend. Mr. Dumba finds it easier for him to be compensated in case of loss. He incurs less additional costs while processing his claim. And better still, his business never comes to a standstill since everything is sorted in time. To enjoy the unending benefits like Mr. Dumba, log on to www.uia.co.ug and buy yourself a marine insurance cover from any licensed insurance company in Uganda.
And occupy the seats from the third row. I know there are some reservations on the first and second row. Please occupy the seats from the third row so that those who come later can occupy the back seats. Yes, we encourage free seating, but would like to be closer. It's a conference and an interactive one. May I request those who are seated behind, please move forward, take the seats starting from the third row. The organizers will usher those who have reserved places on the first two rows. Thank you very much.
It is estimated that in 2018, Uganda shipped $3.1 billion worth of goods around the globe. Uganda's exported goods and services represent 18.8% of total Ugandan economic output or gross domestic product. As we continue to build Uganda through international trade, as a country, we are estimated to have lost close to $335 million to foreign countries and their insurance industries as a result of our poor application of Incoterms by the overwhelming majority of importing shippers. So how do we correct this situation and protect ourselves as we import and export? By locally insuring. Insuring locally ensures that you do not have to deal with communication barriers with foreign companies or the expenses incurred during the back and forth from claims processing. Dealing with local insurers is much more convenient, and following up on a claim when a loss occurs is much easier when trading internationally. With over 21 licensed insurance companies, the insurance industry is well regulated and is positioned to cover all of your marine cargo insurance needs. Speak to one of these companies today about your insurance needs. Uganda is on the verge of joining the oil and gas producing nations of the world. This is a venture that is rich, heavy, of high return, highly regulated, very technologically intensive, and of high risk. But we knew that. What you need to know now is that the insurance industry has increased their knowledge and understanding of this sector, studied the risks, and steadied her capacity. And yes, now we know that we have the strength to cover all the high-risk projects now underway in the oil and gas sector. We are the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas Uganda. With 16 companies and counting, we will use our expertise to offer every project access to oil and gas insurance plans from the world markets. If it is a project, it is our risk. If it is your business, let us worry about it with the geological explorations, movement, and mounting of the oil rigs and heavy machinery, laying of pipelines and other infrastructure. We can cover construction, all risks, property, and liability risks. It is about Uganda, and managing the risks involved in this venture will be of benefit to all of us. We are here at the start and will be here to the end.
Oh, sorry, madam. I didn't mean to do it.
It's okay. I can still be compensated for my injuries since you have a motor third party. Oh, but this is fake.
Oh, but this was fair. They toss you around, go there, pay here, and you find yourself in losses.
You see? You're in long ago. Things are now easier and better.
Tell me.
Buying a motor third party is as easy as getting your mobile phone, dial this code for MTN or this for Airtel, and follow the prompt. You'll receive a payment reference number which you'll take to a licensed agent of any insurance company of your choice, and you're done. Oh, by the way, ensure to validate your vehicle with URA.
Indeed, things are now easier and better.
In the game of life, one important thing can increase your chance of success. Confidence. Confidence is the game changer.
Confidence! Where do I find that, Jose?
First rule, you need a goal.
I don't play soccer.
Nice caller,
Right?
but not that kind of goal. What do you want from life?
Happiness. Success.
Checkmate.
Less worries.
Next, you need a strategy.
I gotcha. Like the game plan.
Exactly. Put in the work and stick to it. Nothing pays better. Trust me.
No.
Then you need to be patient.
How patient?
More patient, success cannot be hurried. And most important of all, you need the right team behind you. Do all these things, and you will have the financial confidence to achieve anything.
Anything?
And everything, my friend.
Here's Mr. Dumba and a friend. They're importing their goods into Uganda. There's so much aware of the risks involved, say loss of goods to pirates, damage, accidents, and so much more. Mr. Dumba purchases his marine insurance cover locally from Uganda, unlike his friend. Mr. Dumba finds it easier for him to be compensated in case of loss. He incurs less additional costs while processing his claim. And better still, his business never comes to a standstill since everything is sorted in time. To enjoy the unending benefits like Mr. Dumba, log on to www.uia.co.ug and buy yourself a marine insurance cover from any licensed insurance company in Uganda.
Uganda is on the verge of joining the oil and gas producing nations of the world. This is a venture that is rich, heavy, of high return, highly regulated, very technologically intensive, and of high risk. But we knew that. What you need to know now is that the insurance industry has increased their knowledge and understanding of this sector, studied the risks, and steadied her capacity. And yes, now we know that we have the strength to cover all the high-risk projects now underway in the oil and gas sector. We are the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas Uganda. With 16 companies and counting, we will use our expertise to offer every project access to oil and gas insurance plans from the world markets. If it is a project, it is our risk. If it is your business, let us worry about it with the be of benefit to all of us. We are here at the start and will be here to the end.
Oh, sorry, madam. I didn't mean to do it.
It's okay. I can still be compensated for my injuries since you have a motor third party. Oh, but this is fake.
Oh, but this Vafere, they toss you around, go there, pay here, and you find yourself in losses.
You see? You're in long ago. Things are now easier and better.
Uh-huh. Tell me.
Buying a motor third party is as easy as getting your mobile phone, dial this code for MTN or this for Airtel, and follow the prompt. You receive a payment reference number which you'll take to a licensed agent of any insurance company of your choice, and you're done. Oh,
It is estimated that in 2018, Uganda shipped $3.1 billion worth of goods around the globe. Uganda's exported goods and services represent 18.8% of total Ugandan economic output or gross domestic product. As we continue to build Uganda through international trade, as a country, we are estimated to have lost close to $335 million to foreign countries and their insurance industries as a result of our poor application of Incoterms by the overwhelming majority of importing shippers. So how do we correct this situation and protect ourselves as we import and export? By locally insuring. Insuring locally ensures that you do not have to deal with communication barriers with foreign companies or the expenses incurred during the back and forth from claims processing. Dealing with local insurers is much more convenient, and following up on a claim when a loss occurs is much easier when trading internationally. With over 21 licensed insurance companies, the insurance industry is well regulated and is positioned to cover all of your marine cargo insurance needs. Speak to one of these companies today about your insurance needs. Uganda is on the verge of joining the oil and gas producing nations of the world. This is a venture that is rich, heavy, of high return, highly regulated, very technologically intensive, and of high risk. But we knew that. What you need to know now is that the insurance industry has increased their knowledge and understanding of this sector, studied the risks, and steadied her capacity. And yes, now we know that we have the strength to cover all the high-risk projects now underway in the oil and gas sector. We are the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas Uganda. With 16 companies and counting, we will use our expertise to offer every project access to oil and gas insurance plans from the world markets. If it is a project, it is our risk. If it is your business, let us worry about it with the geological explorations, movement, and mounting of the oil rigs and heavy machinery, laying of pipelines and other infrastructure. We can cover construction, all risks, property, and liability risks. It is about Uganda, and managing the risks involved in this venture will be of benefit to all of us. We are here at the start and will be here to the end. Uganda.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our conference this morning, running as per program. Never mind the time. May I just allow 2 minutes for those who are occupying the back seats to kindly move forward. Let's fill up the front seats. Our guest of honor is in the house, and we're going to start today's business. Just 1 minute. Fill up the rows starting from the third row. I know social distance makes it look very spacious. Let's make it better by coming to the front. Our guest of honor, we are very honored to have you here. We know what is happening around. We know what lies ahead of you today. It's a pleasure that you've spared this time to be with us. And I request that we do proceed with our conference as scheduled in the program. And with that permission granted, I request all of us to rise for the national anthem and the East African anthem. We know what's happening in the country, especially as we are towards the tail end of the funeral program for our fallen Speaker of Parliament. So we'll have all the 3 verses of all the anthems, national anthem. We shall remain standing and dedicate a moment of silence as we join the nation, the region, the continent, and the world at large in honoring first our fallen speaker, Jacob Bolanya, others who have gone before him, relatives, friends, members of the fraternity who would have been here with us this morning. And after the moment of silence, I request Ms. Jennifer Sensua to come and give us an opening prayer. Let's observe. May the souls of the departed rest in eternal peace.
May we humble ourselves for prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we bless your name for the beautiful morning today. We thank you for the gift of insurance in our country, Uganda. We thank you for the gift of our government, for the enabling environment for us to conduct our business. We want to thank you for our regulator. We want to thank you for the dear brokers gathered here today, each one of them representing an organization that you have given before them. We want to thank you for our partners, the insurers, and every business partner you have given for us to enable move our business forward. We want to thank you for our 4th annual conference. As insurance brokers, we want to thank you for the enabling environment. We want to pray that even as we start deliberating this morning, may it be well. May you teach us to be even more agile. May you teach us to be even more aggressive. May you teach us, Lord, to understand what it is that is required of us as intermediaries in this country. In the name of God, we pray.
Please take your seats. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Minister in charge of planning, we are honored to have you here. And that applause is just to welcome you. Thank you very much for dedicating your time. My name is Solomon Rubondo, the chairperson of the Insurance Broker Association. The organizers, in honor of this event, great as it is, have been kind to elevate me to a service provider to direct the program of the day. And I am pleased to address you, sir. Honorable Minister, we do recognize your honor. And this morning, you will be addressing the Chief Executive Officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda. You will be addressing the President of the Insurance Broker Association of East Africa and the members. You will be addressing visiting delegations from broking association from within the region. You will be addressing our distinguished keynote speaker and panelist. You will be addressing the chairperson of the Insurance Appeals Tribunal and the members. You will be addressing the chairperson of the Insurance Training College, board members. You will be addressing chief executive officers here of insurance and broking companies. You will be addressing the chairperson and members of the Uganda Insurers Association. You will be addressing executives and board members from government parastatals and state authorities. I have seen the chairperson of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I know her because she was my chemistry teacher in senior 1. I have not seen the others, but we do recognize them. You will be recognizing our distinguished sponsors. You will be addressing members of the press and delegations from within the region. Honorable Minister, it's a pleasure to dedicate this whole congregation to you solely, which I know that you will grace with your honor to open our fourth conference. Thereafter, all those who will be addressing after you, and it may also please you to declare all protocol observed if the congregation does acknowledge with an applause. I am not among the speakers of the day, Honorable Minister, and it's now my pleasure to invite the conference convener, Mr. Paul Mohamed, to address you, and thereafter, the President of the East African Insurance Broker Association will make his remarks, and then the Chief Executive Officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority here, represented by Mrs. Nviri, will address and will graciously invite you to open our conference. May I invite Mr. Paul Mohamed to make your remarks this morning. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Our guest of honor, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, our regulator, ZEP-RE, the president of the IBAU, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome all our many returning and new members to the fourth IBAU conference. This is my second time chairing this conference, and I'd like to start by thanking our IBAU chairman, Mr. Solomon Rubondo, and the members of the board for giving me this opportunity once again, which I've enjoyed very much. I'd also like to thank all the foreign participants who have come all the way from their respective countries in spite of their busy schedules. In advance, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to all the moderators, presenters, discussants, and the participants, both physically and virtually, for sparing your valuable time to be here with us. We believe your presence here is what makes this conference fruitful and valuable to all here physically and all those logged in. We should take this opportunity today to listen to all the excellent topics and panelists we have prepared. My job this morning is to warm you up for our program later today. We look forward to listening to our keynote speaker, Ms. Ann Juko, the current Stanbic Bank CEO. And you are someone we are most proud of for the great work that you're doing in the banking and financial sector. And for us who have daughters still in school, you are an inspiration. I need to set the tone for the proceedings today, but first, let me share with you some numbers from the 2020 Insurance Market Report. Despite the numerous challenges we've had, especially COVID, the insurance industry has grown from 974 billion in 2019 to 1,065 billion in 2020, hence making a 9.34% profit growth. Of the non-life business generated, about 665 billion was in gross written premium, representing about a 7% growth. Life insurance business, on the other hand, generated 324 billion, representing a 17.38% growth. In terms of market composition, non-life accounted for about 62.4% of written premiums, life business about 30.4%, health business about 7%. Life insurance business continues to grow relatively faster than non-life business. This means that generally Ugandans are saving more. Either they are saving for their beneficiaries, God forbid, the good Lord calls them earlier. Either they are saving for their children's education. Either they are saving for their retirements. At least what we are seeing is Ugandans are saving more. What does this mean for the customer, the insuring public? Gross claims paid on account of both life and non-life increased by 18.62%, from 375 billion to 445 billion. The insurance industry, under the supervision of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, are paying for customer losses. 444 billion is a mean feat. Let us be clear. As an industry, we need to always strive to do better. We will continuously work to give comfort to the insuring public that if they buy insurance, they can count on their claims being paid. We can do this by collectively providing trust, transparency, and product clarity. We can do this by supporting our customers through the swift payment of valid claims and providing clear and prompt answers to customer questions. Just as COVID has unleashed suffering and hardships to many, it has also enabled us as business leaders to reflect and adapt to better working methods for the good of our businesses, our stakeholders, customers, and staff. As we all know, the world today is currently undergoing unprecedented times. We have just recovered, not fully, but hopefully, mostly from COVID times. We currently have a war going on in Ukraine. We are yet to see the negative effects, but we shall, for example, see scarcity of fuel, wheat scarcity, but the least we can do is prepare for the worst. Our society will, from the experiences we have gone through, come up with solutions that work best for our environment. Our business leaders need to learn from what's happened around the world and come up with ways of how best to have a positive working environment for their staff, pay the right remuneration, and make people accountable for their actions while looking into the long term. But that is the world we live in today. So how best can we prepare ourselves going forward? This year's conference theme is the role of insurance in rebuilding the post-pandemic economy. From our excellent panelists and moderators, we shall get to hear and discuss about the key drivers for business resilience in a post-COVID world. The new insurance customer, what are they looking for? Workforce transformations, what do the new trends mean? And is government ready? How best can we work together for the good of our country? We thank all our sponsors here today and our hosts, Speke Resort, Munyonyo. Last but not least, I'd thank the team that was worked with me tirelessly over the last few months in graciously tolerating me once again. I look forward to all of us learning from each other today and having a fruitful dialogue and fruitful fourth IBAU conference. Thank you all once again for joining us today and for what promises to be an insightful and thought-provoking day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohamed. May I invite Mr. Amir Chiwanda, the president of the Tanzania Insurance Broker Association, who is also the president of the East African Insurance Broker Association, to make his remarks on this occasion. Welcome, Amir. In English, not Kiswahili.
Thank you, Bwana Solomon. Chief guest, Mr. Amos Lugolobi, Minister of State for Planning, a representative of the Chief Executive of Insurance Regulatory Authority, fellow representatives of the East African Insurance Brokers, insurers here present, dear stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, habari asubuhi, or rather good morning. I feel greatly honored and privileged to stand before you on behalf of the East African Insurance Brokers Association as we gather here today for the fourth IBAU annual conference. Please allow me to, on behalf of EABA, to congratulate the IBAU president and his team for the successful planning and the conference, again, sticking to an already established tradition of holding such events annually, following the initial event that was conducted in 2019. To express sincere thanks for inviting representatives from the region, and also insurance brokers associations to be part of the annual event. The holding of this conference is in line with the EABA objectives that are geared towards supporting and strengthening initiatives by national insurance brokers associations, facilitating, fostering collaboration and coordination among the associations in the region, and as well as promoting cohesion among the members during regular conferences, workshops, etc., etc. Please allow me to introduce the members of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. I'll start with Kenya. We have Bwana Anthony Mwangi, who is the president of the association, and Bwana John Lagat, who is the vice president. I'll move to Uganda. We have Bwana Solomon Rubondo, who is the chairperson, and Bwana Amauru Samagora, who is the immediate previous president, who is sitting in the board as the advisor. And Burundi, we have Bwana Abdul Sekeri, who is the chairperson and president, and he's accompanied by Yannick. Yannick, can you please stand up? And for Rwanda, the president could not attend because he had lost a close relative, but he's represented with a strong team of 3 people. We have Madame Voni, and then we have Vianney, and Furaha. And for Tanzania, I'm the president. My name is Amir Kiwanda, and I'm accompanied by the Honorary Secretary, Bwana Edmund Katumbo. As I conclude, let me thank the chief guest for sparing his time to grace this event. And we as EABA wish to reiterate commitment to cooperate with the governments, regulators in the region, as well as all insurance players, knowing that cooperation, dialogue, cohesion, and understanding among stakeholders is key in the collective, individual goals and objectives to be achieved. To insurers, players, and stockholders, I wish to express sincere appreciation for the support and cooperation you consistently maintain towards IBAU initiatives. We surely need to collaborate as we need each other to achieve our common objectives. Let me once again thank IBAU leadership and with the support of the insurance broking fraternity and the insurance stakeholders for the support, and wish to state that the region has the potential to become a highly successful economically and with its growth in the insurance sector. Cohesion is key if we have to reap the potential together. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Bwana Amir, tunakushukuru sana. Na hiyo makofi nasikia ni ya kupigia asante. Kirudi nyumbani ueleze ati wale watu wa Uganda wanaelewa Kiswahili, hata wanazungumza pia. Unasikia makofi hiyo? Si ndio hiyo? Honorable Minister, we are trading steadily because Swahili was invented. There's a debate between Tanzania and Kenya, who invented Kiswahili, and then it was developed either in those two countries and perfected in Uganda. So we are speaking ile yenyewe perfect. Thank you very much, Bwana Amir Kiwanda. May I invite Madam Viri to address the conference and also invite our guest of honor to open the conference. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of State for Planning, Minister of Finance, the Chairperson and Executive, East African Insurance Brokers Association, the Chairman and members of Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, the CEO, Executive and members of Uganda Insurers Association, and the CEO, Executive and members of the Insurance Training College, Chairperson and board members of the Insurance Appeals Tribunal, heads of government authorities, parastatals here present, our keynote speaker and panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the CEO of Insurance Regulatory Authority, I want to welcome you and say good morning to you all. Honorable Minister, allow me to first welcome you and to particularly thank you for always accepting to grace insurance sector occasions with your presence and the wise counsel and support you have always extended to us. This is not something we can afford to overlook. I now take the pleasure to welcome you all distinguished delegates and request you to please join me to congratulate IBAU for putting together resources and ideas to organize this very important conference. This is the fourth in a row. I am particularly delighted by the zeal, commitment, and consistency that IBAU has demonstrated, because even at the peak of the COVID period, I recall the conference was still organized. Thumbs up to the executive and entire management, membership, and indeed all other partners. Turning to the theme of the conference, the role of insurance in rebuilding the post-pandemic economy. I note that this is a very firm topic and timely as it addresses itself to the current realities. I know as a country, we are now preoccupied with restoring the economy back to the path of attaining the Vision 2020-2040 target of being a higher middle income country in 2040. This theme will help us to have an honest conversation about how insurance can contribute towards this noble cause. Honorable Minister, the effects of COVID have been felt at all levels. At a macro level, Uganda's economy for 2020-21 is projected at 3.3% and rising slightly from 3.0 for the prior year. This is significantly below the average of 6.5 for the preceding 2 years. At a micro level, businesses have collapsed, and the ones that have survived are struggling. Several households and individuals alike are also struggling to meet their basic needs amidst the rising prices. This speaks to the urgent need to rebuild, but beyond rebuilding, focus more attention on institutionalizing resilience. I quote Gitajali Pai, MD of AAHIVs. We think that we are done with the pandemic, but the pandemic is not done with us. Honorable Minister, and distinguished delegates, the role of insurance it can play is rebuilding and institutionalization of resilience has been documented. To mention the list, insurance allows entrepreneurs to focus on commercial and financial challenges of their business models without fearing the negative consequences of the sudden and non-business related events. Insurance further enables companies to put reserves to better use by reducing the need for liquidity against potential loss and encouraging long-term investments in infrastructure and new projects. Additionally, the funds for long-term investments derive primarily from insurance products with a long-term investment horizon, such as insurance, life insurance, as well as dynamic capital freed by businesses that do not have to build up precautionary savings, are a key driver of growth and prosperity to the economy. Thus, beyond the most publicized protection and risk management mechanism, which pays out when catastrophe occurs, insurance should be understood more of a partnership that allows individuals and businesses to spread their wings and go where they might not otherwise have dared to go. It is my hope that this conference will address this value and arrive at concrete and practical action points that will help the insurance sector play a role in rebuilding the post-pandemic economy. Formalized public-private partnerships could be a good starting point. Let me quote the words of Ban Ki-moon, who said, "There is no precedent in living memory for the challenge that COVID-19 now poses to communities and world leaders. I thus challenge the insurance industry players to come up with longer-term solutions to address the gap in financial protection for pandemic-related business interruptions based on the lessons learned in the last 2 years. As a regulator, we remain steadfast to providing an enabling regulatory environment for realizing the aspirations that informed the formulation of today's theme. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations as I look forward to receiving a copy of the resolutions that will be made at the end of the conference. It is now my distinct honor to invite the chief guest, Honorable Amos Lugolobi, Minister of State for Planning in Ministry of Finance, to come and address us.
Thank you so much. The Chief Executive Officer and board members, Insurance Regulatory Authority, who is represented, well represented, heads of government, departments and agencies here present, the chairperson and members of the Insurance Appeals Tribunal, the chairman and board members of the Insurance Training College, the chairman and executive of the East African Insurance Brokers Association. I think I can comfortably remove this mask so that you can see me better. Regional presidents and visiting delegates, our keynote speaker and panelist from the Stanbic Bank, who are actually my bankers. So I'm very happy and honored to listen to you. The chairman and members of the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, I think that's Mr. Solomon Rubondo, who has been in the industry for a long time. I've been seeing your face since when I was young. in this industry. The chairman and members of the Uganda Insurers Association, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I've already been introduced as the Minister of State for Planning in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which ministry actually oversees insurance industry in Uganda. I happen to have been, my first job was with the Uganda American Insurance Company. Indeed, I was brokering for that institution then. That was my first job in 1986. I don't know what happened to that insurance company. Solomon, could you tell us the demise of or the existence? Oh, well, they have since left the market. So I have no record to look up to since they have, but they were my first employer. And then I moved out of the insurance business to work with Uganda Development Corporation. Currently, I'm actually a member of parliament representing the people of Ontario North constituency. And indeed, this is my third term in parliament. As you already know, we are mourning our great leader, the late Jacobo Lokoli Olanya, who has been our Speaker of Parliament. We are really mourning him because we had a lot of hopes in him. He was a very intelligent man. So tomorrow we shall be in Omoro to see him off. It gives me great honor to stand before you on this occasion of the 4th annual conference of Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda. Please accept our most hearty congratulations on behalf of government and indeed my own behalf. We congratulate you for this event. I'm delighted to note the conference as the conference theme was the role of insurance in rebuilding the post-pandemic economy. This is a very strong statement because even our budget is aligned with this restoration, the budget for next financial year. Madam there has just talked about the economic recovery from 3%. This is where we are thrown by the pandemic. Almost 3%, 3.4% growth, economic growth, from 6%, 6.5% then. And that's a very big loss to the economy. So next year we shall be focusing on how to revitalize this economy to its original glory of 6 or more than 6% growth. So this is a very strong statement, as I've mentioned, and an offer by the insurance fraternity to join hands with the government to revitalize the economy. After 2 years of disruption by the COVID-19 pandemic, which was a global crisis, I commend you for this thought and assure you of government support through my ministry towards your endeavors to turn your wishes into reality. In fact, this year, our projected loss in terms of revenue, the revenue that was, the projection that was approved by Parliament, we projected a shortfall of 2.5 trillion shillings. And we had to cut back on our budget by 40%, which is a huge loss. And indeed, that's where I would have expected insurance to have come in, to indemnify government about this huge risk. So this is a risk that is lying out there, but not insured by government, by the insurance industry. You know, having worked for the insurance industry, I noted one thing. In our days, insurance was demand-driven or supply-driven. So many brokers will be out there looking for business, looking for where risks are to insure them. And I used to move out there to sell our products very aggressively, and I sold insurance, life insurance, to many of my colleagues, my friends. These days, nobody even comes to me, to say that you have this risk. Nobody, you know, I'm a whole minister, but nobody comes up to say, are you insured? Or is your business, private business, insured? That aggressiveness has since been lost. So insurance, I can assert that is no longer supply-driven, it is demand-driven. And you as the brokers, I think the Brokers Association, you have a role to play with the insurance companies here and perhaps the regulator. But we have seen a lot of growth happening in the industry. Over, I think, the last 2 months, I've presided over 3 insurance conferences like this one. Recently, we had an award ceremony organized by IRA. Before then, we had another one. I think then we are trying to assign business to the insurance companies here. We are trying to cut some cake for them. I don't know whether they have capitalized on that one. So really, someone here talked about the aggressiveness in the industry. That one is badly required. These days I drive a government car. I had my car, somehow I forgot. By the time I realized, looking at the car, the insurance, third-party insurance, I noted that I had a backlog of 6 months, so I was moving without it. And that explains that you're not aggressive yet. Don't sit in comfort yet, because the opportunity is really huge. I've just identified one of those in the government of 2.1 trillion should have been covered. Now we have made a projection for URA, Uganda Revenue Authority, next financial year, to raise 25 trillion shillings from 21 trillion shillings. That is the target we have given them. 4 trillion over and above the previous projection. Now, who is covering that risk? Is this not the time when we should sit on the same table, working together in this partnership? Someone talked about PPP, and we begin negotiating. I think as a government, we also need to be insured against this risk, because we end up actually borrowing this money at hefty sums of money, and we pay. So in effect, we pay for that risk ultimately. So can someone give us protection? I leave that one to you. Now, by taking this step, you have distinguished your sector from many others who have resorted to running government for solutions, characterized by the common phrase, to serve a government etuyambe. That's now a common phrase. You hear ordinary people saying, government etuyambe. I don't know how to say that in Kiswahili, but they are always appealing to government to help them with the common problem, but you are not part of that. Yes, granted, government has a leading role to play, but I'm also a firm believer in collaboration. As I remind you that each hand needs the other for a clean wash. My presence here is therefore to assure you of government support and for working together. First of all, by listening, and then effective engagement with your sector so as to yield appropriate synergies to revive the economy for the benefit of all. I noted the statement in your letter inviting me that we also believe that the outcomes of this event will provide valuable input into the ongoing discussions of the upcoming national budget and strategy as a whole. So we are going to welcome that contribution. We have already laid this budget in Parliament. I did that last week, and it is already there. So your input will be very critical before the budget is passed in May. There couldn't have been a better offer than this at this point in time. The government officials present here should therefore remain attentive all through as we await the final resolutions for consideration. I may not be here as you make your final resolutions, but I would be very happy to share those resolutions to see how we can continue to grow this very critical sector to our economy. Insurance is there now at the time of need, and this indeed is the time of need for our economy. When we talk about the financial sector, previously, our eyes have been so much to do with the banking industry. But I'm so happy that the insurance industry is coming up in Uganda very vigorously. You read the numbers here, and I got very excited that it's growing, but the potential is still very huge. Having reviewed your concept paper and program, I'm encouraged by the areas of focus and commend you for having selected the right experts to discuss the topics. The last session on government readiness is pertinent, and I'm confident that the panel will ably bring out the policy and the fiscal interventions propagated by governments within the region to bring about recovery and growth in our economies. Now we are operating as a region, the East African community, and I'm very glad that we have all these members of IBAU, Brokers Association in the region, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, which one else? Rwanda, being here, under this roof to talk about insurance business. To align your focus, let me restate the following fundamentals which government cherishes more dearly. Number one, commitment to maintain peace and stability, which is critical for the recovery and development of business, thus attracting local and international investors. I do not know whether you have an insurance policy for that one. Number two, private sector-led growth aimed at increasing efficiency in the delivery of goods and services, hence improvement in living standards, provision of employment, and expansion of business opportunities. Number three, continuous review and development of enabling laws to increase operational capacity and streamline dispute resolution procedures, and also improve procurement procedures, among others. Number four, investment in strategic sectors such as oil and gas, insurance infrastructure development, education, transport, health, and information technology. These are very key. In our budget, you will hear that we are investing a lot of money in the oil industry, largely through UNOC and the Petroleum Authority. And I've heard that the Petroleum Authority is represented here. How I wish that UNOC was also here, because that's where we're investing a lot of money to invest in the oil industry on our behalf. Number five, revamping of the agricultural sector and a commitment to uphold and even increase the insurance premium subsidy to enhance agricultural insurance uptake. We really intended to enhance this one because it has performed very well. Number six, government emphasis on local content. We need to see more of the East Africans participating in our national development. The list is indeed endless, but I believe the outcomes so far are very visible. And I want to restate government's commitment to engage further. What does this therefore mean for the insurance sector as a whole and the insurance brokers in particular? Number one, with changing risk profile and characteristics, there's need for closer engagement and guidance in the risk assessment process and formulation of solutions. And I think I've already alluded to that. Number two, the need to upgrade financial and technical capacity to address the new challenges and also improve service delivery. And to this end, the Insurance Training College is already in place to support the development of human capital. Number two, government also relies on the national reinsurer for technical support. I urge you to maximize the resources and capacity from the above institutions and embrace technology for innovation and informatics. This improvement in local capacity will enable the sector maximize the opportunities arising from the local content policy. Point number three, the proper restructuring of insurance covers and the prompt settlement of claims to mitigate economic waste and also bridge the trust gap. We need to trust you. Number four, support government's parish model program through improved distribution methods to bring services closer to the community, rural and urban. For us as government, we have decided to go to the people. So we have decided to send the budgets to the people. So we are sending a lot of money there, which is sure beyond 1.5 trillion shillings if we include all the pillars. In fact, it could even go to 2 trillion shillings. So you can see how you adjust your programs to address the risks involved there. Private sector circles are going to be formed. We expect by July, we shall have created about 10,500 circles, a circle at every parish. And remember that we have this EMIOGA program in all constituencies of government. So I think you could see yourselves also moving further and deeper into the communities. Demystify insurance through simplified language and fair pricing. I think the language you are using is so complicated, Solomon, for our people to understand. And they already think that this is for the rich people, the elite. So how do we move from that level? Because there are so many rich people down there. Down in my district, there is a man whom I found with over 3,000 cows. And in terms of shillings, I think that is about 4.5 billion shillings. This is what he has among his assets. So if we go down there and use simple language, that man would understand what you are talking about. And I'm sure he would insure his animals. Intensifying engagement with PPDA for appreciation of broking services in the supply value chain. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding the COVID disruptions, I wish to restate government's commitment to raise our country to middle income status. The achievement of this goal calls for combined effort for all stakeholders, and I therefore regard the timing of this conference as most ideal. The profile of delegates provides a valuable resource base from which the conference should benefit. I believe that the issues pertaining here, to an extent, also mirror the situations in our neighboring markets. I therefore welcome the visiting delegations led by the presidents of insurance brokers associations of Kenya, Rwanda, Burundi, and Tanzania, and commend you for uplifting the spirit of East African cooperation. I think we need a round of applause there. I hope you will move fast to include DRC, which is the latest entrant into the community. You know, we are moving aggressively as government to open access into the DRC, you know, and it should be available to grab these opportunities. We are doing that. Of course, the opportunity cost is high. People are choosing us. You should have done Nakauka Road. Now you leave Nakauka Road here, you go to do roads in Congo. That's because we want to extend our horizon, you know, to make inroads for you to do business. So we really welcome you into the DRC to do business, because so many businessmen and women are moving into Congo, but you need to give them some protection, because you hear of the ADF, and then what is this other group, M23, you know, you need to cover these business people. As you cover them, more and more will pour in, and then you'll continue to make business. I thank the sponsors, the organizers, and the Insurance Regulatory Authority for the joint effort in putting up this wonderful event. Really, Insurance Regulatory Authority, I must emphasize, together with you, you are doing a very good job, and we are very excited. We are now seeing the insurance industry, you know, to try and bridge the gap. So we are very, very grateful. I want to wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country. So I'll be staying in to listen to the keynote speaker. First of all, for being my bankers. So before I proceed on the next responsibility. I'm reminded that I should declare the conference open. I now declare the conference open. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for the chief guest. Just two comments before I invite the technical team, just again to offer our sponsors also half a minute of visibility, but also to observe, and if you may allow, Honorable Minister, you talked about my many years in insurance, but my many years of education are grounded somewhere. So I'll give my teacher a special honor to stand up for recognition, especially as you recognized her as the chairperson of the authority. Dr. Mlemwa, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. That's my chemistry teacher. So for some of you who hear my proficiency in chemical risks, that's where I get it from. Thank you very much, Dr. Mlemwa. The other points, the other areas of interest was when you talked about aggressiveness. I don't know what collaboration you had with the camera team. The face that came on the screen was Robert Kabushenga, enthusing deeply, meditating deeply. And it also happens that Robert Kabushenga is a moderator for the next session. You seem to have paved the way for him. So Robert, stand up for recognition as a clap for you. He has the shortest CV in this booklet as a farmer, but he will be coming over after the keynote speaker. As we proceed to offer sponsors visibility, you talked about government officials. While we await UNOC, we've also recorded from our registration list the presence of Mr. Alex Chiza from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Brian Semudu from UNRA, Mr. Alfred Oyo Andima from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, who is also a panelist in the fourth session, Mr. A. Sebagala from KCCA. So really, Your words have not fallen on barren ground. There are people to follow up on what you have told us. And also our usual Mr. Musa Lukwago from the Ministry of Finance, Commissioner, who is very supportive in our endeavors. I do recognize the others as they come. Our keynote speaker's address is well articulated in the program book, on the profile book before you. And after the next few minutes, I will invite the keynote speaker to come and give us the address, because, Honorable Speaker, we know your schedule for this morning, and thank you for honoring us with the time to come and open our conference and also listen to the keynote speaker. After the sponsors moment, the abridged sponsors message, I'll invite Ms. Anne Juko to really come and get us moving. And thereafter, actually, Mr. Kabushenga, it's already your space. You will come in and moderate the deliberations. Thank you very much once again. Over to our sponsors. Thank you very much indeed. And Honorable Minister, again, to assure you that this conference is well recorded. We have a high-level team led by Dr. Fred Muhumuza, who are recording the proceedings and will present to you a compendium of the outcomes of this meeting for your further engagement. May we put our hands together as I invite Ms. Anne Juko to come and make your presentation. And may I request Mr. Robert Kabushenga to get ready to come in for the moderation. A round of applause for Ms. Juko. I hope the presentation is already set electronically.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Anne.
Honorable Minister, the lady from our regulator. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, apologies, but I recognize you in your capacity and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. In the interest of time, I'm going to request humbly that you permit me to stand on the protocol that has already been observed and give you back the gift of some of the time we lost at the start. I am honored to be here with you today, and I'm very grateful to be able to have a conversation with you this morning on a very, very important topic. The Honorable Minister has taken the bulk of what I wanted to say, so I'll try not to repeat that. But I will start from an interesting space. We're talking about building business resilience in a post-COVID world. And the best place to start when you're talking about the post-COVID world is the current status of the macroeconomic environment. So I will start by sharing with you a brief of the macro space, where we are from a growth point of view, and the factors that risk that growth. We'll also talk about the impact of COVID and what that means for us. And more importantly, we'll talk about the opportunities, the unique opportunities that are presented with us here today. So I will start with the macro space. You all remember our Honorable Minister's famous quotation that the economy is on its way. That answer has never been more true than it is now. We are in a unique space, friends. All sectors of the economy are up and running, and many are full of promise. So when we talk about seeking growth in this economy today, post-COVID, we could not have come through a better set of results. I don't say this because the Honorable Minister is in the room, but I want to take time to recognize our policymakers for the exceptional exceptional policies that came through during the period of COVID that ensured a stable macroeconomic environment, but also staged where we are today as a stepping stone for the growth we're going to have. On the chart, you will see several numbers. I will start with the bottom bars, which is GDP per capita. As of 2020, 2021, we are at, those are dollar numbers, $954 GDP per capita. And there is a promise that we will soon get to 1,036 GDP per capita in 2023, which then declares us a middle income country. I have my reservations about the medium income status not because the economics is not right. If you divide the numbers, you'll get it, but because it is not shared growth. If you look at Uganda's Gini coefficient, you will see that income inequality is much wider, and COVID impacted those at the bottom of the pyramid far more than it did those who are above, hence creating the gap. So even though from an economic status point of view, we will report middle income status, the truth of the matter is unless we change what we're doing now and get to inclusive growth, we will report an economic statistic, but the growth will not be inclusive. And many Ugandans will be left behind unless we do things that lift them to where they need to go. So yes, middle income, but is it viable? And what does the insurance sector then need to do in that space to be able to contribute to the challenge we face as a nation of income inequality? I mentioned that the economy is back up. We recorded very low growth in the last 2 years for obvious reasons. We're now projecting growth of 5.5% for the next financial year, and then back to our glory days of 6.5% to 7% beyond that. So essentially the stage is set for us to win. Every single sector is open. The monetary policy is permissive and accommodating. The tax authority, we're waiting to see the budget, Honorable Minister, but we are told there are no new taxes coming. So really, the stage is set. And from a policy-making point of view, there could not have been a better time to talk about reconstruction, but better reconstruction. You've heard the phrase, build back better. And that is what we'll be talking about today. When we come to other macroeconomic indicators, we talk about exchange rate and inflation. I will start with inflation. As you know, Uganda pursues inflationary targeting monetary policy, meaning that our yardstick, the way monetary policy is driven, is on account of inflation. And that number, the target is 5%. Again, to commend the policymakers, I'm not campaigning for anything. I'm simply stating the truth, that the policymakers have been exceptional at managing inflation in very difficult circumstances. And we've managed to remain under the target of 5%. If you doubt the impact of inflation, I invite you to look at the history of some countries in Africa, Zimbabwe, and others to see what damage inflation can cause. So when we see our policymakers emphasizing managing inflation downwards, we know that they're doing the right thing. So we are at 3.2%. And in my later slides, you will see that there's a risk to that number. We will start to see inflationary pressure coming in. What does that mean for you and your business? And what does that mean for Uganda as a whole? We will discuss as we go along. In the same breath, the exchange rate has also been very, very stable. In fact, one would argue that the Uganda shilling is slightly overvalued compared to where it's trading at today. We have found equilibrium in between 3,600 and 3,500 as the range. And that is a show, again, of resilience from a Uganda shilling point of view. But more importantly, it speaks to policies that work. That by choosing to keep an open monetary policy and an open current account, we are doing the right thing. The current exchange rate in Uganda is reflective of the actual economic environment. Unlike other places where we see a lot of interference, a lot of management of the currency, we are proud to be working and to be serving in a system where the currency is not controlled by anything. It's purely economic factors. Is there a risk to the current strength of the Uganda shilling? Absolutely. And we will talk more about that in the risks to growth on the next couple of slides. From an interest rate point of view, we saw again a very accommodative, very accommodative 6.5% as the CBR rate. And we've seen interest rates coming down despite us operating in a very tough and heightened risk environment. Interest rates have remained rather benign. Will that continue? I think not, and I'll tell you why. If you go to the next slide, we then talk about private sector credit growth, which is important even for the insurance sector. And this is important for two reasons. One, the cost of debt has an impact because your customers borrow to run their businesses. And wherever they sell, whatever they make out of that is what they're able to then participate in the insurance industry. So it's very important that we share these statistics. We saw a slight drop in private sector credit growth down to 8% in December, but that was a small drop and continues to be below where we used to be before COVID. So the truth of the matter is because of risk, we have seen a reduction in the private sector credit growth. And that is the number shown by the curve, the orange curve, which is 8% as of January this year. Of interest, and one that we are proud to be sponsoring as Stanbic, is a Purchasing Managers Index. The Purchasing Managers Index is a diffusion index that essentially takes, it's a survey, it's a forward-looking survey. We take 400 of the top companies in Uganda and we ask them 10 questions. Are you employing more people? Are you seeing more orders for your business? Are you producing more? Are you paying more taxes? Those are just indicative questions. And it's a forward indicator because the UBOS numbers come out a quarter later. So every month we track this. And it tells us, it's a very good indicator of business conditions. When business is shrinking and factories are closing down, workers are being laid off, we track that in the Purchasing Managers Index. And I'm pleased to report that the bars you see on the screen are showing a very positive trade. So like I mentioned, we are poised to win. The economy is showing every sign of growth, as you see in that graph. Are there risks to this growth? The answer is yes. The single biggest risk is inflation, and that inflation will come in two parts. Inflation will come in the form of imported inflation. If you just take the oil price alone, for the same quantity that we consume, which is 25% of our imports, we will pay a higher price. The ticket price has gone up for every liter, so we will pay a higher price. And that will definitely have a level of inflation introduced into the economy. The same is true for wheat. When we say wheat, it doesn't quite land for Ugandans. We have to bring it home. The cost of chapati, the cost of chapati and bread is poised to increase. And that is going to further go through into that. The regional geopolitical tensions are not lost on us. Far away in Ukraine and Russia, we will still feel the impacts. But also within the region, as our friends in Kenya choose their next leader in August, we will, you know what happens when Kenya coughs, sometimes Uganda gets pneumonia. So we do have an impact on that, and it's something that we're watching closely. We're keeping you in our prayers, and we hope that there will be a peaceful election in Kenya so that we can continue to enjoy that. Spillover from the international conflict, as I mentioned, will not impact Uganda and not impact Ugandan economy, especially when we see global inflationary pressures leading to an increment in interest rates, whether it's the EU that has had negative interest for a while, or even in the US, we will have an impact. The most direct impact comes in the form of portfolio investors. As you know, and I'll talk about Uganda's debt shortly, about 15% of Uganda's debt is held by foreign investors. They come to Uganda because Uganda offers one, a free floating exchange rate. That means they can come and go at the tradable exchange rate without any questions or without any impediments. But more importantly, because there is a good yield and a good real yields, which means that the exact yield minus inflation, you're left with a good yield. With that yield, they come and invest in Uganda. And for now, they control about 15% of our domestic debt. With increment of interest in their home countries, we usually see a lot of that money flowing back. And when it does, it has an impact on our own macroeconomic environment. Of course, as a result of COVID, we've also seen global trade slump, and that trade slump we see a lot more protectionist tendencies and policies coming through across the globe, which definitely impact global trade. I cannot leave the macroeconomic environment without speaking to public debt. And public debt is a question that we've always, we take interest in because it has a big impact on the rest of the economy. Uganda's debt stands at 50% of GDP, slightly over, but 50% is a mark we take. However, even though that's a ceiling that the IMF tracks, we don't see it as a sign of debt distress in Uganda. And we see that the government of Uganda continues to honor all its payments, and they continue to be very, very prudent in their debt acquiring. Even when it was fashionable for African governments to get into Euro bonds and Euro debts, Uganda resisted. We thank you for that, Mr. Minister, and we applaud you for the prudence with which you manage our national resources. Of concern is the cost of servicing this debt. 30% of tax revenue goes to servicing debt. That number is high. And we know that the minister and the Ministry of Finance are looking into ways to make this plausible. But 30% of the national net resource envelope is a very high number to spend on tax. So that is the prevailing macroeconomic environment. If you have any more questions, I'm happy to take them at the end of this conversation. But I thought we've touched on the bigger parts of why this is the right time to have this conversation and in the right room. So if you came today, I think you can take that. You're in the right room, having the right conversation. This is important because all other factors have been set up for you to win. So what are the themes that are prevailing in a post-COVID Uganda, and why are these important? Even as you try and craft your own strategy on how you participate in a post-COVID recovery, you cannot escape these themes, and they must be central to your strategy if you're going to win in the Ugandan market. First, a clear understanding that Uganda is young. And therefore, whatever you're doing must have a view on Uganda's population. The owners of this country have an average age of 17. That's the average age of the country. Yeah, 75% under the age of 35. So whatever it is you're crafting in your business strategies and in a post-COVID era must have the young Ugandans at heart, because Uganda is indeed a very young country. Uganda is connected. We see it everywhere. And I'll share with you from a corporate point of view that Uganda is indeed connected. There is no ecosystem you take that is standing independently. Whether you're taking a sugarcane factory into the distributors, into the stockists, down into the sellers, into the restaurant that sells or the shop that sells the sugar, it is a connected value chain. And therefore, as you start to make strategies and solutions, now I'm considering myself one of the insurers, we as insurers must think about solutioning for ecosystems as opposed to parts of it. Say, I'm talking to only Kakira Sugar, but Kakira Sugar has an entire ecosystem around them. Are we solutioning for all of them? And are we taking comprehensive composite solutions as opposed to one? The third and equally important theme is Uganda is rising. There is not a single sector that you can look at that doesn't offer you growth opportunities. Away from the oil and gas, which we know is coming, it's upon us, everywhere else, whether it's power and infrastructure, whether it's agriculture, whether it's commerce, whether it's financial services like that, every single place you look, Uganda is poised to grow. And the economy is offering more opportunities. And last but not least, this is a theme that it is not one we discuss often, but we absolutely must. Uganda is SME driven. We are an SME country. Let's be clear about this. The drivers of this economy are in the SME market. The SME segment also provides the largest potential for growth across the entire country. And therefore, when we do our strategies, when we plan, whatever it is we're doing, we absolutely must think about solutioning for the SMEs in this country. For the longest time, they have been sort of on the sideline. I will have a policy for MTN. Do I have a policy for MTN suppliers, for MTN distributors? Maybe, maybe not. But indeed, SMEs are the fuel that drives this market, and therefore they must become central to our strategies if we are going to win in the post-COVID economy. If you move forward, I was asked specifically to give Stanbic examples. I try to stay away when I speak to a larger, broader audience from Stanbic, but I was asked very specifically, can you tell us what Stanbic is doing? So please permit me to share some of the Stanbic stories. And also because you know what the Baganda say, so there we are. So these are some of the things that we've changed in the way we work because of COVID, but also finding opportunities in COVID that then make us a future-ready organization. As we heard earlier, that we may think we're done with COVID, but it's not done with us. And maybe today your crisis is COVID, tomorrow it will be something else. So building resilience in the way we work, building resilience in the way we run our organizations then becomes essential and critical to us thriving in the post-pandemic environment. If you move to the next slide, I'll share with you some of the things that we have changed completely in the way we run the bank and in the way we serve our customers. The first one is collaboration and not hierarchies. For the longest time, what we know as corporate culture was built based on sort of a factory conveyor belt. From here, you go to here, you go to there. And we see this a lot when we attend government functions. The LC1 chairman will invite the LC2 chairman to then invite, the minister. So we have had to dispense with hierarchies and talk about collaboration and talk about a space where the people at the top do not have a monopoly to good ideas or innovation. We have had to say how much more collaboration within the organization can we deliver to our customers, but also more importantly, collaboration outside of our own organization, because we notice and recognize that there are benefits into this collaboration that we may not have, maybe not sitting with. And to that end, I would like to commend the organizers for their collaborative spirit. To see our friends from Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda in the same room talking about the same things is really, really heartwarming. Tumefurahi kuwaona wote. Karibuni sana kwa Uganda. That is all the Swahili. No, but it is true. And you will see increasingly, that collaboration is the name of the game. Let me share with you how we are collaborating. One example that is particularly heartwarming. We have partnered with a company called ASAC. I don't know if you know ASAC. ASAC is a company that specializes in, you call it motorcycle financing for border drivers, right? Ordinarily, in the normal state of affairs, Stanbic would not have a way to lend to a border guy. We didn't have that before. But by lending to this organization, ASAC, that then lends to border drivers, we are reaching them. And we are giving them ability to give, the last conversation we had, we were touching 5,000 border drivers across the country. That is not something we would do sitting in Crested Towers. Would I be able to? No, but with collaboration, we are able to then touch those. Another example of collaboration, which is working out very well, is our SACCO proposition. Honorable Minister, you talked about the SACCOs that the government is launching. I'm happy to inform you that for us, we're already there. And you shall find us, because we have now lent, we have a program where we lend to SACCOs at 10% per annum, especially agriculture-based SACCOs. And we insist that they lend to their members at 12.5%. Our SACCO program does two things. One, through collaboration, we are able to reach Ugandans who would never have reached before. The second one, and equally important, is that we are also transferring skills. We are training these SACCOs, and by training these SACCOs, they're able to provide a better service and injecting governance, record keeping, things that are standard for them to be able to then deliver to their customers. The third and equally important is we are digitizing these SACCOs. Let me share with you. So when we first went, the first lockdown, about 50% of the bank, we were working from the office, we all had desktops. And we are responsible for the laptop inflation that happened back in March because we bought everything on the market because everybody had to work from home. So then we were left with about 600 desktops that we wanted to do something useful with. We have taken those desktops and given to every single SACCO that we're working with, there are so far 200, and started them on a digitization program. And simple things, just keep your customers' records. So the point I'm making is collaboration will get you far further along the line, along the road, than working on your own, than being insular and inward looking. I can talk about collaboration till the cows come home, but it's such a big point of what is changing in the way we work and how we'll continue to work going forward. Through our SACCO program, we're able to touch close to 300,000 Ugandans that we would never have touched before because of where they are and what they're doing. The second part, which is equally important in the way we work, and I know many organizations are there, is it's about mission, not structure. These structural things are difficult to do away with, but you don't always need them. What is the mission of the organization? What are you trying to achieve? Find the people who help you along that mission and get it going. The other theme that is going to be critical in the way we recover post-COVID and going to be meaningful is sustainability in lieu of short-term gains. And here we have a very live example. The education sector was closed for the better part of 2 years. 2 full years of no income for many of these organizations. And we had a choice. Of course, we had lent them money and they owed us money. And that was our right, we could enforce. But there was also the reality, is they had not made money in this period. And therefore, to ask them to service their loans would not only be unfair, it would also be, you're asking water from a stone which you don't have. So we suspended interest for the education sector because we take a longer term sustainable view that the education sector in this country is not only viable, it's also profitable in the long run. So what we happened in the 2 years was a simple bump in the road because of the 43 million Ugandans, 17 million are school going. And every 1 million Ugandans that come into being every year are going to join school for the next 16 years. So our support for education is a long run. We are playing a long range game. I invite you to do the same in your businesses. It will serve you better and you'll inject a level of trust and honesty that your customers will trust you and work with you. In fact, as I speak to you now, one of our best performing sectors is the education sector because they're back. And they know that with us, they found a partner that doesn't look for short-term needs, but long-term gains. When it comes to the way we bring new products into the market, we talk about experiments, not directives. And this is directly related to components and not projects. The truth of the matter, friends, is that the world as we knew it is not going to be the same. And more importantly, we don't know what tomorrow will look like. So what we must do is get into a mindset of readiness, a mindset of agility, that whatever may come, you're ready to roll with the punches. Because nobody can stand here and tell you or paint a picture of what tomorrow is going to be like. So getting into a space of experimentation, getting into a space of components and not a whole project is going to make a long-term difference in your organization. and organizing yourselves around that to say, you know what, I don't know, but let me try this. Will it work? Let's try that. Control, of course, I mean controlled experiments, not mad scientists. Let me give you an example of something that we got wrong. And to this day, we can now laugh about it because time has passed. But back then it was very painful because we were talking about fulfilling full projects. So you remember the days when you had to scratch the back of a piece of paper to buy your airtime? You remember? So we sat in the bank and we said, you know what, we can change that. Actually, you can buy your airtime on our ATM machines. Those days, there was nothing. What you have now had not been thought about. So we thought customers are always coming to our ATMs. Why not give them a chance to buy airtime on our ATM machines? It was a novel idea. No one was doing it. It seemed to make sense. So we started. But because we were thinking about big things and the whole project and project management and who's the hierarchy, it took us the better part of 12 months. And we spent a lot of money and a lot of time. But there is a reason why you have never bought your airtime on any of our ATM machines. Because the technology came and swept us. I mean, as we were there in our no, the project must look like this, must do that. Change came and the market never looked back. And you're all buying your airtime on your phones and what we thought was a novel idea then has gone. And therefore, permitting yourselves to experiment in your organizations, permitting yourselves to talk about components of projects and not big things. Incremental changes and new make a huge difference than when you wait for big things. The other theme that is changing in the way we work is transparency, away from this need to know business. Yeah, of course, there will be that information in any organization that is confidential, we treat it as such. But when it comes to matters of strategy, when it comes to matters of performance as a company, when it comes to those things that you must do to win, friends, I urge you to choose transparency. It is the better way to do it. There's a story that is told that when JFK visited NASA and asked the sweeper, what are you doing here? He said, we are taking a man to the moon. That man who was sweeping knew the mission. Do all your employees know your mission? Do they know what you're trying to do? Being transparent and repeating that message is very, very crucial and very, very important. And will take you a long way when you have broad-based buy-in coming out of that. Trust, not control. If there was ever a space where trust is paramount, it is insurance. It is this, I mean, I don't know, you should add this as an asset to your balance sheet. It is such an important part. It is such a big part of what is crucial for your business. That day I lose faith in your ability to keep your promise to me is the day our business is over, right? And while my friend Mohammed shared an interesting statistics of 445 billion paid in premiums, what would have been of interest for me is the percentage out of all that claimed, how much of that was paid. I'm just keen to see, because then that speaks to, are you living to the promises you're making? And if you're not, then what do you need to do? The truth of the matter, friends, in these days of social media, where what I'm saying today could go to a million people in an instant, trust has taken on a whole new meaning. And therefore, as custodians of the organizations we run, you must put trust at the center of everything you do. I've already talked about components, not projects, continuous releases, as opposed to big bangs that you need to go with. So these are some of the things that change the way we work, change the way we think. If you come to Stanbic, you will not find people sitting in the same spaces. Even the physical way we sit has got to change and is already beginning to change. We are already opening new departments that were not there before so that we can match up to what is changing. When you talk about agility and injecting resilience into your organization, we talk about some of the things that have to change. If you take an account of the stock of the skills in your organization today, vis-a-vis the skills and the manpower you need in your organization for tomorrow, it is a very, very interesting conversation that you will have with yourself, because I'll share with you that in Stanbic, in the last 2 years, we are not hiring accountants. Sorry, my fellow SSCs. because we have so many of those. We're looking for behavioral scientists. We're looking for coders, right? We're looking for a different skill set because our customers are asking for it to be differently. And the reason for this is simple. The customer has changed. The customer has moved. The skills that we have to serve this customer must also change, right? So this is a challenge that as we build post-COVID resilience, are we building? Are we instilling the right skills? And it says here in 2021, the top 10 most critical skills, Abdul, who's in HR recruitment, will tell you, anybody looking for a person, will say they must have the following things. Complex problem solving, critical thinking. These are things that don't appear in any of our courseworks in our education, right? These are skills we acquire along the way. And as organizations, we must find ways to teach our staff these skills. We must find ways to bring these skills to the fore of what we're doing. Creativity. Remember, we were told to color within the lines. Kindergarten, do you remember? You must color in the box. If you didn't color in the box, you failed. But now that we're being told, forget there's a box, be creative. What does that actually mean? And indeed, in post-COVID, you will need a lot of creativity. Emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making. These are the skills that people are looking for. And these are the skills that you need to insulate your organization. Because like I said, maybe we've figured out the COVID thing. We've learned to coexist, assuming no dangerous variant comes at us. We can live with what we have. But tomorrow is going to be a different challenge and a different problem. If you have these skills, you're set up to be resilient in whatever post-COVID environment comes through. Technology is taking over our lives. In fact, it has already taken over our lives. And therefore, the technology space in our organization starts to be a little differently. For many years in Stanbic, we thought our IT department was in the back office. I mean, they were in a dark room with dim light, and occasionally they came up for air. Increasingly, because of the role they play, they are the beating heart of the bank. And if you think about what our customer is asking for, they are front and center. Increasingly, we are becoming a technology company with a banking license because everything we do is in that space. And I know insurance is not any different. So strategy on your technology, what you're doing, the questions that you seek to answer in that space are going to be very important. Of course, there is a digital economy that we must think about, servicing in a space of digital. The days of walking to a shop and buying your insurance are gone. The days that if I think about the fact that I have to fill in a claim form and take it somewhere and go, you must make it easier for us. Yeah. So digitizing insurance is going to be a critical part in the post-COVID world. In the post-COVID world, I watched an advert once of Discovery. You just take a picture and put on WhatsApp. I said, one day, if they knock my car, I'll just take a picture, send on WhatsApp, and my claim is filed. So anyway, the point I'm making is that digitization is not something we can run away from. And it's something that we must bring front and center into our businesses, whether it's the way we solution, whether it's the way we sell, or the way we communicate, even the way we educate. Because if there's ever an industry that needs some education, it is our industry in the financial sector, but also mostly in the insurance sector. If we go to the next slide, how do we win in the post-COVID environment? The surest way we win in anything anyway is by maintaining and being true to the fact that the customer is your true north. Where your customer goes, you must go. Where your customer goes, you absolutely must follow. I'll share with you an interesting statistic. In 2016, 45% of the bank's transactions were done at the branch. People came to the branch and they transacted and they went home. 45% in 2016. Today, that number is less than 9% and reducing. So therefore, I must go where my customer is. And you as the insurance must follow where our customers are taking us. And here I have a business opportunity for you. 37% of our transactional volume as an industry have moved to agency banking. So if a customer is our true north, they are pointing us into agency banking. But we can't find insurance solutions for agency banking. And yet the customer has decidedly moved. They're not turning back. I would rather do my banking next door to me with the agent, and we've built sufficient trust in the system. But when we want to ensure the residual risk in agency banking, the insurers are thinking differently. This is not unique to Stanbic. This is the whole industry. So friends, if the customer is our true north, we must go where they're taking us. I expect that I'll receive some proposals. So that's one. The other things that are really, so understanding the customer need is always going to be the biggest one. I've already talked about youthful population, income inequality, and these are the things that we have to live with as a sector. But I want to talk about here one other factor that is an imperative to insulate your organization and inject resilience into it. Research has shown that diverse organizations perform, it's not here, don't look for it in the slide. Diverse organizations perform far, far better than organizations that are not diverse. Diverse organizations, and I don't just mean gender diversity. In Uganda, that takes on a different flavor. We talk about tribal diversity, gender, age, all these things. To be truly diverse is to look around a table and not find somebody who's like you in a different way or another. As Stanbic, we've taken on this challenge, and in some places we've won, in other places we continue to move this country forward. When it comes to gender diversity, I'm pleased to report that 67% of our board is female, 67%. About 55% of our executive is also female. And that ratio continues to our managers. It may change 1 or 2 hires, but we are very clear on creating diversity within the organization, right? And we've now opened a new chapter in this diversity. We've set a target for ourselves that in the next 5 years, 10% of all Stanbic staff will be people with disabilities. Because they are contributing members of society. We must create a space for them to contribute meaningfully and in a dignified manner. So we will lead, and it is my call on the insurance company that you follow, the insurance fraternity, that you follow in this very, very noble endeavor. Because remember, it's not just the moral thing to do, it is also the profitable thing to do. Research has shown everywhere, diverse organizations perform far better. So as I close on this slide, the customer remains your true north. Where they go, you have no choice but to go, even when you don't like it, even when you're not sure of it. Start with the experimentation I talked about. Start with a small component. Start with insuring 10 agents, see how it goes. Then you can drive, but you can't sit out completely because the customer has moved, and so must you. So again, in the spirit of moving with where the customer need is, even though we continue to be even if I do say so myself, an excellent corporate bank, we've always been known for that we are a corporate and investment bank of note, and we continue to break records in the things that we do. There are other spaces that we have started to tackle that we did not tackle before. We're tackling the education sector, as I mentioned. We are in the health sector as well, and we're joining you in that space. We're joining you in a space of providing financial services to the health sector in the different formats. If you're like me and you are watching your TV with horror when COVID really came home, and they were showing that, I'll never forget this picture of Mulago Hospital, the COVID ward of 3 by 6 beds in a row, and with the borders closed. The truth of the matter was that it didn't matter what insurance policy you held or where your cover could take you. Your choices were limited to here. right? And therefore, it was a call for us to say, what do we need to do to drive and change the health sector in Uganda? What must we do differently? And we've started work on providing financial services into the health sector and unlocking the things that are there that need to be unlocked. I've already spoken about financial inclusion. I will not repeat, but de-risking agriculture. And I was very pleased with the minister's remarks that we are now going to add the support that the government is giving for us to be able to insure agriculture, whether it's crop insurance, weather insurance, animal insurance. It's all very, very important for us to be able to de-risk this very, very important sector. As I come to the end, one thing is very clear, the growth potential is there, but we, especially the people in this sector, we must think about insurance a little differently. We must think about relevance in the people we serve. Like you, and I say this because the same is true for the banking industry. For the longest time, we have only served the elite in our societies. And for as long as we continue to put too much English in these things, we are leaving out the vast majority of Ugandans. And that is true for banking as it is true for insurance. We have to bring, the truth of the matter is the average Ugandan is not on this side of Kampala Road, they are on the other side. We must find ways to bring financial products, be they insurance or banking, to that typical Ugandan. So for as long as we continue to use complex terms, some assured premium, we are confusing people and leaving them behind. We are, it's the truth. And if you're doubting, I implore you to look to the consumer sector. When Bidco Omukwano used to sell cooking oil by the liter, their sales were very low. In fact, the shopkeeper closest to you needed to buy the liter and then start to distribute to the villages. Sales went up by more than 40% when they started to have that little sachet for that day. So how do you bring insurance to a consumable size in a language our people understand, at a price they can afford, in a space they can access? So that for me is the message of the day. That when we understand the macro, we understand the customer we are serving, we understand where the opportunity is, we go home and ask ourselves, is the meal we are serving relevant to the people we are trying to serve? And as we speak today, I think not. So the search for relevance must continue. The search for us to be embedded in the economies and in the communities we serve must be heard. And of course, the human resource, no industry ever developed without training the human resource that they work with. So future-proofing your industry will come with building resilience in your workers and searching for relevance in the markets that we serve, in the communities that we serve. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Now that the big people are done, we can come back to life as ordinary guys. So, Minister is gone, keynote is through, so we can go back to insulting each other happily. Thank you, Anne. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. The only problem is it's for ordinary people like us, the English is too complicated. So we have to walk through your stats. So first of all, I would like to apologize to the organizers because we've spent the last 3 weeks battling back and forth and them asking me for a profile. Yeah, I told you big people are gone, so the TV record has been taken away. So, and they kept asking me for a profile, and I wanted to tell them, you know, if you're over 50 and you're still running around with a 6-page CV, you've really done nothing. I mean, why should you have a CV after 50? So which is why the description in the book about me is very short. Oh, by the way, I'm Robert Kavshenga. So in case you're wondering who this fellow is. But I realized that the only mistake I made, which I think is the most relevant part of my profile for my being here today, is that I sit on the board of a company called UAP Old Mutual. They're lucky to have me. So yeah. And the rest of you missed out on a great opportunity. But before I call the guys, and again, Anne, I don't know if you're running away or you're joining the panel, but if you're not joining the panel, I'll be calling up my mano, because it won't be a panel anymore, but I'll call them shortly. Before I do that, I want to give a special welcome to the president of the East African Brokers Association, Mr. Chiwanda, for a completely different reason, because I think you're welcome home. Your relatives are in Mitiana. One of them used to be a minister here. I don't know what happened to him. And I think you should ask the Baganda here to take you home and you see where you came from. I suspect that your great-grandparents were sold off or exported as slaves by Kabaka Mutesa, or they went as traders and got stuck in Dar es Salaam. By the way, true story, I used to have a very good friend and mentor who since passed away. He was called Ali Mufuruki. Turns out that Ali, his great-grandfather, was from Toro, and he had moved to Mwanza as a tailor, hence the name Mufuruki, which in Uganda means migrant. And people from my part of the country, that's what we do. That's what we are called. We're called Bafuruchi. So that's how we do. So Chiwanda, you're welcome. In fact, we should give you a wife to complete the equation. By the way, before you leave, you must go and see the Katikiro and pay homage, because otherwise, yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, jokes aside, we need to figure out business resilience and its drivers, and Anne has ably set the context in which we can start our conversation. I'll start with my friend and fellow hustler, who I will invite on stage, Wekesa. Wekesa is now slightly better than me. He has a tourism business. For me, I'm still a street vendor trying to figure out how to sell my coffee. I'm here to convince him to put my coffee on his shelves. Come in, Amos. The other one, yeah. By the way, if you clap for him, he'll give you a discount for Easter in his lodges. The guy is... So this is Mr. Amos Wekesa, who is the founder and CEO of Great Lakes Safaris Limited. The other one is the CEO of Uganda Insurers Association, and that is Mr. Jonan Chisache. And then there is another person with a name that's very interesting, and I hope I can pronounce it. Mr. Neil Sims Sango, Flutterwave. Yes. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, please join us on stage. And finally, Mr. Agre Ashaba. And now you understand why I called it a mano, because as you can see, it's completely imbalanced. There are some young men, and then there's me and Amos. So, you know, power is a very corrupt thing. So if I sit with you, they may not tell the difference who is in charge, so I'll remain standing. So I will not read these people's profiles because they're in the booklets. If you don't have the booklets, because these guys have CVs the size of a PhD thesis. So if we start reading, we'll spend the whole day just figuring out what they're qualified to do. So let's get straight to the point. And I really want to start with you, Niels Hills, for a very simple reason. And I think our resilience as businesses was best described or best expressed in the world of technology. You run Flutterwave. By the way, in case you don't know Flutterwave, and you're here as an insurance broker, I suggest that you spend the next 1 week just reading about Flutterwave, because the day Flutterwave arrives in the insurance sector, you guys are done. You will have no jobs. I'm warning you, Ale. So go and read about it. Am I wrong, Nielsen? And there you are. The man is laughing knowingly. By the way, I also suggest you change your dress code and start to look like him because the guys who are running the world are going to be looking like that. So Nielsen, I want you to tell us, what is it that the world of technology and digital can teach us about resilience because of what happened during COVID? You guys not only survived, you actually made a killing. And I think the world was launched into the world of digital and technology. How did you keep going when the rest of us were at home, apart from Netflix? But you know, you guys are the money guys. Yes.
Thank you so much, Robert. It's a pleasure to be here. And you know, at Flutterwave is a payment infrastructure company, right? So we build.
But the news seems, sorry, I don't know about the rest of you, but I was freezing. I don't know how many of you are freezing, but certain vital parts of my body have shrunk. So can you please, the recommended World Health Organization temperature for ACs is 24 degrees centigrade. Please, yeah, we need to recover. Okay, sorry. Actually, no, we need to be resilient. Okay, go on.
Robert, my point has evaporated, but yeah, we are, you know, we're building payment infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Across Africa. And I think, you know, Miss Anne has really done a good job just preempting a lot of what I wanted to say today. I think the key thing about tech companies or startups, as you may say, is we are aware who we are building for from the get-go. You know, we always know. There's a saying that I had from Jack Ma once, that in every meeting, when I was at Alibaba, that in every meeting that is held at Alibaba, there's an empty seat. And the empty seat is for the customer. And that's a thing we've been doing for a long time at Flutterwave, you know. Just thinking today, if we are building today this product, what would the customer think about it? What would their input be? That was the first thing, because I remember at Flutterwave in 2019, we introduced a remote working policy. So anyone on any team, for as long as you had approval from your direct supervisor, you could work 3 days at home. Because we realized that it doesn't make sense for you to come to office if you don't need to come to office.
So you're asking us to rethink our office policies, working.
It's already been, you have to rethink it already, because this is how it is now. This is the new normal, right? You know, and what that did for us at that time, we didn't even know there was going to be a pandemic, was it allowed us to experiment and see what would it mean if you had to manage a team remotely, for example.
Yeah.
What would that mean for you as a business owner, as a team leader, as a team member who has to work from home?
Look, I want to take you back, because you said something about thinking about the customer, and that's one of the methods of resilience or recovery.
Right.
How does a person think about a customer? What's the mental process? What are the things that run in your mind when you're thinking about a customer? How do you define a customer? I used to have running arguments in my office. People thought even staff members were customers.
Right, right. And that's interesting, because that's actually our current conversation, because in a company as well, there are departments that are customers of other departments.
Right.
Right. And so the overall process of just thinking about the customer is, what ordinarily on a normal day, what would the person who is meant to buy your product doing?
Okay.
What's their thought process? When they wake up, what do they do?
Yeah.
Where do they buy things? Where do they check for their messages, emails? How do they transact? Do they use cash? Do they use mobile money? How do they go to work? All those things, you can profile a customer. And so you have different types of customers. And so then, we call them personas, I was just saying, different kinds of customers.
Yeah.
And how are you building for those kinds of customers, right? And so what that meant for us was then, which is also a big culture of startups, is you have to be able to change and change really fast. And I remember years, again, 2018, 19, having conversations with many of the guys in this room just about what it's going to look like to ban insurance policy for the 75% of Ugandans who are below 35. And I was trying to put them in the mindset of these guys are on Instagram, are on Facebook, are using an app somewhere. And that should be the way insurance is purchased and paid for. And those days, it was a complicated conversation, right? It was so difficult. And I remember putting my phone on the charger in the lockdown because I got so many calls.
But another thing, and so, before I move on to somebody else, another thing about those types of customers,
right,
especially is that they're very retail.
Right.
The person wants to buy an insurance policy for a specific time.
Right.
But the insurance company is also selling it for an extended period.
Right.
So I may want to buy an insurance policy for my car because I'm driving to Mbale and back. That's when I expect to get an accident. If I don't expect to get an accident, why buy an insurance policy for a whole year for nothing?
Right, right.
How do you deal with customers who think like that?
We provide what the customer wants. Sales models, I think sales models have to change as well.
Right.
And that is also, partly the guys in this room, that's a responsibility. You have to understand what the customer wants. Your job is to build for the customer.
So, Ashaba, don't worry where you work, what job you do. I'm interested in you as a strategist. The guys sitting in here are thinkers. What do we need to do about our thought process as decision makers? Do we need to rethink? How do you structure a process of corporate rethink?
Thank you, Robert. In my view, first of all, as Anne has also very well put it, is that first there is the singular ability to understand that the things that we know now need to change going forward. So the ability and the knowledge of understanding that
Anne has finally figured out that an ATM has moved to the phone.
Is that you have to understand that there's so much that you know that you need to unlearn, and then there's a lot more that you need to relearn or start to learn going forward.
Yeah.
Based on where we have been for the last couple of years, 2 to 3 years.
Yeah.
The demographics have completely changed. The way people are globally connected has completely changed. So a person who is in Chanamkaka and another one in Zinjiro has the same access to information like someone in Seattle.
Yeah.
Because technology has globalized knowledge. There is no way that anyone who is in corporate leadership or corporate management or corporate strategy can be able to assume that the people they are engaging with are deficient of understanding global issues or understanding where the world is headed. So anyone who is seated in a decision-making seat or on a decision-making table needs to understand that probably what they know, the consumer actually knows much more than them.
Okay, because I'm not letting you go yet, can I do an experiment in this room? And I want you to be all honest believers in God. You're not someone saying Christians, but you're honest believers in God. Hands up, those of you who know the phrase NFT. Hands up, straight. I'm counting NFTs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. The young lady there. What's an NFT? Is a what? It's a company. That's Ntege. No, I'm not talking about Ntege. I'm talking about an asset called an NFT. Who wants to try? You don't know. So that's 3 people off out of 5. You are I'm not okay. Tell them what an NFT is.
So NFTs are the non-fungible tokens, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definition.
That's enough. Google is your friend. Go and find out what a non-fungible token is. The reason I ask that question is, Ashaba, I want to show you that the people in this room have a vested interest in a world that is gone. How do you confront a cultural situation in the workplace that should free you from the current and past thinking to allow you to open your mind? Because that's the kind of mental process that will ensure resilience in the manner that Neil Sims was explaining. How do these people start to realize that what they are invested in and protecting as a way of selling insurance? Yeah. How do they challenge themselves is the question.
I think for me, the first attribute that any leader or manager needs to have in this moment to be able to stand a chance for the future is the ability to stay open-minded.
Yes.
And to understand that there is no more leadership based on the position that you take, but you lead through learning, through persuasion, and understanding that the world at the pace that it is moving. There are so many things that you probably would not know, but if you have a team, and for me, largely I use young people, and I prefer intentionally to hire young people right out of university because the enthusiasm they have and the ability they want to learn and understand and innovate and experiment is the only way we can be able to survive. So any leader who still thinks that because of position and power, they can direct things to get done, I'm afraid they will not have a future in the new world.
But it's a normal human attribute from a strategic perspective to want to protect your territory. I mean, I worked with people who didn't believe that newspapers would vanish. They were not willing to have any other discussion. How do you get a conversation like that in your organization about the future?
I think first is understand the perspective. Most of the people above 45, 50 have come from an environment where they have been directed to do certain things in certain manner.
Yes.
And they have been structured in such a way that they follow authority and they have to have a leader with them. The current crop or the generation that we have, the millennials, the Generation Z, Generation X, all those who are below 35, are unfortunately very different from us.
Apart from being our children.
Apart from being our children, is that they see the world completely in a very different form. They have a lot of confidence around them, and they believe that they can do certain things without having necessarily to follow a certain hierarchy. So as a culture that needs to be embedded, first is open door, transparency, and allow people to bring ideas onto the table. They get discussed. There's no bad idea. There's no idea that gets thrown out because you never know what anyone from the bottom to the top can be able to bring to the table for us to be able to find a solution or to be able to create an idea that will either be the next big thing. Because if you close the doors against people thinking, and the generation that we're talking about, they also get very bored with routine. So if you do not give them the flexibility for them to work, like he said, odd hours, because they prefer working odd hours, he's not this type of people who wake up at 5 a.m. that because they have to be in the office at 6 o'clock. No, you give a deliverable, They can work through the night and deliver it for you. So as long as you give them that flexibility and you understand that you're not leading a 45-year-old or a 50-year-old who you tell that you have to be in the office at 8 o'clock, you follow this, you follow that, but they have the flexibility to think, innovate, ideate, and bring something to the table, and you can discuss it, then I believe that that organization will have challenges with transitioning from where we have been to where we need to be.
So, Mr. Kisachi, how did COVID lockdown, those measures hit the insurers? Apart from claims, because I know that people died and a lot of you seated there were having to process claims. It became like a full-time occupation. So apart from that, I mean, in terms of what your customers, and rather your members, were able to share with you, how did that specifically manifest in the insurance business?
Thank you, Robert. Of course, before I answer your question, allow me on behalf of the insurance fraternity to thank Anne for a wonderful job, wonderful keynote delivered, and just to assure her that it's just through forums like this where we try as much as possible to collaborate. We are beginning on that journey. We are guilty of many of the things that you've mentioned, but we are learning and will do things better. And you asked, Robert, how we managed through COVID as insurers, besides just simply paying claims. Of course, COVID, once COVID hit, it was not only a trying time for the insurance industry, but also for our customers as well.
Yeah.
We had to quickly find ways of ensuring that we focus on the customer by promising that we'll always be there to be able to fulfill the insurance promise or the purpose of insurance.
Yeah.
So we had to quickly rethink our processes. We had to quickly ensure that there's continuity in service. One of the things, as mentioned by the panel.
I'm going to embarrass you. You quickly told us that health insurance doesn't cover COVID. So we died without any God.
One of the things that the regulator actually did and came out strongly to do was to mention that all insurers were supposed to then cover all the COVID claims that were health related. This is something that we did. He also emphasized that on the side of life, again, we had to pay COVID-related life claims. This is something that we have taken on as the insurance industry. The figures that Paul was highlighting here are evidence of that fact in terms of how we did things.
Right.
Yeah.
But as businesses, in terms of turnover, considering the business model, what has been the effect? Have you seen greater interest in insurance business or less? How has the whole COVID process affected you, and what are the lessons that you've picked?
No, in terms of, for example, uptake of insurance, the purpose for insurance came out very, very clearly during the COVID times.
Yeah.
And that has helped us in terms of the uptake. If you look at the figures that Paul mentioned here, over 400 billion shillings paid in claims, we had to ride on this because at the end of the day then, we had to put the message across that insurance pays. Right. So as a business, we've gained traction as a result of COVID because we were present at the moment when the customer required us. And that has had a bit of a ripple effect on our business.
And how did that work, knowing that you had no access to your physical offices? How were you reaching these customers, most of whom were pretty much at home for months?
Technology. We had to adapt very, very quickly. We had to implement work from home policies as the insurance industry. We had to empower staff to ensure that there's continuity in terms of business, because as a market, we just could not hide our heads because of COVID at the moment when the customer required us most. So again, technology drove our business. we were able to then come up with solutions that would enable customers to quickly lodge in claims, empower them to be able to reach us anytime they had an issue. And this is something that we continue to do as an insurance industry to build on that progress.
So folks, the running themes in all of this are one, in other words, how do you ensure resilience? One, do you have visibility of your customer? Number two, do you have internally an open mind that allows you to rethink where you are? And of course, re-examining your processes and see how your technology helps you to be able to be effective. And of course, working together, which is the new buzzword is collaboration. And I think that just to alert you that part of my responsibility is to allow you also to engage in the conversation, because you've been sitting there and freezing the whole morning while the rest of us are talking at you. I guess the new thing, what I know today is engagement. So I don't know if the tech guys have mics, but I think I'll let at some point in the next 5 or 10 minutes for you guys, if you have questions, things you want to ask. We still have Anne here. So if there are questions for her, be good for her to hear them, or perspectives being raised. I just wanted to say something before I bring in Amos, and I deliberately allowed Amos to be last because I think they suffered the worst possible damage. I know a few hotels that turned into poultry farms falsely, but because they just happened to have poultry. I remember at the end of April 2020, Anne sending me the PMI she spoke about, and the index had gone down by 45%. In other words, business had dropped by 45%. I wasn't surprised because the business I was running then, which was the sale of newspapers and advertising, in March, we had had a turnover of 7.1 billion shillings. And in April, the turnover was 3.9 billion shillings. Just did like this, fell off the cliff. And the reason was very simple. Our motto is we sell newspapers on the streets and we sell advertising to businesses that are selling things. All those were closed down. There were no buyers. Vendors went home. I had no market. What did we resort to? We resorted to giving away the newspaper for free online. Then we discovered that our technology couldn't cope. We decided to distribute the paper by WhatsApp. Then we discovered another problem. I didn't know that WhatsApp consumes, for you to read an image on WhatsApp, it consumes 56% of your data. So now we had to find technology to cut down the size of the images of the newspapers. And we learned how to share videos. It's called, the Generation Zs have a fantastic language for it. So today you're going to learn 2 words. One is NFTs, the other one is pivoting. I'm learning this stuff, although I live on a farm, but those 2 things. So we had to pivot very quickly. Otherwise we would have had no business. And I think that's when our survival started. So let's hear from a man who completely crashed. And I mean completely crashed because there was no travel. I think Amos, you told me you had orders of $200,000. And you tell us, what happened?
Coming from Wakaka sometimes.
By the way, that's how long both me and you haven't been at a conference. So we don't even know. It's the first time I'm wearing this thing around my neck in 2 years. So
yeah. No, but Robert is my friend. So whatever he says, don't take it very seriously. We're very close. Of late.
Most people think I'm a serious person. You just
yeah.
I was about to sign a deal of 50 million shillings. Now you
no, but I just want to thank you, but also thank the previous speaker and Yuko. As she spoke and as the minister spoke, I was very happy to be Ugandan. But of course, my heart was pumping. It's like, oh, such an eloquent speaker. I wish he spoke about Uganda's tourism. I saw the minister speak about all these industries. How can anybody not speak about, how do I convince people? I've spent 15 years, 20 years on TV, on radio, trying to give statistics, what makes us strong as a country. and I don't see it. I think I've not done a good job. I was telling my friend Geoffrey, who happened to enter the insurance space in Rubondo 38 years ago. So the only two guys I know very well in insurance. Anyway, for the visitors who are here, Robert, just give me a few seconds. For the visitors who are here, Uganda is such a beautiful country. I can assure you that the source to the longest river in the world is only 80 kilometers from here to the east. You're staying next to the world's largest tropical lake, which is the second freshwater lake in the world. We have just about 40%, with about 84 island group of islands called the Sessa Islands. If you get a boat, please go and spend money on the islands. Some of the most beautiful things you ever come across. About 1 hour with flight, you come across Bwindi. Bwindi hosts 53.9% of the world population of mountain gorillas. About 4 hours from here, you go to Mason Falls. That's where the whole of the Nile struggles to pass through 6-7 meters, falling 43 meters deep, cascading 120 meters long. That's the most powerful waterfalls in the world. We believe me or not, there's nowhere in the world that you find water gushing through a canyon like you would find there. Of course, you've seen the weather. We have averagely the best weather in the world. Food, get time, go to our restaurant, spend money there. And I want to say, Mr. Rubondo, next time you have a conference, there is no conference that happens in Kenya, in Rwanda, my brothers here can tell you, in Tanzania, without showcasing the beauty of the country. So next time, ask me, I'm going to we were growing. Uganda's tourism is still at a very low level. If you look at East Africa, for example, we have 120,000 sensible rooms for tourism. 80% of those rooms are actually in Kenya. The second largest number of rooms are in Tanzania. And then Uganda and Rwanda are almost getting the same. By 2018, Uganda had only one international chain of hotels, that's Sheraton, because Protea is regarded as a regional chain and Serena is regarded as a regional chain. Kenya at the time had 68 international chains of hotels. Now Uganda is starting to grow. I see some Ugandans, Marriott is coming up. We're seeing Hilton coming up in Nakasero, which is a fantastic thing. And tourism is going to grow. Tourism we have not even touched 1% of the potential of Uganda's tourism. So we have a lot of opportunities to grow. Now, 2019, we're starting to grow. In 2019, I went into marine tourism. I brought in one of the best boats. I think Anne Juko has been on that boat, MV Kazinga. Beautiful, very, very beautiful in Queen Elizabeth National Park. We're improving our lodges. Man, I started hearing about COVID. I went to the US in December 2019 to do marketing. I come back and start hearing about COVID. I think I was one of the first people to get COVID, but I didn't know it was COVID. I got so sick in the way that I'd never known before. We had bookings as a company. I had to refund $1.8 million of advance bookings by tourists, which was shocking in itself. But because, of course, we lived a very disciplined life as a business, whenever clients, tourism is one of the few businesses where people pay you a year in advance, 2 years in advance. But I always had an account on the side with a certain bank that belonged to the tourists. Unless I'd been able to offer you a service, I wouldn't touch that money. So that helped us refund about $1.8 million as a business. But we went down. One of the things that really helped, about 30%, by the way, 30 to 40% of the tourism industry companies actually closed down. And many of them are starting to reselect now because business is starting to show some good signs. Because tourism with sickness, tourism with terrorism, tourism with anything that is not right cannot coexist. Uganda lost its tourism potential between 1971 and about 1998 because of the sanctions that happened across the country. But as the country recovers, tourism becomes an obvious point of growth. Now, 2019, we just wake up. 2020 wake up, we have to refund money to tourists. We also wake up, we have to continue paying salaries. And it was very difficult for government not to ask for their payee. But as a business, of course, because of our previous record, I remember in 2014, July, 2013, I'd gone to the UK. I'd even convinced Arsenal as a team to come to Uganda. In fact, 3rd November, when the eclipse was happening in the northern part of Uganda, I was actually in London meeting the commercial manager of Arsenal. And towards the end of 2014, we were expecting them here. 1st July, Ebola breaks out in West Africa, and we had to lose about 70% of our business. So that taught us that, our business, you must serve, you must have resilience, you must always be able to understand that something can easily happen. So we had a bit of savings as a business before COVID actually hit. So that has helped me in terms of, as a business, diversify. I've now gone into agro-processing. I'm just finishing a big plant in Soroti, which will do about 18 types of grain. I brought in the first aflatoxin scrubber in East Africa. We should be operational in 1 month from now. But in the meantime, we used, because we had a bit of savings, we used it during this time to make sure that we improve our facilities, our lodges. And yeah, it's been tough for us as an industry, but insurance could have probably come in handy. But there is very little interaction between tourism with any other sector, maybe. And I'm hoping to have coffee with Ann Juko soon so that we can sort out this issue. Such an eloquent person should be talking about how beautiful this country is before anything else. So Ann Juko expects some tea. My daughters and my daughter, your daughter and my daughters were in the same class. They fought a bit, but we'll have that coffee.
I'll supply the coffee.
Absolutely, absolutely. So it is for us a challenge. Let me tell you, the first time I learned about insurance, I started out as a cleaner myself, 26 years ago. I became a cleaner, became an office messenger, tour guide, and I did Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania when I became a tour guide. Now, 2002, have 1 year into business. I am trying to look for business. I've gone to Holland. I had one car, and I'm in Holland. They tell me a friend of yours came and borrowed the car, and he gave it to a drunkard and smashed it. Robert, I have no insurance. I owed Al-Malik 7 million shillings. I came back and everyone was telling me you're going to fail. I went to Al-Malik and I told him there are 2 things. One is either you put me in and that means you won't get your money. Number 2, you give me a few months that I can be able to pay you. Because I have nothing. If I run around the village, you'll get nothing. The man gave me 6 months. I finished paying that. But I learned a lesson, Robert. Each of the cars that we have as a business is insured fully. But it took that for me to understand the value of insurance. Now, I've been handling the biggest numbers of English operators, wholesalers. I am called a destination management company. Great Lakes Safari is called a destination management company. So we deal with wholesalers. So wholesaler can be TUI, can be Thomas Cook, all those companies. So in the UK, I was handling the biggest numbers of those agents. So I think, okay, the English don't pay as much as Americans do. So I go to the US, I become a member of American Tour Operators Association, and I think I want a business. And the guys tell me, well, for us to do business with you, we need insurance, an indemnity insurance. And that's when I learned 4 years ago, I started getting insurance worth at least $5 million because Americans can sue you for anything.
Probably some you are
even a mosquito bite.
Absolutely, they can sue you for it. So the guys are like, if an American tourist sued us, what would you do? Can you be able to afford to pay us, say, $5 million? So I had to go and get insurance for $5 million. But the reality is that tourism and insurance are not working in tandem. And if you go to Kenya, you know that Kenya tourism is massive. Tanzania tourism is massive. In fact, our potential is equally massive. It's just that we have not marketed this country. In fact, every Ugandan must fight to market this country. If you're going to Dubai, a desert, look at how a desert is marketed. Look at our beautiful country with our food, our weather, our water bodies. No country beats us on freshwater lakes in Africa.
They have a 777 Boeing to collect tourists from Uganda to take to Dubai.
Absolutely. That should even speak to us as a people. Anyway, I'm not here to quarrel this morning.
So no, I just want to be sure that the insights you're giving us remain as lessons. So number one is, during the good times, make sure you build up a financial war chest.
Yes.
Because as COVID teaches us, these things will happen.
Yes.
Number two, take out insurance.
Yes.
Yourselves. Number three, you're telling us there is an opportunity for insurance to do business with and through tourism.
Yes.
And me and you we always have these chats. And one of the observations I've made is that a lot of you guys in the service sector have absolutely no connection whatsoever with the way the economy of Uganda functions and produces. So sometimes I laugh at you when I see all of you running after oil, as if that's the only thing we produce. And I can tell you that we have a looming disaster in farming. You may not know, but I'm going to say it so that you go and tell the regulator, who I think is here, that we have a problem. What's the problem? There has been no rain to talk about since May last year. You may be surprised to learn that we're supposed to be in the middle of a rainy season now.
It's true.
Now, as we speak now. But the way the sun is turning up every morning as if, so I personally am working with a crop failure. I'm actually working with a much lower coffee yield than I thought we would get. So the question is, how are you as insurers logged into the, I didn't even want to go there. There is a worm coming in and it's eating all the leaves. It's coming from Tanzania. I don't know what you guys have against us. There is a worm coming from Tanzania which is eating. So I guess my point is that these events that require a resilient response are coming. And so the question is, like in the case of how are you guys connected? And I was talking to a young man who is both in tech and tourism. And he said, the financial sector in this country doesn't want to listen to people borrowing money for tourism.
It's true.
They don't want to know. So if you're not supporting tourism, if you're not supporting farming, and you all want to pile into, by the way, oil will be here for 25 years. Me and Amos will be in business for the next 40 years.
Oh, yeah.
So you decide where you want to put your money.
Oh, yeah.
Choice entirely up to you. I am confident that in 20 years I will be rich. At that point, don't come looking for me. So,
but Robert,
okay.
I wanted to say something. Sure. As you do business, learn. I think one of the greatest opportunity for an entrepreneur is actually learning.
Yeah.
And so I am asked for the temporary rescue insurance by my clients. I looked around, there was nothing. I had to engage AMREF in Kenya. Kenya does rescue insurance. So every tourist that comes into the country, traveling with Amos, Great Lake Safaris, Uganda Lodges, pays over $15 for a rescue insurance. Now, 4 years ago, I have a group of 16 tourists climbing the Reinsurance. A 70-year-old guy develops a problem. I call AMREF, guys, the guide calls me and says, Amos, you're the only guy who can handle this because you're fairly connected. Push so that we can get these tourists brought from Queen Elizabeth from the Reinsurance to Kampala for treatment. And I realized that AMREF had to first get clearance, to try to get clearance in Nairobi to fly into Entebbe to later try and come to Kasese. Within that time, the tourist dies. Now, I have paid AMREF for every tourist I get in this country for 6, 7, 8 years. But I realized it is just a collection center for money. So I tried to engage a few insurance guys and say, but why can't someone have 4 or 5 helicopters in this country? And these helicopters are with medical facility and so on and so forth. And every tourist can pay $15 when they arrive at the airport, such that if there's a problem, if there was a helicopter at that time to rescue these guys through insurance, it would have been probably easier to save the guy's life.
But why are you going far to Rwenzori? Our roads here, people are killing each other all the time, getting into accidents.
Robert,
I want to be sure if any of you guys out there want to say something, the microphones, the tech guys, hands up. And I'm giving you have like 10 minutes. Otherwise I'll end. Latima. Okay, bring the mic. Bring. Yes.
Yeah, Robert, I wanted to, and I know.
No, please go ahead.
I know that my chairman will supplement and the rest of the insurers.
The food is
not
true.
true.
So don't worry.
It is not true that we are not supporting the agriculture sector. We have the Agro Insurance Consortium that is subsidized by government. It is just that probably maybe information is not coming out clearly. But we are into this sector, de-risking the sector, and I think Anne took note of that fact. And even the guest speaker mentioned that the subsidy is going to be increased.
You are very lucky I am a moderator.
Secondly, about my brother here, tourism. I think what is coming out clearly is that as the sector, the insurance sector, we have got to now enter this space and try to understand how tourism operates and understand the value chain, like I think the keynote speaker proposed. And I can promise that we'll have a conversation just after here, because collaboration is key by all means. And we've already collaborated as insurance players through the motor third-party platform, through the marine platform.
Can I
collaborate to give him?
Can I ask you a direct question? How long has the agriculture insurance been around for?
About 4 or 5 years.
5 years. What's the uptake annually?
We've sold about, we should be in the region of about 200,000 policies.
I mean, in terms of percentage.
Maybe Paul
Robert. Robert, can I say something about food?
Okay.
Agriculture?
Let me keep quiet, because I might steal the conversation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so speaking about the agricultural space for the oil and gas site, on my other hat, I'm also the general manager for GCC services.
Yeah.
And we'll be providing the 2 of the biggest catering contracts in the oil and gas space.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with you that there's a bit of a challenge on the agriculture side. And this is from a practical experience, because we'll be buying probably in the range of about $28 to $30 million worth of food within the country. But as we speak, even now, we have challenges with price and supply stability, and largely occasioned by the fact that, as you rightly said, most of the farmers are seasonal, they depend on the rain, and they do not have funding for modern agricultural products, and neither do they have the correct storage facilities to be able to even harvest, storage, and maybe sell on a later stage. They do not have operational capital, and I think it's a space that both the banks and the insurance companies need to speak about and see how we can do it. Already we are obligated by the national content provisions to buy from the 6 priority districts within the Albertine area. But as you can imagine, these are smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers.
I can tell you immediately.
Who have a big challenge.
That you will have no matoke in August. I'm telling you now.
That's what I'm saying. No, we know, because we've done this.
So take out insurance. Then.
Too late.
Okay, look, I need to engage. Latima.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert. 2 points. One, of course, was agriculture insurance they've touched on. It's it's happening through the agriculture consortium and being supported by government. As government has come, just very briefly, there are different levels that support goes to the farmers, but basically through government support, 50% of the premiums are paid by government and the farmer will pay 50%. There are other parameters for the big farmers, for the smaller farmers, the type of crop and so on. It's quite detailed, but a lot of support is coming from government, and which we really do appreciate and like a lot. I just want to touch on agency banking. I think Anne touched on that. I wear many different hats. Let me first with the hat of my employer. I'm the managing director of MUA Insurance. We've been involved in developing a product for agency banking. But for that product to work, all banks had to sign on. Sadly, some banks have not signed on. And we need to have a chat on that. Secondly, wearing my hat of...
There's a man called Wilbrod War.
Yeah, he's been part of the discussions, but all banks had to sign on. Secondly, now wearing my hat as chairman of the Uganda Insurance Association, I will certainly make time to come and meet you and engage you. Being the largest bank, yourselves, and maybe the second or third, just to make sure that we are all on the same page and the product is there, it can be made available to the agents. So we did see the opportunity, we did see the need to connect to the client, but it is also critical that we do it and do it right. Get the product that we do know that there's a lot of loss happening. The losses are very high amongst the agents, but there's a product, there's a way that we can work around it and be able to give a product that the agents will benefit from. Thank you very much.
Solomon, the minister said that you give him the report from this meeting. I have a suggestion. The parish model and Myoga, can they put in an element for insurance for farmers? Because a smallholder farmer with a few trees of coffee is not going to come and look for you in Colorado Insurance Association to get to. So just put in a parish model X amount of money for insurance and we go. So if my pumpkins fail, I just go to the parish chief. If there's no money, let them cancel mindset change and put insurance. We go. Okay. Madam, please.
Hello. Mine goes to Emerson and...
First of all, who are you?
Josephine Kaseka, the CEO of MIC Global Risks. So Amos, first of all, Anne mentioned about the fact that everybody is outward looking. In terms of the tourist industry, all the hotels bill you in dollars, right? This is Uganda. I don't get paid in dollars, right? If you want to look at the society that you're in, can you stop looking very outward? Start from the people.
Speak loud and slowly. Some of us, the English.
Amos, can you hear me?
Okay, Amos, you can hear. Okay, fine. Okay.
So, first of all, Anne said you have to look at your clientele. Half of the country is below the age of 35, right? And we also want to see our country, but it has to be affordable. Can you start by, first of all, making it a local currency sort of arrangement? If you're going to charge me in dollars to come and sleep at your lodge, I can afford it, right? You need to be a little bit realistic of your clientele. I know I might not be in the 1%, but I also want to see the falls. I want to see how beautiful our country is. As long as you make it
I have some relatives called mountain gorillas. Then you can come.
So it is about affordability.
Right.
And to you, it's about the agency banking thing. And I'm talking as a client, the trust. The thing about agency banking is you have to give your data and all your details to a total stranger. Now, I am locked into old school. I walk into a banking hall because I know my information is safe. How safe is our data and the transactions that we do with all these agents? Because you have one next to your shop, you have one next to your kid's school, you have one next to the mall that you're doing work at, right? How safe is our information with these people that you have put out there? I know it's for easy access, but that is my concern. How safe is our private information in the hands of these people that we're now doing business with?
Hajati, and then because I think people, it's warm now, but the stomach is Yeah.
Yeah.
And the average age in here means that certain brake linings are under pressure. So.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Hajat Sebiala. Mama Insurance. I make 40 years this year in the insurance industry. I stand here in my capacity as the president of Women in Insurance in Uganda, WIN. And I have a member of the executives, they're all here, and all the ladies in this room are all members of WIN. I would like to thank Madam Anne so much. Sorry, but Mr. Kabushenga, I'm also a board member of Uganda National Meteorological Authority, and we give predictions, we give information on weather and climate. Please pay particular attention before you plant.
No, I decline.
Don't decline, please.
I'm declining because I think the responsibility of informing me is not on me, it is on you. So please be aggressive in telling me that don't plant now. Otherwise, me, I'm following a pattern, which I know. And by that, I'm very educated. The others are not. So they don't know how to read or follow your predictions. So for them, they just follow tradition. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, we are on media everywhere. Please follow, and you make the right decisions when to plant. Anna, you did talk of breaking down the hierarchy. You are the CEO of the bank. I'm just trying to understand how this now affects your authority when you break down this hierarchy. How are you able now to have the authority to, you get what I mean? That is my question. Solomon, Mama Green, I carried the tree as I usually do. And I wanted to give that tree to the most impactful person this morning, and that is Anna. I'm sure you'll give me an opportunity. You have impressed us all. Anna, I don't know, but thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry, members, I just got carried away by the lady's presentation, the way she presented it, the stuff she gave us, so solid. Thank you so much. At an opportune moment, Solomon will allow me to give you a fruit tree. It's a Chitaferi. Yes, please plant it. Remember the day you came here, call it Insurance or IBAU. You give it that name. I thank you so much, Mr. Kabushenga, for that, for the opportunity to, to say whatever I have said.
And on that note, so I'm gonna come back to my team here. I am the one in charge. And I'm hungry anyway. So we have talked. Come back here. Let me start with Ashaba. I need to come back and moderate another session. If Rubondo is not happy with what I do, I am screwed. So basically, yeah, okay, go on.
I hope these are the final comments.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that the way I think the world is going now is that, as opposed to technology having been the enabler in the past, I believe we are all going to be technology companies, doing insurance, doing banking, doing HR, doing everything else. So any leader or any corporate manager who does not have the mind to embrace technology, I don't think they have any future.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait.
Oh, yeah. All right. I guess my final remarks.
Yes.
Yeah, the takeaway, I think, really for us as insurers, number one is to focus on the customer.
Right.
To try as much as possible to focus on the customer, create value for the customer, differentiate yourself, build capabilities around that value, whether it means collaboration, find people to collaborate with. It was clear in the keynote address, and then be able to deliver that value, because resilience is beyond what we are going through today, but we must be resilient even to future shocks.
Right. Yeah. Amos.
There was a question from her. The question was whether, I think domestic tourism is very important, Robert. Domestic tourism, every country that's very successful in tourism For example, China has 500 million Chinese moving within China every year.
There are 1.5 billion, those guys.
Absolutely,
So,
but 53 million are foreigners that come in. But if the 500 million Chinese that move within China become advocates of their own country,
Right.
and that's how they're able to market it. Now, for Uganda, because of our education system, we said about the prairies, rainlands, we said about Kenya more than we said about Uganda. These are
Saskatchewan.
foreign tourists. These ones go out of the country. This guy's sitting in the room here.
Yeah.
Now we need to encourage them to travel around the country.
Yeah.
But there's also opportunity for them to invest to invest.
How many lodges do you have?
I have 4 in Uganda. I had just bought one in Tarangire before COVID.
But I'm told you're building a containers hotel.
I'm building a new, yes. I'm
Yeah.
starting a new
So
business.
go to Amos. He's got rooms.
However, domestic tourism only redistributes wealth.
True.
Because when you leave Kampala and go to Gulu, it is money within the same economy, but you're empowering the people in Gulu.
Yeah.
For a country to grow economically, it has to bring money from foreign, it has to come from a different country to another country.
Exactly.
And so they don't actually compete, they actually complement each other. So
Right.
it will be important for us to, if you have failed to go to the national park yourself, make sure your children do. Before my children left this country, I think they've traveled to each national park at least 4 times across the country. I've taken to Arua, everywhere in this country. Now they've traveled the world now, but they understand their country first.
Right. Neil.
Thank you. I think my 2 final remarks is one, partnerships. And we're talking about collaboration. I think for me, it's important that, and I thank you that I'm here on this panel. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be here, but that shows that you're open-minded enough.
Yeah.
It's key that you partner with people who are outside of your industry, because your customer is most likely not going to be in insurance. And so that allows you to do things that you ordinarily would not be able to do. Case in point, today, we're powering payments for several insurance companies. But because of them coming to us to pay their payments, I've been able to guide them through building an actual product that customers will use. And that's important. The second thing is there's a fear in the corporate structure of failure, right? And which for us we embrace. Every amazing thing that you see today, from the iPhone to Facebook, all these things are results of failure, even the bulb. So you have to learn to embrace failure and to fail faster. So accept that failure is part of the process, and accept that when you fail, it's not the end. If Anne's story really just blew my mind, because nothing has ever taken 12 months at Flutterwave or anywhere we have been. We have sprints and we have weekly stand-ups. We have products that in COVID, we built a product called Stores, where we gave out free e-commerce platforms to our merchants. We built it in 3 weeks from start to rollout. And so, as insurers here, as stakeholders, embrace failure in a controlled environment, fail faster and iterate, pivot, and build the next new thing. But again, the future is now, and you're part of this great future, like Anne said. And if only you will open your minds to realize what's possible, we're able to change. Because I find Uganda so interesting, because Uganda has a right size of market and a right awareness for us to build these products, and people are really welcoming to products, right? So yeah, I thank you so much for the time, and I look forward to building amazing products in this sector with you. Thank you.
Right. So I guess from me, as a way of winding up, is to tell you that, by the way, is there anyone here who knows a lady called Catherine Nakalembe? Yeah, she's probably your relative. So that's why. You see, the reason I'm telling you these things is there's a world out there shaping the future that you don't know about. So Catherine does remote sensing. Let me cut the long story short. Catherine is able to analyze the soils on my farm from the University of Maryland using NASA technology. Yeah, she can tell me which part of my farm I shouldn't irrigate, another one I don't know, and so on and so forth. So that's telling you where the world is going. Solomon, I would like to give you some advice. Next year, when you organize this session, don't call people like me. We may have big names, but we're too old for the future. Actually, even Nielsen's is very old. There are kids out there who are doing stuff and are coming for your lunch. I can assure you, in the not too distant future, A+ and Rocket Health are going to be insurance companies taking your money. Yes. But you need to talk to those kids to understand. These kids are raising incredible amounts of money and doing great things. My final point to you, Solomon, and insurers, is that if you are not aware of the fourth industrial revolution, and I ask you those things, forget NFT of Ntege. If you haven't heard of NFTs, if you haven't heard of the metaverse, if you haven't heard of AI, if you haven't heard of quantum computing, if you haven't heard of any of that stuff, the work you do as brokers will probably be no more in 5 years because machines will be doing it. And I can assure you that you're going to be functionally illiterate in the next 5 years and functionally irrelevant. How am I curing that problem? At my ripe age of 53, I am going back to learn a skill called coding at a small university called Clark. I'm going to a school called Refactory, because if I don't know the technology architecture, I will be totally useless in the next 5 or 7 years. Thank you very much to my mano of men. Thank you very much for your time. You guys for listening to us, and me for being an incredible host. So you clap for us. And thank you very much. Have a fantastic conference. Okay. Let me go grab some food while you guys are still here.
A round of applause for Robert. Your points were taken. And these are all variable years of Dr. Muhumuza. Now you know why you chose the best rapporteurs. I want to negotiate with you 2 things. 1, 5 minutes, so that we do appreciate our presenters, and I request Anne to join the panel for the next 2 minutes. Would like to appreciate them with these pictures here. The next 5 minutes, I want to request that we take a health break, run for a cup of coffee, come back, and then we run the next session for 40 minutes. So we eat 20 minutes into lunch, which will recover. And the first 5 minutes, if you don't understand English. 67% of Stanbic staff, 67% of Stanbic staff are ladies, and also combining with Hajat's request, I will invite her here to make 2 presentations. And because you have a tree, that will become the 3rd. 1 presentation to our keynote speaker, Anne Juko. And then the next speakers I will guide you. And I'll request, by the way, we have a regulator in this house. My teacher, Dr. Mulema, is also a regulator for petroleum. She'll hand over the other ones. And then the next 5 minutes, I request that we rush for a health break, freshen up, grab a cup of tea, come back, do the next session in 40 minutes. The first plaque goes to Madame Anne Juko for your very elaborate presentation. And thank you very much. You've really challenged us. This lady was Mama Insurance in Africa for 2 years. Yes, so she's a star of insurance in Africa. Thank you very much. Hajat, you can resume your seat. We'll call you for a big photograph. I request my teacher, Dr. Mulema, to do the next round of presentations. Hajat, you can just step on aside. Can I request somebody from the protocol team to assist me carry this? The next, no, Hajat had 2. The second goes to my brother, Shaba Agaba. Actually, when he came in, I didn't know because he's old. I didn't know he was rivaling my age, but he's my younger brother. Thank you very much. You make us proud standing. It goes to Hajat. Hajat will present it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We cannot afford to pay your time according to international rates. Please keep that in a visible corner in your sitting rooms. always have our appreciations. Hajat, thank you very much. I know you want your round of applause as you descend. Thank you very much indeed. And the ladies in insurance actually should be applauding, should be ululating. She's asked me to recognize Evelyn, her deputy. Where is Evelyn? Why does Evelyn hide? Evelyn in Kalvo Mwemba should have been at the forefront. Helen Chirunda. Okay, may I request Dr. Mlema, please hand over that picture to Mr. Jonan Chisache, the CEO of the Uganda Insurance Association, for being a very good panelist. Where is Robert? The next plaque goes to my brother, IT specialist. This name confuses me. I don't want to make a mistake. Someone called Bishop Chivenjere, they call him Bishop Kilimanjaro. So I don't want to take a risk. So my brother, thank you very much for your very good contribution. And the final plaque goes to Mr. Amos Wekesa. Thank you very much for your passionate discussion. Right, may I request Hajati back to the platform for a photograph with these people? And I request that after this, we'll run down for 5 minutes, pick a cup of coffee, freshen up, come back, 40 minutes, and then we should be out for lunch at 1:30 to recover on the time that has challenged us. Dr. Mulema, thank you very much. Please remain. May I request you to step forward, the panelists, to take a photograph with these people. Mr. Amir Kiwanda, please join. Representing our association. All of us would have loved to be here, but we'll get the opportunities at various stages in today's program. All right? Okay, photo people. We have been joined by Mr. Alex Bamkama, also from the Petroleum Authority, who will also be sharing us experiences. So we have a big delegation from the oil sector. So the next session is going to be quite exciting, which I'll hand over to Mr. Sol Seremba. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Please resume your seats. I humbly request you, ladies and gentlemen, I know we have been challenged, but you can see the discussion is quite interesting. I implore you, let's move together for 10 minutes, have a health break, grab a cup of tea. If we save on the time, when we come back here, we'll have a group photo before we proceed. We want to have a photo for all of us, but we're trying to recover time. Let's use 10 minutes, grab our cup of tea. At exactly 1:20, Sol Seremba, you should be here for the next session. I thank you very much for your understanding. Sound, please.
It is estimated that in 2018, Uganda shipped $3.1 billion worth of goods around the globe. Uganda's exported goods and services represent 18.8% of total Ugandan.
For those whose questions have not been answered, please write them on a piece of paper.
As we continue to build Uganda.
For those whose questions have not been answered, write them on a piece of paper and send them to my desk here in the front. We will find a way of answering them as we progress in the day.
Of our poor application of Incoterms by the overwhelming majority of importing shippers. So how do we correct this situation and protect ourselves as we import and export? By locally insuring. Insuring locally ensures that you do not have to deal with communication barriers with foreign companies or the expenses incurred during the back and forth from claims processing. Dealing with local insurers is much more convenient, and following up on a claim when a loss occurs is much easier when trading internationally. With over 21 licensed insurance companies, the insurance industry is well regulated and is positioned to cover all of your marine cargo insurance needs. Speak to one of these companies today about your insurance needs. Uganda is on the verge of joining the oil and gas producing nations of the world. This is a venture that is rich, heavy, of high return, highly regulated, very technologically intensive, and of high risk. But we knew that. What you need to know now is that the insurance industry has increased their knowledge and understanding of this sector, studied the risks, and studied her capacity. And yes, now we know that we have the strength to cover all the high-risk projects now underway in the oil and gas sector. We are the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas Uganda. With 16 companies and counting, we will use our expertise to offer every project access to oil and gas insurance plans from the world markets. If it is a project, it is our risk. If it is your business, let us worry about it with the geological explorations, movement, and mounting of the oil rigs and heavy machinery, laying of pipelines and other infrastructure. We can cover construction, all risks, property, and liability risks. It is about Uganda and managing the risks involved.
I'd like to see you seated, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to see you seated, ladies and gentlemen. Right, we are going into the second session of panel discussions, focusing on insurance. Before we do, can I request my colleagues on the electronics to give our sponsors just a minute to remind us, those who have made it possible, as we take our seats. Thank you very much. May I request the head from QMS, please get us a Wi-Fi password for circulation. Please get a Wi-Fi password for circulation. Our next session focuses on insurance. And before I hand it over to the moderator, please take time to read through the information booklet on your table, because the profiles of all our speakers are in there. We'll save on time by not going to the details. You have a permanent record, but allow me to recognize the presence of our new, what can I call it, quasi or juxtaposed regulator, the Insurance Appeals Tribunal. They are here, led by the chairperson, Justice Rita Namachika. Is she around? Please stand up for recognition. The other members present, Mr. Stephen Okotha, our own Stephen Okosa, and Mrs. Ada Mwanga, among the many. Thank you very much, Madam Ada Mwanga. If you go through the regulations establishing this tribunal, you will note that this tribunal has judicial powers and the members thereon have status of justice. So we do respect you. We thank you very much for honoring us. We need to catch up on time because in our fourth session on government, we have added another presenter to give us an insight into the opportunities in the oil sector. So I urge you to be very efficient on time. Whatever time we have, let's spend it properly. The Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda, in partnership with Grant Thornton Uganda, invites all insurers, members of IBAU to participate in the Corporate Governance Awards 2021. For more information, contact 0782-239-754 or visit www.icgu.org. The gentleman who brought this should stand up for recognition. So they know you. He's just seated there in case I was very fast in my reading. I'd like to invite the moderator for the next session and tell him that we have purely 30 minutes because we had borrowed 20 minutes into lunch hour, now borrowed another 20. We should be out of this place 1:45, hopefully to be back shortly after lunch to do business for the remaining sessions. This gentleman coming is the principal of the Insurance Training College, Mr. Saul Seremba. His profile, his credentials, apart from his marital status and age, are in the information booklet just before you. These days when you're introducing, I do add my height. I also do add that I'm a COVID survivor, so I don't know your status. But welcome, Saul Seremba. Please discharge the next session and get our people equally excited and involved as it was in the first session. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Saul.
Thank you, Mzee Solomon. A very good afternoon, fellow participants. And I observe protocol. I am aware I am the obstacle between you and the lunch. And because of my passion for food, I'll try to do justice. Thank you. For this session, we are going to be focusing on the customer. As you are aware, our business as insurers focuses or hinges a lot on what the customer wants. And because of the times we are in, the focus on the customer has never been more important. With me, I have a great team that is going to assist me to dissect the theme, the new insurance customer, what are they looking for? And my panel is well balanced in terms of gender, age, experience, and skill set. Put your hands together for the members of the panel for this afternoon. I'll start with Mr. Zephania Dube. Zeph is the Chief Operations Officer of Prudential. The other details, you have them. Thank you so much, Uncle Zeph. We have Miss Josephine Nkasekende, who heads MIC Global Risks in Uganda. Josephine, you're most welcome. We have Mr. John K. Walugembe. Okay. John, you're most welcome. When it comes to small businesses and enterprises, He's an expert, and we thought he was a very good ingredient for the discussions of this afternoon. In order to have a complete team, we had to get someone who understands tax and insurance from the audit side. Mr. Stephen Mwanga Chikule, you're most welcome. Mr. Mwanga is the tax and insurance manager at NSSF. Of course, after having worked with several auditing firms in Uganda. Thank you so much. Of course, I will not break the protocol. Since Robert started the tradition, I'll also stand. And I'm comforted by the fact that the podium did not cover him, so I won't be covered either. Thank you. I want to start off the discussion for today with Dr. Walugembe. We've had an interesting discussion before about insurance, and you've given us very nice insights. As an expert and a leader of a big insurance fraternity, business fraternity, and also consumer of our products, what are your thoughts about our products and services?
Thank you. Start by correcting one thing. I'm not a doctor, but I'm happy in future to be called one, but at the moment I'm not yet. I represent the Federation of SMEs, the umbrella body for micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. The Federation has a membership of over 734,000 small businesses countrywide. And we believe that SMEs are the backbone to this economy. I often listen to economists speak, and I wonder if we are in the same country as them. This is a small economy. We want it to be bigger, but that is what it is. As we all know, COVID-19 had a very adverse impact on the SME sector. Very many of our businesses collapsed. You had businesses struggling with cash flow issues, supply chain disruptions. Many of them were operating below capacity, and many of them had to let their staff go. Now, insurers, and we've been having a discussion, you've been having a challenge selling insurance over time. And I thought that COVID-19 was a great opportunity for you to tell the SME sector, you see, we've been telling you about risks, now you see. But I think the sector has failed to seize this opportunity to improve awareness around insurance. The focus is very much on commercial insurers and then the large consumer segment. There's limited awareness still about insurance and what is there to offer. And I think the brokers have a role. Let me also blame you, because we already know that these insurance companies are sophisticated, but we think that you, the brokers and agents, you are our eyes and ears to enable us to understand what the offerings are and to enable us to make those important decisions. So I would say that there's a lot that brokers and agents can do to make insurance more appreciated in the MSME sector. Then finally, the insurance sector is lagging behind in terms of innovation, and I'll talk later about, because the idea here is talk about the consumer. You're lagging behind. You're still designing products of 10 or 20 years ago. You need to be more innovative. You need to be more engaged. You need to be more adaptable, because if you don't do that, you'll be completely swept out of business. I mentioned this 2 years ago, and I still mention it. there's need for more innovation around products that are more aligned towards the needs of SMEs. Do not think of them as a very small market dominated by scattered, disorganized players. It's huge. And I think those actors that are able to move with interesting and innovative microinsurance products will be able to reap the benefits. So that's what I can say for now. So.
Thank you. Thank you, John, for those very interesting facts. Josephine, I want to come to you, and I want to pick this up from where Mr. Walugembe stopped from. There's a recent report that was outed by Beasley just last year. And in this report, they reported that 48% of those surveyed said their trust in insurance had increased since the start of COVID-19. However, of these, only 54 believed that insurance was meeting their business challenges very well. Now, the report picks key issues. One of them, they said a quarter of the business leaders struggle to understand the coverage of what they need. 19 find it hard to get insurance tailored to their sector. And 44 don't think the insurers even understand their businesses. Josephine, how are the brokers assisting the clients to have a seamless experience?
Okay, thank you. So what the brokers are doing, which we weren't doing before, is trying to understand the customer before you sell them a product. What was done in the past was to sell clients tailored products, products that were already on the shelf. It's a take it or leave it, regardless of your situation. What we're moving towards is first understand your client. Who are they? What do they want? What sort of income do they have? What don't they want? We are trying to do understand your client first kind of initiative before you sell them something, rather than this is what you have, take it or leave it. So the reason in the past, people used to take up insurance, and it is a little bit sad, even for the current situation, people are now taking up more policies because they've found out during the pandemic that if you don't have a medical policy, and Zeph can correct me, you're going to go to a hospital and need oxygen and you won't get it. It's more of a, I have to get it sort of thing than I need to get it. So what we as brokers are doing is to make the customers understand what they need before this dire need arises, because getting a medical cover once COVID has hit is going to cost you twice more than if you get it before, right, the pandemic, and everything is nice and dandy. So what we're trying to focus on is to get our clients to understand the need for insurance before they actually need it, right? And also to understand their needs so that we don't sell them, yes, Uganda is a regulated market, you have a 1% rate sort of thing, but you come from a position of care and understanding, like for the SME side, they will appreciate it more if they think that you understand it than if they think that it is a sophisticated kind of arrangement, right? So for them, they need to understand that you are in their shoes, that you know what you're talking about from their point of view, not from a platform where you tell them insurance is important. But as long as you understand their problem, then you can tell their need. So what we're focusing on more is now understanding our customer before we sell them a product.
Thank you. You talk about understanding the customer. And I think I want to take this to Uncle Zeph. One thing that is coming out from the discussion so far, I think the understanding the customer is very critical for our business as insurers. And various studies have been conducted, and the key issues that have been brought to be influencing the buying decisions of clients have been one, how is the partnership like between the client and the insurer? What is the cost of insurance? It's a big influencer in buying decisions. How is the ease of understanding the cover, you know, by the clients? How fast and responsive are we when we are dealing with claims, you know? How are the policies like? How understandable are they to these people? The question is, how are we responding as insurers?
Thanks very much, Saul. I think one of the things that I've, over the years that I've been in insurance, one of the things that I've noticed is everyone says they do understand the customer. In most cases, and yet, surprisingly, we don't listen to the customer. We keep saying we understand what you want. The question is, do we do what the customer wants? Is one thing understanding or pretending to be understanding, is another thing doing what the customer wants. So if you ask me that question, for instance, where are we now? What are we doing? Are we doing enough? Then my answer from the presentations that happened today, especially Anne's presentation, the minister's presentation, and a lot of other presentation, it means we're not yet there.
Yeah.
One of the things that I would want to challenge, okay, the insurance fraternity, including the broking fraternity, is let's not rest until that customer is happy. And our customers, first of all, there are four basic things. As far as I'm concerned, there are four basic things that our customers want. One is simplicity. Number one is simplicity. If you keep our products simple, they want transparency. You have to, especially for instance, to ask the enlightened people right here who are in this particular conference today, if you ask them what is a surrender value, and you find most of us here will not be aware of what a surrender value is. And those are the things, that's the jargon we use for our clients. So is it simple? The question is no. So to go forward, to make things better, we need to move away from this jargon. We need to now move to an area where we're saying we all agree, SMEs, this is the way to go. Micro insurance is the way to go. Already conversations have started to improve on the product offerings, because one of the things is Josephine alluded to earlier on, we have been used to say a company comes here, we put in place or we bring products from developed, let's say markets, then we simply say to people here, this is the product we have, take or leave. That's not the approach anymore. And the other thing that I've noticed that we don't do much on is when it comes to the people that look after our customers. Most of the people that look after our customers, they are not well equipped in terms of skill. And that's the area that we already started. We would like to thank the Insurance Training College, because there are a lot of programs that have been put in place. We also want to thank the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, because they've insisted through regulation that we as insurers and insurance brokers, we have to adhere to certain code of ethics. We have to even come up with what we call the key feature statements, whereby before somebody takes out a policy, they have to read and understand. So this is that's the direction we should now be going towards as the insurers. And the brokers also, to challenge the brokers as well. Brokers should be financial advisors, okay? We shouldn't just sell whatever comes from the insurance companies. We must partner with brokers. We must develop products with brokers. So I'm challenging this forum today that as brokers, I think we have to have a tripartite. We have to have the broker, we have to have the insurance company, we have to have the customer. And then we come up with products that the insuring public is happy with, that the obviously automatically then the broker and the insurance company will all benefit, because we will be selling or offering a product that is actually appealing to the client. So for now, I would say that's what I would say. Yeah, that's what is lacking at the moment, and we're on the right course and in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Uncle Zeph. And Stephen, over to you. When you look at the level of innovation, I know you've done several studies in the different capacities that you've held in your workplaces. How is your assessment of the level of innovation and appreciation of the client by the insurers?
Okay, thank you. Why am I the one who gets the loaded question? But I'll answer it anyway. I'm standing here from the perspective of a portfolio manager, insurance with NSSF, and it's too bad Anna has gone. I had a point to pick with her. I was hoping that as we're assessing the inflation patterns in the country, and she's giving a reason for the inflation, I thought somewhere in that list would have our NSF midterm payments as one of the things causing inflation in this country. Unfortunately, she didn't mention it, but you are probably aware that in the last 4 weeks, we've paid out about 200 billion shillings. The question is whether the insurance and brokerage sector has been innovative enough to position itself to plow back a lot of that money into maybe endowment funds, unit trusts, and something like that. And only you can answer, but I hope it has trickled down to you. Onto the part of innovation in the sector, all I can give you is a perspective from my experience with our brokers and our insurers. Sure. And we are privileged to be served by at least 2 brokers. We have Padre Pio and Clarkson, and through them we engage many insurance companies. And I hope you'll derive the answer from what I'm about to tell you. What do we want from them? Yeah. The first thing we wanted from them is simple: claims paid on time. Claims paid on time with minimum drama. Because if we have innovative ways around that problem, then the market is receptive. I think that is one of the deepest hindrances to market penetration. But any company wants that. And once that is working well, and the brokers can help you with simple documentation, maybe simple, like they say, digital enhanced claim, things that are understandable, and you get your claim paid instantly, you as a customer are happy. Of course, there will always be exceptional circumstances, but if they communicate effectively that this has delayed because of this and this reason, then you would understand, because it's not an all the time event. And you notice that where we've had claims coming in on time, we probably maintain those relationships with insurers and brokers for perhaps over 5 years. So that is one of the critical things. The second one is of course, as a business, the SMEs, of course, the SMEs may want something different from a corporate client. So you need to differentiate the sectors. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the cost of insurance. I want to understand, why is my premium increasing? What can I do to bring it down? So it is up to the broker and the insurer to help me understand these complex terms. I mean, the loss ratios. What does this mean to me, the premium ratio? And if I have a certain loss ratio, I'd want to understand, am I a good risk? What are the benefits of being a good risk? I should see it plowing back into reductions in my premiums, of course, within the reasonable limits. When a client does not get these things taught to them and they don't understand them, it impedes your ability to make business efficient decisions and to even appreciate the value the broker is adding to you. The moment you appreciate this and you know, oh, because I have this loss ratio, I'm a good risk and I can see savings in my premiums down the road, you will be very quick to jump on board. And I'm sure that can work for you. The other thing is risk awareness. We're in a very dynamic environment. And sometimes the brokers and insurers are better placed to know what new risks I'm facing. The easiest one I can point out was COVID. No one planned for it. Then all of a sudden we're at home, you have staff falling sick. And the issue was, are the brokers and insurers innovative enough to put in a product that can cater for this? Even though they didn't anticipate it at the time, you paid for that premium, because we paid in June, this came in March. And we are glad to say on this, yes, on our part, they delivered. We managed to get treatment for our staff within the prices we had paid. And for this, I must thank the insurance authority and the brokers and the insurers who managed to pull it off. Because human capital is key for any business. We insure our assets, we insure our human capital. And when we see these innovative ideas coming out, we know you have our back and we're willing to do business. The last one, of course, is ubiquity. COVID taught us a lesson, like someone mentioned it here. All of a sudden, we're doing physical things and we're locked in our house. We can't do anything. But people are falling sick, the claims must go through. And this taught us, how do we handle this? We managed to we go through somehow, But of course, now we're putting our brokers under pressure to give us online solutions, digital solutions. And I think the market can provide this. Why I can sit and with minimum effort, I submit a claim paperless on a system, on a platform, and I'm worked on. I think we're already seeing a few steps in this area, but I hope it can be done faster. As a customer, this would make us happy because it would keep us in line with the digital age. And lastly, the other thing is we want partnerships. And I'll give you an example from an NSF perspective. Here we are in a new dimension. We have a new law. In the past, we were perhaps limited. We could only collect savings from employers who have 5 employees or more, not so. Now it's suddenly open. Even people with 1 employer are in. Then the growth statistics that Anne gave us say it all. Currently, we have about 2 million active savers in a workforce of about 10 million. It is sad that in this midterm bonanza where many people are having fun, I'm sure there are many happy people. The only problem in Uganda is when people are eating, they're very quiet. So your friend won't tell you they got the money, but there are 200 billion is a lot. There are very many other people. But the issue is only 10,000 or so Ugandans have withdrawn so far. We expect that maybe there'll be 40,000. It's a very small proportion of the workforce. Now with this new mandate, the question is how do we capitalize on the opening up in the law to provide retirement services or a retirement saving for the broader population. And in this sector, I think we are partners because we have the life insurance sector feeding into that, but we need solutions from me and your brokers. The board has been given a mandate to come up with new products that are viable, maybe for the SMEs, for the agriculture sector, and we need help from the insurance industry to work together and develop these. If we can see that kind of innovation, I am sure we shall not only increase penetration, but we shall have a happy lot of senior citizens in the next 20 years. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Just from the submission of Stephen, I just want to come back to you, Zeph, for a comment. One, we are seeing a lot of disruptions, and COVID has disrupted it even much more. From the keynote speech, we saw that the population of young people is increasing. That means we cannot think the same way we've been thinking. From the insurance sector, what are we doing differently to cap this or to get solutions to this?
Okay, thanks, Saul. What I would say is, maybe your question is, what are we going to do differently from today? Yeah, I would like to say, for instance, if you look at the current average age of Uganda, there's a young population. We have in Asia, for instance, it is more or less the same in terms of population. They have a very young population as well. So right now, as an insurance industry, we are trying to see what products, there's a lot of research going behind the scenes, in terms of products that will actually, which we want to tailor make for our young population. And what we do is when we are doing the research, we are also bringing them as well. We've started getting some, let's say, samples within our population of the young, let's say, students from uni, from Makerere. We are working with them to try and be part of that program to help us to identify their needs. So that way we believe when we now design a product, using the market that we are targeting, it becomes very easy now to come with the right product. So this is what I also want to say, we shouldn't actually, we'll try and do it through an association. We've taken the lead as Prudential, but what I'm going to do, we're going to make sure that we take it to the association, and we also, now that we've got the Brokers Association, let's partner. One of the things that where we can do a lot, you remember teamwork. Teamwork says 1 + 1 is equal to 3. It's not 2, because if you are more, you produce more. So we want to take it to the association. We want this to be a Ugandan insurance industry initiative, not from us alone. So in the next couple of weeks, we will be reaching out to the association, we'll be reaching out to the Brokers Association, and we'll try and see if we can do this together. So it's one of the things that we want to do here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dube, for the comments. I'll invite a few comments from the audience. A few comments. We shall take about 3, and then we shall close the session. Maurice, Helen, ICGU, my son. Okay, the 4th one. Those are the 4. In the interest of time.
Thanks very much, moderator. My name is Joshua Mawerere from the Institute of Corporate Governance of Uganda. And looking at what we're talking about, the new insurance customer, what are they looking for? COVID has ably disarmed a number of businesses, and therefore we cannot start to think annual insurance. We should start thinking monthly insurance. Or if it's travel insurance, can we do, if somebody's driving from Kampala to Jinja, can we insure the journey? As opposed to somebody paying insurance for the whole year. Because people's incomes have gone down, and there's a race for prioritization of expenses. Secondly, we need to start looking at some sectors that are very vulnerable. The farmers, agriculture. Can we go into that space and try to craft more products? Because most of the corporate world we're in, every Friday, our cars go to the village, meaning we have something that we can insure that side because we can afford to spend fuel to go and look at it. So we need to try to look that way. And lastly, you ably said the biggest population is young people. Can we try to work out insurance policies for the young people that they can afford? This can be daily. This can be a project somebody is working on. This could be hours of doing something that somebody can be insured. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Joshua. And that will be taken on by Josephine, right? Maurice?
Thank you, moderator. My name is Maurice Amogola. I've been an insurance broker for 25 years. I just have 2 comments. I think we have a big challenge within the insurance subsector in the way we communicate. When I was listening to my friend from the tourism industry, he mentioned that we do not have products that resonate with the tourism industry. Believe you me, they are there. I think the key here is probably we have never reached them. We have liability insurances that can take care of the tourism subsector. We have travel insurance, which is outbound and inbound, that can take care of tourists for the risks that they can face. Even for the tourists that could be being Mount Ruenzori during that particular time. And it's time bound, 7 days, 14 days, and so forth. I think we need to disseminate information much more. We need to have a lot of literature and break it down to the level whereby every Ugandan is able to know that as risk managers, we know about their risks and there is a product that can be able to cover them. And then I know as a risk manager, we sit on a continuous basis with clients and try to understand their risks and try to put together programs that can make sense to them. 10 years ago, we sat with a particular sector, which is a subsector in the banking sector, Forex bureaus. And you know the risks that face Forex bureaus. We sat with them as an association. We understood that one of the risks was they had to move money from the bank to their bureau and back to the bank as in the process of serving their customers. And part of this money, of course, then they would remit to the foreign entities because of purchase of equipment, marine cover that would be required for them. And we did this cover for almost 4 or 5 years. But we could see that as soon as a client sees that he's not suffering losses, the interest to renew went down. Yeah. And some clients, when they get paid a claim or two, then they also don't want to renew. And of course, insurers always look at this in the laws of large numbers. For it to make sense, you have to insure an association. So my friend, Mr. Alugembe, we are here as risk managers. We'll reach out to you as an association of SMEs or MSMEs. We will come to you And if we can work within the premise of large numbers, we will be able to have products that can be able to make sense to the clients within the various subsectors within that. And it just goes to say what my colleague was mentioning a few minutes ago about agency banking. Agency banking means we have over 5,000 or 10,000 agents operating in Uganda at the moment. And for it to make sense, it must be bought from a holistic basis so that there is economies of scale. It cannot make sense if every agent wants to buy cover from the market. And I think with our involvement as a risk manager and as a couple of insurers, a solution was put together. But as usual, we have the teething problems of who takes lead, who does what, and how does this make sense? And how do we make sure? Because if you look at agency banking, most of these are family-run businesses. Family-run businesses have one very, very tough risk of fraud. Sometimes even within families, there could be element of fraud. I don't see myself jailing my son or my daughter because of the element of fraud. Yet you want insurance to cover that. And an insurer will tell you, no, 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 no. First of all, prosecute so that we know you are serious about risk management. So we need to have a balance. And this balance means we need to talk together. We need to understand that risk management is the key barometer. Then thereafter, you will have a solution crafted by insurers. And we are happy on a continuous basis to engage all the clients and be able to give them solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maurice, the senior brother, for the nice comments. And I think his submission responds to one of the questions that was asked by Joshua of agriculture insurance, because actually the cover is there. But I think we need to do more as insurers for us to disseminate this information to the intended recipients. Helen.
Thank you, sir. My name is Helen Chirunda, and I'm here in the capacity of the treasurer of the Ladies in Insurance. I'm representing part of that group. I want to add on what the future doctor to be, Mr. Walgembe, and also the boss who slipped through my fingers was never my boss, Mr. Amos, but I would have loved him to be my boss. Creativity and innovativeness. Mr. Walgembe said something that hit hard. If all of us here listen, he said we are lagging behind. In the insurance world, in the financial sector, when you think about insurance, most people even forget we are actually part of the financial world. We are lagging behind because we have failed to be creative and innovative. I'll give 2 examples quickly. Stanbic Bank went ahead and removed charges for every doctor during the COVID time. All doctors during COVID, because they were now the warriors, they were the ones fighting, they removed the charges. What did we do for our doctors? These are the people who actually would be free agents. We don't pay them, we don't do anything. And they'll be telling the rest of the world that, you know what, why don't you have insurance? Why are you suffering with these bills? But did we take care of them? I'm not saying maybe someone took care of them, but I'm saying if we didn't, can we get that creative? Then recently, I have a client who heads the financial controller, but heads one of the biggest, one of the highest paying taxes. This gentleman had an accident. He's in Pencon, he had an accident. He sends me his photos and says, I had a claim. He gets on the plane and flies. He was attending something in Harvard. So I send him, I forward an email saying claim form, invoice, what do we ask for? The other police report. So for him, he sits down and sends an email back explaining the whole accident, but he did not fill the form. And then writes and makes a note and says, I did not tell the police because they stole his lights. So he didn't go out there to the police. So when he flies back, he says, how far? I said, well, you did not send a police report. I said, I already mentioned that. And you did not fill the claim form. Then he said, Helen, look at the claim form and find out what question I did answer. And he had actually answered everything in that email. My point was, I got stuck somewhere because we are following this. We copied and pasted this method. Can we change it? If someone has sent an email, can that claim be paid? if we have a challenge with trusting this gentleman, he told me, if you don't trust me and you think I made up this claim, ask those questions that concern the trust. But I've given you, we should get out of the traditional way of doing things. And lastly, please, let's follow the telecom world. It has done a great job. Not that their services are good, they're important to us, but you find telecom, when they hear the word pakalas, they use it in their advert because they want to identify with a certain group. When they hear words like process by process, they pick them up and they follow them. For us, we are seated back waiting for the elite to one day actually pick up this policy, but the elites are also asking questions. So what will happen to those who have not gone to school? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helen. Very, very interesting submission. And I believe the insurers are taking note. Okay, lastly, yes, I thought, do we have a mic there? Okay, yes, there's, okay.
Hello, thank you, moderator. Esther Nanyondo from IBAU Insurance, and I'd like to pose a question to Josephine. Yes, we've heard of digitization, technology, let's transfer from maybe let's work as remote as possible. But we have a challenge. Next to you is Mr. Walugembe, who has talked of SMEs. And currently, when you go to check on SMEs, you don't find them in offices. You have to go downtown. And when you look at our corporate picture or way that we work, you find we have to be so neat. We don't have to go down there. I feel like those furniture people are so risky. And you find that some of them are not having those smartphones. How do you plan to engage more? And the comment that I have to put across is, I think as brokers and insurers, we have a lot of work still to do when it comes to collaboration. Yes, I heard Madam Anjuko was talking of collaboration with the down people or the youth. But I think it also begins with us. If we find that us brokers and insurers, some are not participating on your panel, are you worried about it? If they come to your office and they want something and the only thing is the same cake. So other than involving them in maybe some ideas, let's work together. I've seen Prudential, I've seen a company working with MTN. Is it Britam? Can we partner together? Can we do something beyond what we have on the table? Other than, as she said, we have to be more innovative. We need to come up with new processes. If you have a challenge, maybe last time an insurer didn't pay your client, other than moving the client, can you come up with an idea that you can improve this relationship other than the client moving away? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Esther, for the submissions. I will come back to the panelists. I think one of the key issues coming up is the issue of collaboration. Very, very important. The low awareness, very, very important. Creativity and innovativeness. But we keep talking about this, but we are not giving specifics on how to go about it. Before I get to Josephine, I'll ask Mr. Dube to give us a snippet of what the insurers have done and probably where they need to go. And as you do that, you will also give us your parting shots.
Okay, thanks, Sol. Yeah, what the insurance have done? Okay, as far as the insurance practitioners are concerned, there has been some innovation. It's only that maybe it has not yet been heralded to the extent that everyone has seen it, but I'm going to speak specifically with regards to our company, what I've experienced with our company. One of the things that we have tried to do when COVID, okay, the time of COVID came, the first thing that we did to show the clients or our customers that will be with them, we actually said, okay, fine, everyone who is going to be hospitalized as a result of COVID, we're going to pay. So all of a sudden, okay, customers realized that we were not going to abandon them. And remember that COVID in the insurance world, okay, in life insurance all over the world, it was, pandemics are exclusions. But the moment that came here in this country, we said, no, in our case, we're not going to make it an exclusion. So that was an innovation. And I would even think that the reason why we have even heard that clients have actually increased, there's an increase in the uptake of insurance is because they also saw what the insurance companies did to say, we're not going to leave you alone, we're there for you all the way. That's number one. Number two is we've tried to improve in the area of automation. We can call it that because nowadays our agents have got clients don't have to fill in those hard copies in terms of proposal forms. They can now fill in forms online. We've got apps even for a life policy. You can now do it online. You can even get your policy. The only challenge is you find there are a lot of clients, even if we say we can send you your policy document online, but they are still uncomfortable. You know, everyone wants to fill a piece of paper. Yet the online policy document is even in terms of quite attractive. It's well branded, but they still. So it's a matter, I think what is lacking as far as I'm concerned is there is a gap in the communication, what the insurance companies, what the brokers are doing, and what the clients, where the clients are, there is a gap. So we need to close that gap. We need to communicate more. Even if we do something very small, let's communicate. Let our customers be aware of it. And when we promise service, let's keep that service promise. That is the area where I would like us as the insurers to improve on. But there has been a lot of innovation in the industry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Uncle Zeph. And I also congratulate you. Recently, you won an innovation award. Okay. Josephine, there's a question from Joshua about building our premiums, our cost around the activities of the client. I remember in one of the conferences that we had last year, a client told us, if I have two vehicles and you are aware I don't drive both of them at the same time, well, you know, if I'm driving this, I'm not driving the other one. You are aware I'm in COVID for 6 months, we're in a lockdown and probably the risk is low. Can we get down to that? Over to you, Josephine.
So two things, and Joshua, it's about dialogue and it's about adapting. First, we have to acknowledge that we don't know everything, right? And from Mr. John, soon to be Dr. John Walugembe's perspective, he knows his people, he knows what they want.
Sure.
And from my chair, I may just know 2%, right? So like Esther said, I am not going to go down to every SME client, but I can sit down with John and try to understand what is it that they want and how can we tailor it to make sure that whatever need they have, they get. To be very honest, Joshua, we don't have that cherry picking kind of short-term cover where I have a cover for your trip to Chenjojo or Chihihi, right? And when you come back, the cover stops. And like Murray said, it's also about the law of large numbers. How many people go to the village and how many of those people want insurance cover? Because it can't just be you. You have to give a business case to Paul and tell him that there are 20,000 people who go to the village and this is what they want. So first of all, it is about understanding. And as soon as you understand, like from John might have the numbers, what do the numbers want? Then you tailor a product. So currently we do not have a product like that in place, but we can talk about it and we can adapt to the situation at hand and we move forward.
Okay.
Number two is also about disseminating and simplifying, right? Sitting here with John, I've learned that we as insurers might be talking to ourselves. Insurance brokers know these things at the tip of their hands, but the people who are supposed to be the final consumer of the product don't know anything about it. Maurice is saying there is travel cover, there is agricultural insurance, but John, who is supposed to be the person who is supposed to buy this product, does not know about it. So I have learned something, first of all. Right. We need to go out more and talk to the people, actually the leaders of the people that we say are our clients. instead of sitting around and saying, oh, understand your client. It doesn't make sense. Then secondly, we need to simplify, because like Zeph said, surrender value is not going to mean anything to any of John's people, right? As long as we can simplify what we have, we already have what we have. Those are the low-hanging fruits. Before you even innovate, try to sell what you have to the person that understands what you have. Sure. So, John, I'm going to come to your office and talk to you nicely, right? So that you can give me a little bit of insight about the people that you want to help or that need help. What kind of help do they need? When do they need it? How do they need it? How should we cost it? So that we collaborate and find out, like Stephen was saying, he knows people who is given 500 million and they just sit at their homes quiet. I don't know that. I don't know the numbers, I don't have the stats, but he does. So Stephen and John, I'm coming. And to you, Joshua, if we can dialogue. And to the rest of my team and my association and to the insurers, if we can simplify, if you can understand our clients, so that it's not just about saying we understand it, but it's actually an action.
Thank you. Thank you, Josephine. And Dr. Tubi, from the discussions here, what are the low-hanging fruits? What are the areas of collaborations that we can have between us and the association?
Thank you. Clearly, I'm a pseudo doctor now. I sense two schools of thought. The first one says we are trying. Yeah. I think you fall in that group. Maurice falls in that group. If you are to change, you have to look at your mirror. No, you have to look at yourself in the mirror and see yourself for who you are. And then you can start to make improvements. Sure. If you are ugly, you say, how do I enhance myself to ensure that I look better? You know, so I think the insurance sector has a lot of work to do. We don't want to be like the meteorologists that they mentioned. You know, they come and they give a weather report and they'll say there'll be rainfall and thunderstorms over some parts of Kampala and Central Region. So this is a useless weather report, because if it rains in Jinja, they are right. If it rains in Kampala, they are right. So we basically need to do better. Now, the Federation is happy to work with you to develop unique products. Why don't we have a product for saloon operators? Why don't we have a product for metal fabricators? They need these things. Insurance shouldn't be a product for the sophisticated. At the same time, we have a younger population and younger SMEs who have more access to information. So you can't sell them something that won't fly. People want to know if the risk is low, why is the premium the same? Like someone has said, they are less loyal. You know, they are not going to stick with you through difficult times just because they've committed. And they are socially conscious. So it means insurance companies need to also be socially and environmentally conscious. You know, how not just giving a tap here, a toilet here. What can you do to ensure that a lot of people improves? You know, in closing, during COVID, you had a lot of our members, especially in urban areas, struggling, food, what, and things of the sort. What if insurance came up with a food product in case of difficulty, like the lockdown that we had, to ensure that if things are really difficult, we can come. So there's definitely room, and from the Federation's perspective, we're happy to talk and to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stephen, your parting shot.
Thank you. My parting shot, maybe I'll just give a disclaimer to Josephine. Yes, I've just been sold a cyber security policy. So this issue of just providing data in our language is a bit risky. I don't want to be coming to claim a policy shortly after, but the interesting ways of actually getting this information, because these are your clients. You can just walk up to a random client and say, hey, you look over 45. Can I come for a policy or something? But my parting shot is, it's always brilliant when your insurer understands your business. When your insurer sees opportunities in your business even before you see them, because that way you gain confidence and you grow together. And in the long run, it's a win-win for everyone. I think if we did that, our innovation would increase and our penetration rate would definitely be better.
Okay. Thank you so much, Stephen. It has been a wonderful discussion. Please join me to appreciate this team here for the wonderful job. Thank you so much, my colleagues, on the panel this afternoon. And thank you, the audience, for being a wonderful audience. God bless you.
It's okay. It's okay. No worries. Unfortunately,
because these people still want to be on the platform, so join them and take a picture. As we applaud them for really such a very illuminating discussion. Saul, thank you very much. You've really demonstrated the teacher in you by summarizing and guiding this discussion very well. Our password for Wi-Fi is 41721. 41721. We have a challenge to recover 1 hour in the afternoon, and we have to discuss all the sessions as we were planned, and we also need to create. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. We need to find 10 minutes for addition in the last session to have a reflection on the oil sector, and then finally close our session. Our rapporteurs are doing a very good job. They'll give us hints, a summary of the key findings and the final detailed report in about 2 weeks from now. I want to thank you very much for your attention, for your active participation. We will break for lunch. My dear ladies and gentlemen, Musa, Sulaiman, Idrisa, Halima, Rehema, we have an area, there's a mat which has been arranged for us just on the lower ground for our afternoon prayers. The rest of us, I want to request, ladies and gentlemen, we use 45 minutes, 40 to grab lunch, 5 minutes for the group photograph. We come back here and utilize the remaining time very efficiently and effectively. Chris, remember to direct our panelists. We need to have their pictures. We need to have their briefs before they go for lunch. Please get in touch with them. I request that we utilize 40 minutes for lunch, take 5 for a group photograph, come back here at exactly 3 p.m. We shall do our session, non-stop, I should say, 1 hour each. Then we should be able to close at 5 o'clock as initially planned. There is food for thought for everybody. The regulators are here. I want to caution the gentleman from NSSF. You may not be allowed on the insurance tower very soon. If you're going to start asking for discounts for improved risk in the light of a minimum premium tariff, and that is not from me, but the regulators are here. I think the question is out there. The desire is out there. I think it's long since you returned no claim discounts on the motor vehicles. Others also want profit sharing and many other such things. I liked Dr. Walugembe's surgical dissection, just like a hot knife running through cheese, but that is good food for thought. It gives us an appetite. Our password password again is 41721. Lunch is going to be served just right out here where we had the break tea. 40 minutes, we should be able to pick food from the buffet station, eat quickly, converge, 5 to 3 for a group photograph. Be back here exactly at 3. If you are contemplating to run away, cut as they say, this is what you are going to miss. You're going to miss discussions on the workforce, changes in the workforce space. You are employed, You employ people. There are challenges out there awaiting you. We have leading experts. We have people who have seen it. We have people with ready solutions on how you're going to get the best out of your staff. You can't afford to miss the findings from the Prudential Best Practice HR Survey, which will be communicated to us today. You can't afford to miss experiences from Haj Abdul Chibuka, and the others who are going to bring in practical experiences. And you can't miss the final session, which is going to be the Battle of Giants. We have the regulators here for you to shoot all their questions. Tell them all you don't like about their policies, not about them, and what you'd like to see them do, so that they actually wrap up all that has been said in the first 3 sessions, put a regulatory spin to it, so that we really close our function very well. Dr. Muhumuza will be there and his team to give us a brief. And remember, Dr. Muhumuza was the first keynote speaker in 2019 when we started. He does have the insights. You always see him on TV discussing economics, and he has come to say, Solomon, let me record it for you and give it to you. So ladies and gentlemen, it is a day for the conference. Wi-Fi is free. If you didn't have airtime, talk to me. I can give you 1,000 shillings so that you just make a call and tell your office, or to return your calls after this session. That's a light one, but I believe all of us are very well loaded. So thank you for our previous panelists. Thank all of you, our distinguished delegates and participants. I look forward to an equally participatory session in the afternoon. I want to caution you that we have made sure that the AC is very effective. There are certain pictures that are taken. We have told the press to be free, and this conference is being streamlined live. Is that the word used in IT, streamlining live? Does it have a past tense, streamlined? So there are people watching. Anybody found to be in deep thought, your picture is going straight to your employer. Your picture is going straight to your employer. And during the cocktail, we shall have a bill for you. So one of the solutions is to come back quickly. Yes, madam. Because people will be more organized before lunch, so those who have gone out will miss. That's what happens. They always tell us at those occasions that we shall have that box first and you follow. If you go before the box, they bury you. So those who went have missed. All right, Hajati, I do respect your suggestion. Friends, photographers, can you organize us here very quickly? Let's start with the group photograph. Can you organize us? All of us can fit at the different levels, the front and also the platform. Let's have the group photograph. Those who will be in deep thought, you are in trouble. Can I have the ladies please move quickly? We have decided to start with the group photograph. I will remain here. Please step forward, those who are still around. If you want to be, yes.
It is estimated that in 2018, Uganda shipped $3.1 billion worth of goods around the globe. Uganda's exported goods and services represent 18.8% of total Ugandan economic output or gross domestic product. As we continue to build Uganda through international trade.
I call this session to order. May I request all of you to resume your seats? May I request all of you to resume your seats? Speke Resort Technical Committee, can we increase the AC? I expected that, so I know you are alert. That should not be an excuse for deep thinking, but we shall adjust the AC. And we shall have the coffee station ready. Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from lunch. The morning was quite illuminative. This session is deliberately intended, the afternoon is deliberately intended to be incisive because we are focusing into key areas in terms of policy interventions and also looking at human resource development. So it promises to be very exciting, and I believe all of us will remain awake. Remember, the cameras are on and we are live. We have about 400 participants who have linked in virtually. So make sure you don't become the story. It's interesting to see the number of policy makers who are here in terms of regulators, people who do influence policy. And for those of you who did not use the lunch hour for interaction, I have met many new friends. And there's a gentleman whose name I've always admired. I'd never put the name to the face, but I met him. And I'm sure that he will have valuable input in the last session. Mr. Lino Cyril Ishila, Chairperson, Uganda National Committee on Non-Tariff Barriers. We are looking at government readiness. We are looking at the position of the Ministry of Trade. He also doubles as the National Trade Chairman of the National Trade Facilitation Committee. So those who are asking how government can facilitate, I believe their moderator and discussant in the last session will maximize this and many other. I see vast skill across the board, but let's first deal with the human resource. For all that we have said, all our wishes cannot come true unless we have the human resource factor right. But not that we should forget or to avoid forgetting. We will take again a quick flash, a look at our sponsors who have made this possible. Legacy. Can we have an abridged sponsors moment, Legacy? As I prepare to invite the moderator for the next session. After such a sumptuous meal, let's put our hands together for those who made it possible. My teacher, you're the only person who fits to say ofumbye nnyo nnyabo because these others cannot cook for me. At least ye mukadde yekka asobola okunfumbira. Let's put our hands together, nnyabo ofumbye nnyo. Our compliments to Speke Resort catering team that has put together this meal. Indeed, our sponsors who made it possible. And I hope I have all your attention. I'd like to invite our moderator for this afternoon, Ms. Deborah Maitum, the Director of People and Culture at World Vision. Her detailed profile is in the booklet. You'll read it at your leisure. But I want to assure you, she's an authority to bring out the best from our panelists this afternoon. Madam Deborah Maitum, please have some pieces of paper. Anybody that you see in deep thought, please send him a warning sheet. And when the cameras see you sending a warning sheet, that person will be projected for the whole world to see how intense it is at this conference and how very active he is. Our hands together for Madam Deborah Maitum. I wish you a pleasant session. Thank you.
Thank you, my leader. I respect you in the field and in the business of insurance, and I know that you do a good job. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I loud? I come from Soroti and I love being loud, but I need you to be awake. I know you have been fed, you are healthy, but I need you to be awake. In HR, if people are not awake, then you're not engaged. So are we together? Can you see me? Am I okay? Irene, nice seeing you. My name is Deborah Maitum. I work as the People and Culture Director for World Vision Uganda. In World Vision, we no longer say human resource because it's about people and it's about culture, isn't it? So it's people and culture. You know what World Vision does. We serve communities and we support children. We are in Kisoro, Lamo, and everywhere where there's a refugee. So I would like us to start this discussion, which is a very interesting discussion, and it's about transformation. I would like to invite my panelists, Mr. Abdul Chibuka, who is the director, True North. My next panelist is Mr. Pepe Minambo. I had him speak some language with Mr. Rubondo. I didn't understand what they were speaking. He's a director and a motivational speaker. My next panelist is Mr. Douglas Opio, who is the ED of Federation of Uganda Employers. Douglas, you're welcome. And there is a gentleman from Pricewaterhouse. His name is Clive Mayombwe. Where's Clive? You can see the auditors. So this is my panel, and we are going to discuss the topic about transformation. They are all experts in HR. They all have experience. They've all been through COVID, and I would like to ask them a few questions. And I would like to ask, to start asking Mr. Douglas. Douglas, what is the situation in light of COVID now? Just 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah. Just to put it in a little context, what we are speaking about, the World Employment Report, the outlook was released actually just in January. The projection is that around 207 million will be unemployed by the end of the year. That's the projection. This is a 21 million difference with the situation in 2019. So what that means is that although there is recovery, but the situation will not be as good as we would expect it. So in our case, of course, the economy has been fully opened up, but the employers and the world of work is still in a state that I would describe as VUCA. We are still in a world, first of all, that is very volatile. The rate of change is still going to be that way, quite high. In 2019, the ILO conference was held under the theme, the future of work. ILO was celebrating the 100 years of existence. And we were speaking about how the gig economy would take up in the coming years. We were talking about virtual remote work and all these things. But first, just to 2020, we are in that future. So basically, we are already in the future of work. And I think a lot of the things that COVID has brought are here to stay with us. It's not about to go. So we are in a VUCA world, a world which is very volatile. The rate of change is still fast as far as employment is concerned. Secondly, uncertainty. So we are still in a place of uncertainty. We are not clear even about the present.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last two are about complexity and ambiguity. So we in a VUCA world, so to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In insurance, we speak about risk. It is about hedging the risk to making sure that us, your clients, us, the people are at peace, isn't it? So you want to know about risk. Mr. Abdul, how do you think we should address the risks with all these things of people working at home? How are the advantages to manage the risks when people are working from home?
Thank you very much. Deborah, I'm very happy to speak at this conference. My first time to speak before insurers. Your question is about risk, but it's a broad question because when we think about, but I'll contextualize it into employment risk that is related to people working from home. Now, one thing that is certain is that the employment landscape has changed post-COVID. And I keep telling people that we tend to blame COVID for so many things that started a long time ago, but COVID just gave them momentum. The issue of remote working really started with the invention of the personal computer. It was accelerated and realized when COVID came. That's when many people started working from home. Now, part of the challenge also is that most people look at it as a problem, as opposed to it being a real big opportunity. So you'll forgive me, Deborah, you asked about risk, but I don't want to talk about risk without talking about opportunity. I want to encourage employers here to harness the risk that has been occasioned by remote working, to harness the opportunity that remote working presents. And then we can talk about the risks it comes with, which will provide a business opportunity for the people here. So the first opportunity really is we have an opportunity to employ so many more people than we employed before. We have an opportunity to employ so many more people than we employed before to do the same piece of work. The employment landscape in Uganda is going to change from our 8 to 5 permanent job where you have someone with a seat in the office to 3 people doing the same job and doing it for a couple of hours and doing other gigs. Douglas here touched a bit about gig working. Then the real question is, when we're talking about the post-COVID economy and employment and the risks it brings, we have to contextualize it into what will employment look like. So if employment is going to look like 3 people doing the job that was being done by 1 person, all of them working from home without reporting to office, what are the risks? Some of them are the common risks that we have always known around either professional, risks to professional delivery of work, which you folks should ensure. It also includes risks that are known, like accidents at home. I think there's a very interesting case in the UK where someone got injured working from home, and they sued the company to compensate them because they said this was in the context of work. I don't know how insurers are going to quantify that and verify that the accident that happened in the house in the kitchen when somebody was picking their coffee during a work break, which is not supervised, is the same risk they would have insured of what we call normal workman's compensation. So all these things are reshaping, but the first thing we need to do collectively at a policy level and at an organizational level is to redefine that work and formalize it. Where I work in my company, I actually have 3 now people doing the same job that was being done by 1 person. The difference is I don't pay for office because they're working from home. There are also questions about how we are going to compensate for some of the things that people lose from not coming to office. So I don't want to abuse the rules. You said 2 minutes, which is too short, but I want to start by calling upon employers here to redefine work and formalize that redefinition. Change your policy internally, see what you are going to allow and what you're not going to allow, and see how you manage the other risks we've not talked about of working from home, because one of the biggest risks is around productivity. And that can be managed in ways that we know. And part of it is multiplying the number and paying less to every individual. So you actually go back to the same scenario that you had of 1 person seated at office while you are looking at them, and several other ways, but I don't want to steal the thunder from other people. Probably will come back to me.
Yes, Abdul does that even in the oil and everything. He steals the thunder. Before we listen to how to reset how to make sure that we are ready for the future, how to make sure that when another pandemic comes, we can work from there. Ladies and gentlemen, insurance is relational. You want to go to Aeon and walk in and see Maurice. You want to have tea with Mr. Kavuma. You want to have lunch with my good coach here. All that is insurance, it's relational. But before we could listen to that, there was a survey that was done by Pricewaterhouse. And I would like to ask the gentleman to summarize for us what came in and what were the glaring issues.
Thank you very much, Deborah. Yeah, so that survey was actually commissioned by Prudential Assurance. It's a Prudential Assurance best practices human resource survey. And I'm happy to note that Mr. Jubilee is here with us. I don't know if he still is from Prudential. So there were a couple of themes that we covered as part of this survey. It was in the last quarter of 2021, so it's still fresh because we only published it a couple of months ago. So there are 12 themes in total, including leadership, alignment, organizational performance, and confidence, culture, diversity and inclusion, reward and recognition, to mention but a few. And largely, I don't know if it was largely because it was post-COVID, the worst was behind us, but there were very many favorable scores. You have very high levels of engagement amongst the 530 organizations we surveyed with 1,500 respondents. Largely, the respondents felt that the communication was transparent, that leadership was aligned in terms of vision. There's a lot of work that was done around the response to the pandemic, and that diversity and inclusion is something that is front and center of many conversations, but also some causes for concern, notably reward and recognition. So many of our respondents believe they are underpaid. It probably shouldn't surprise us. I think, Deborah, you want to get paid more.
Yes.
I also want to get more money. But again, it could also be on the back of maybe several people freezing pay increments or bonuses during the pandemic. So there's a clear outcry in terms of people understanding the linkage between their compensation and their performance, and also really appreciating that perhaps that resource envelope is not infinite, especially coming off the back of the pandemic. The other crucial or critical finding was around well-being. As Abdullah said, the real advantages to remote working, but there's also what people call the always-on culture. And what we noticed is that as we return to probably working from the office, there's perhaps some anxiety. People probably have not yet recovered fully from the effects of the pandemic. And whereas we'll not go back to the way things were, there's recognition that we need to pay more attention. Because whilst we might be clamoring for returning to the figures I had this morning of 6.5% growth, 7% growth, in the short term, it might be feasible, but you might be forfeiting sustainable growth by burning out as employees. So those are the critical ones I want to just bring to the attention of the audience, that largely things are okay, but those particular ones really stuck out in terms of areas that employers need to work on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, during the COVID, it was you either adapt, accelerate, or you respond. You had to do all of them, not in a sequential way, but you had to adapt, especially us who are doing work, which means that you have to get into going to see people. Minambo, Pepe, how do we reset this culture to make sure that we get ready for the future, so that we know that when the future comes, when anything else comes, we can respond, we can adapt and accelerate. And as you speak, I will ask Douglas to tell us a bit about mental health. And it is one of the highest things that we are pondering now in our workplaces. There's a lot of mental health and want to talk about it. Douglas, you'll talk about that. But how do we reset? How do we go ahead with this disruption?
Thank you very much, Debbie. I think COVID disrupted really the way work is done, not just the way work is done, but the way people do work. I was having a conversation with a CEO of an organization, whereby after the economy reopened in January and people came back to work, they had their strategic objectives for Q1, and Q1 is done. They've not been able to hit targets because they came back to work with the same playbook that they used before the pandemic. And they tried every trick in the book that used to work before 2020. And this time around is not really working. So, and they're wondering what's not really happening. I think it's about understanding the trends and the future of work. There is a research by the World Economic Forum, and they say the future of work is about 5 things. So COVID took us to the future. And the first thing about the future of work is globalization. The world has become a small village. So in Kampala, the way you want to motivate me, the way you want to manage me as an employee, COVID has given me so much exposure that you have to treat me as a global citizen. I'm not just a Ugandan. I'm not just a local, because my perspective has been widened. The second thing about the future of work is mobility. Mobility is a fact that people, work is no longer something you went to, work is something that you do. You have companies like Virgin Atlantic, where Richard Branson is able to give people 6 months leave in a year. He said, I can give you leave for 6 months, wherever you are, wherever you go, but all what I know, meet my KPI. So you have to understand that it's no longer about systems, the way people came to work, is about mobility. Number 3, about the future of work is about demographics and millennials. The millennials are making a large percentage of the workforce. They have their own perspective about work. They have their own, rules of game about work. So if you miss to understand millennials and demographics, you miss the future of work. Number 4 is about new behaviors. Look at social media. Look at how we live our lives today. We live our lives in public. So as a leader of a business, you have to understand that behaviors of people have shifted. Behavior of people have changed. And then number 3 is about technology. I think to get the best out of people, you must understand the future of work and the latest trends, which I say, number 1, globalization. Number 2, mobility. Number 3, demographics and millennials. And number 4, new behavior. And number 5, technology. If you can master those, I think you are still in the game.
Thank you, Pepe. Technology comes with a lot of challenges. The pandemic came with so many challenges. And so there's a lot of disruption in terms of mental health. We've seen stories, and we've been supported by companies like Aon, who have done so well in making sure they support us with support us with mental health. Douglas, what is mental health, the future, and the transformation?
Thank you so much. I think mental health is one of those things that maybe I would put in the same bracket with technology. The level of attention that we have had towards remote work is almost close to the same that we have had to mental health. Locally, I do not have the numbers, but a study done in the UK was putting absenteeism linked to stress and mental health related issues at 37%. So it's quite high. And at a global level, we're experiencing what we are calling the great resignation. People resigning from work and moving on to new things. It's a trend which we had not seen. It's happening already a lot in the developed economies, and I think it will come here. So employers need to pay special attention on the issue of mental health. And I'm glad to note that even within the insurance brokers, there are some of you who are already taking this issue of mental health quite seriously. Minet, for instance, we have been engaging with them a lot on issues of mental health. So I just want to employ employers, and I think Cliff spoke about it as well. the burnout, a lot of problems. Death has, for instance, become commonplace. Before it was almost unthinkable for people to die, but it's not much of news anymore, but that has a bearing on the way we approach our lives and on the way we approach work. So just to encourage all employers here to try and pay special attention to mental health. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Abdul, you're a recruiter. You look for resources for us to, in human capital. What skills and capabilities will take us forward? What do you think is going to look like in the next 3 years?
Okay, I'm going to respond at 2 levels. I think there are skills and capabilities that are required both at an individual level and an organizational level, especially if organizations are to harness the opportunity that is being presented by a post-COVID world. I've taken a deliberate view to look at the opportunity side of a post-COVID world. But before I go into what then are the skills, it's important to just quickly touch, and I think Pepe has touched on what that world is likely to look like in terms of the key trends. But if you pick, for example, one of the immediate consequences of COVID was the resizing and reshaping of organizations, almost across the board. So it means that 2 things: organizations have also to reskill and become a lot more agile in terms of how they set up work and how they set up their policies and how they train people. Because if they don't set up in such a way that they can quickly respond to changes, then the organization themselves will fail. Now, it doesn't matter how much you skill an individual. If they're in the wrong organizational setting, they're going to fail. So before I say, look, one of the skills that will be required at an individual level is agility at an individual level, meaning that you have to be adaptable, you have to be resilient, you have to be able to change and do things that you've not done before because the opportunities that are being brought are new. The organization itself has to be in the same mindset of agility. What would agility at an organizational level mean? Recently, I've been involved in the restructure of a bank. And one of the things that we did was that at the shop floor, at the branch level, we're going to have one job. In a typical bank, and sorry if I take a little bit long, but I want to drive this home. In a typical bank, in a branch, you'd find someone they call a teller, you find someone they call a sort of customer service person at a desk. Then you find someone they call in the back office. There's a back office operations, and there'll be like 3 or 4 people doing back office operations. And then you'd have a head teller and a branch operations manager and a branch manager. Now, what happened during COVID? Because people could not work from the branch, or the branch had to resize to a minimum number, everybody quickly learned the skills that other people are supposed to do. The only thing they require is to actually have a level of control because they're banks. So you need a maker and a checker. So in the new bank structure that we've designed, there's one job and a supervisor. It means that you have to learn to be a teller, you have to learn to be a customer service agent, you have to learn to do back office posting, and you have to learn to do some of the clerical work that is done at the back office. It is an absolute opportunity for a young banker because in 1 year or 2 years, you've learned 4 skill sets instead of what? 1. So it means that the organization itself has to be agile in that sense, to be adaptable and create space for people to learn many things. It means that for the HR manager running that bank or insurance company, you are going to now, you are going to stop looking at for one fixed what? Skill set. It means that at the policy level, banks have a rule, I think it has been around for 20 years. If you didn't get a credit in math or English, you are not hired. That is going to become instantly useless because you are going to do, maybe one of the things that will be most required is your ability to serve a customer and interface with them. So why then do you need a policy around a credit in math? So many things have to be rethought in many organizations. But back to your questions, at an individual level, the most critical skill will be agility and adaptability. The problem with technology is that it's an ever-moving feast. And the world, I think all the speakers earlier today said, all organizations are going to become technology companies in their respective domains. So it means that you need people who can adapt to the technologies and ways of working as things evolve. The second one is around resilience. Douglas is touching mental health, but mental health is about resilience at an individual level. The third skill that is going to be required is around human interaction broadly. A lot of emphasis in the preceding period has been around technical knowledge and skills. The human skills to interact and manage stakeholders and look for information and shout when you are stressed is what has been missing the preceding period. Having said that, a post-COVID world also provides opportunities for managing things like stress, because it is going to give a lot of flexibility to people in terms of how they work and when they work, and even how their outcomes are measured. When you get away from your outcomes, your work being measured from your physical presence, it gives you a lot of freedom. It gives you, it's very liberating, but the skills you require to be able to do that, it means that people are going to look for people who are self-motivated. So if I'm interviewing or assessing a person to hire into my organization, I need to find a way of measuring or assessing self-motivation as opposed to prior achievement that you've come with. Because I know you're going to be working alone at home in a space where I don't monitor you, but I just have to wait until you give me results. The final point I want to make, again, at an organizational level, what will be required? We are going to have to relook at the entire employment policy at an organizational level and a national level. Because the landscape is changing, we can't change individuals and organizations when the national policy is still looking the other way around. I'll give you an example. In Uganda currently, the law requires you to work a maximum of 10 working hours. A typical employment contract is 8 to 5. But how does 8 to 5 work for someone who is at home, working from home? They work 2 hours, then they pick their kid from school, and then they come back and give you a great result. You know, how do you then say that work is 8 to what? 8 to 5. So the national laws have to be changed. If there's anyone who works at a policy level in the country, because you can't talk about agility when you're talking just about individuals, when the entire framework is not set up the right way. I foresee in the next 3 years, a big growth in part-time working. I see a big growth in part-time working, almost the same way it is in Europe, which will be extremely liberating for people who have multiple skill sets. What has been criminal today, I think they call it moonlighting. If you are working for True North, but you have a part-time job supporting another company or individual, it is criminal, isn't it? It is going to become formal. In fact, for me, where I work in my company, I'm asking people, do you have someone else you can support as a client? So that I pay half of your what? Of your salary. It is liberating. Yeah. Oh, you tell me if you have a gig that you have to do, I will support you, right? Provided that I claw back some of the money I'm going to spend on you, but they're going to learn something from there. Secondly, it is also going to liberate people from being tied to places where they can't contribute the full 8 hours. They cheat. They rather spend that time somewhere else. But again, our internal policy, our national policy have to change very, very quickly to harness the opportunities that are going to be presented. I'll give one final example of what is happening and where our national policy lags behind. In the oil industry, for example, which is now a new thing, people go to the field for 4 weeks. So 28 days without coming back. If you take a strict interpretation of the law, it would be illegal, isn't it? But you can't reset it because in terms of working hours, you can't work more than, is it 60 working hours a week? Now, if I'm away for 28 days, and I work from 8 to 5 or 8 to 6, I'm going to exceed the minimum period. So we need to rethink the changing landscape in all aspects of employment and make sure that our employment policies are very flexible. This is a message to you, Douglas, who chairs the Federation of Uganda Employers. But organizations here have to begin to push. For people who insure within the context of a law that is disconnected to the reality, you also have to rethink what you need to do to make sure that your insurance policies remain what? They remain relevant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have questions that you want to ask, but I just have 2-3 questions to ask. Now you have talked that we can work from home, we can deliver in 2 hours. Pepe, how do we keep staff engaged? I'm sure, Paul, you want to know about it. Irene, you want to know about it. Because how do you keep them engaged to know that they are still on the lane? You said we are picking children from home, but how do we help staff to keep engaged?
Thank you, Debbie. To keep staff engaged, you have to be intentional. You have to be intentional as a business. So you have to create an environment that enables engagement. So you have to define your culture. Culture is how things are done. You know, there are 2 things that basically drives business performance. You have the what and the how. The what is your strategy, the how is your culture. An expert will tell you your what only account for 20% of your performance, but your how is 80%. So you have to be intentional about your how. Most companies are clear. They have clear, well-defined what's, the KPIs, the objectives, but they have nothing well-defined about the how, the engagement, the employee relations, and the soft things. And I'll tell you, the soft things are the real hard things in business. The soft things are the hard things in business. But there is a case study, Debbie, about Afri-Exim Bank, which is an arm of the Africa Development Bank. They're based in Cairo. I think they also have a subsidiary here in Uganda. If you go to the Harvard Business School, the MBA part, there is a case study. This bank in 2015 was a $10 billion US dollar worth of a bank. By 2020, 5 years later, they became a 20 billion US dollar kind of a balance sheet. And a study has been done just to figure out how can a bank shift between 2015 to 2030, 2020 to a tune of 10 billion. And you'll be surprised. The things that made the bank grow for 10 billion in 5 years are the soft things, not the hard ones. In fact, they had a strategy, 200 pages, that nobody understood. There was a total disengagement. They brought that strategy to 1 page that everybody understood and everybody could talk about it. And then they had like 5 floors in Cairo. Each floor was like a bank of its own. They created engagement in such a way that they had unity of purpose. So I say, you have to be intentional by defining your organizational culture, by making clear the do's and the don'ts, and by enabling employees to engage. Maybe, Debbie, let me just give this research by Duke University and Columbia University. The research is as latest as November 2021. Duke University and Columbia University interview about 1,900 CEOs and CFOs in all the 5 continents, Africa, America, Europe, Asia, Australia. They used 50 MBA students to do the research. And they were looking for the real key drivers of business value. What really drives business value? Is it just the hard things, or there are also an element of the soft? You'll be surprised. 1,900 CEOs globally in 5 continents, they came up with about 7 factors that drive real business values. Number 1, corporate culture. Number 2, strategic plan. Number 3, operating plan. Number 4, CEO. Number 5, production process. Number 6, marketing. And number 7, finance function. So corporate culture comes as number 1. That is a soft issue. What is corporate culture? I will tell you, culture is about the engagement. Culture is about communication. Culture is about inclusion, diversity, equity. Culture is about reward and recognition. Culture is about people being at the center of strategy. And all these are soft things. I could go on and on giving you scenarios. We did consultancy for a bank for about 2 years. And this bank was able to double their profitability from about $5 million to $10 million in 2 years. Now, as consultants, when you are exiting, you have to do an exit interview to find out, okay, what happened in these 2 years? In our exit interview, people say only 4 things made a difference, and you'll be surprised. Number 1, engagement. They say the engagement quality went so high. There was no longer head office and branches. The entity became one. Number 2, they say communication. They say we sat at the forefront of the bus. We knew what was happening, when it was happening, how it was happening, by who it was happening, and if it won't happen, we'll know why it's not happening. And number 3, they say reward and recognition. We felt appreciated. You know, the bank started appreciating people and rewarding them. And a bit of salary adjustment, the soft things. Disengagement sometimes comes because people feel they're not treated well. Disengagement comes because people feel they're being manipulated. In fact, someone was telling me this week, he said, look here, I work for 2 brands and I'm paid for 1 brand. I'm in a group of companies. So what do you expect from me? And the last thing these people say, the customer became at the center of the conversation. Because the employee was engaged internally, the employee was able to engage the customer externally. So my message is the soft things are the real hard things in business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The soft things. Jonan, the smile that you give me, the soft things, they really work. Clive, how does sustainability look like in the next 3 years?
Thank you very much, Deborah. That's a difficult question, yeah? And first of all, I want to appreciate my panelists, I think, particularly in the occasion. $10 billion to $20 billion. So sustainability is about making sure there's engagement. That engagement index has got to be favorable at all times. And it's, of course, appreciating what's important to people. I mentioned earlier, reward and recognition is key now. People have to relook at their employee value propositions right now. If you're going to have sustained outcomes, well-being, mental health, can't say enough about the importance of mental health these days. And I think it's more important to younger people than it was to the older ones. I suspect older people had issues as well. Mental health issues are probably not diagnosed as much as they are these days. And of course, the level of exposure also means that we are aware that what afflicts us is probably mental health issues as opposed to maybe witchcraft, as the case was in the past. So I think for me, for sustainable outcomes or sustainability, focus on engagement. And part of that is looking at the culture and looking at competitive reward, and of course, focusing on well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Douglas, transformation is not easy. It's not immediate. It's not waking up tomorrow and doing it. How do we help these good, productive, engaged CEOs here to go forward?
Thank you. First, thank you to my colleagues as well, because I think a lot of things have been articulated. But I want to speak first on the CEO looking at potential and then developing that potential. And I want to put it using 4 different blocks of how you can assess potential of your employees, and hopefully grow the people who will support your business to grow, to go forward. The first is the issue of competences, the skills, the ability to be able to do the job. Abdul said very many nice things. Now, for instance, for the bank now, defining that one individual maybe now needs 4 different skill sets to be able to deliver. So that's the first. The second are the experiences. So basically exposing people to work that will allow them to be the people you want in the future. So the experiences that they can gain that will help them to perform in the future. Fourth, understanding the traits. What are their natural inclination? How do they see themselves? Because that then comes through in the way they approach their own work. And then lastly, the drivers. Pepe spoke already about that, the issue of reward and recognition, the issue of what are actually their interests, what would move them forward. Secondly, the continuity plan. How are you going to move your business forward in light of what is happening at the moment? What can you do better? Thirdly, is learning from the best. We are part of the survey done by PwC, the Prudential survey, and I thought a lot of good practices, a lot of good experiences came out. You can learn from your peers. At the Federation, at the moment, we are also doing the survey, running the Employer of the Year award. What can you learn from your colleagues? How can you improve your business? So sharing experiences with your peers is extremely important. And technology, I can't say any more about it. We have all understood how technology is integral to our business. It's almost impossible now to speak about business without technology. The two are basically one and the same thing. And finally, for me, which is very important, is to constantly, Abdul spoke about this, redefine roles. Because for me, that's the essential part, that you cannot afford to maintain work the same way. You have to be constantly redefining it so that people have then the capacity to deliver the way you want. So that's my message to the CEO. Abdullah has already given me my own assignment. We are happy to do that, to engage at the policy level, to ensure that whatever is being done at the national level aligns with your interests and the need to be flexible. I'll give you a very basic example. For instance, our law did not understand unpaid leave. It was actually non-existent in our law. The law did not envisage that an employee could go on unpaid leave. So we had to sit down with the ministry to craft a policy to allow that to happen. But within the Employment Act, there is no provision like that. You can't talk about unpaid leave. It doesn't exist as far as the law is concerned. So we are happy to engage to support that side of things.
I'm sure there are questions that you want to ask this panel. Please ask your questions. Do you have a question to ask, Ruth? Because I know you're a leader. Irene, I know you can ask a question. Anybody with a question to ask this panel? And as somebody comes to ask a question, Maurice, what have you learned about transformation and the future? He was drinking water. I didn't want to send him the note that Mr. Ruvondo had said, because he's my leader. So I said, hi, let me just ask my question. Yes. Yes, please.
Madam, before I answer about transformation, I actually wanted to pose a question. And I think that's one very critical in our business today. I think there was a very big mention about reward and recognition. And this seems to be an issue across the board. How do you go about as an institution and in this very competitive environment where all of us are revenue driven to ensure that your workforce can see value in what they get from the work they do? The balancing, the ability to do the work, the load that they carry in terms of the work, and then thereafter the recognition, because most employers, they will set up their salaries based on revenue and based on the grading that they will put in an organization. But more often than not, that question will keep on coming, that people don't feel like they are getting enough reward or getting enough recognition. Yet there is a capping based on revenue. But transformation is here with us. Transformation is something we cannot go away from. We have already been informed what we need to do to transform. One of the key areas, of course, in insurance is that we need to go through a paradigm shift. We need to put our customer at the center of our operations. But before we do that, then we must have a very engaged workforce based on all the parameters that the eminent gentlemen have enumerated on the platform there. And I think if we can put this as part of our DNA as the leaders, then we will be able to get to the next phase of the business. And of course, transformation for insurance has a big element of digitization. Our work has to go do a lot of digitization. I've just heard my colleague mentioning that there will be some element of job shrinkage, where you used to have 4 employees, you might have to have 1, but at the element, that 1 employee has to be able to do 4 different types of jobs that he used to do in the past. So all these are changes that we need to learn to be able to deliver in the next business environment. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question was addressed to somebody. There is a hand there, but before you come, I'll just ask Paul, Mr. Paul Kavuma, to prepare to answer, to tell us his journey where he is now in the spirit of transformation and what is happening. But after you, Paul will tell us.
Thank you very much. My name is Mark. Sorry, I thought you meant me. We have a lot of HR experts. There's something I wanted to ask about. When you deal with staff or staff members, you always come across a young man, a young woman. He's very good at talking. He knows a lot of things. And in the process, you might even hire him. But many times, his skill sets don't match his words. He'll talk a lot, he'll be able to convince you. I've never known how to look through this nice talking person and the skills. I want to be advised by the HR human resource experts. Thank you very much.
Abdul, I think you'll handle that question. Yes, Paul, I'm waiting. Yes, Irene, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. This has been very interesting. Mine is to Pepe. He talked about the key drivers to business value. And there was a mention about the CEO. Can you throw more light on what the CEO should learn and unlearn and relearn in this new era? Thank you.
Okay, Clive, you're doing the rewards question. You're going to tell us how to match the skills and the talking. And then Pepe is going to talk about the CEO. There's another question. We can take 4.
Thank you. My name is Leno Krielichila. I'm from the logistics industry. We're talking about transformation. Transformation is really a very good thing. And you see how it is cutting jobs, whereby we are reducing the costs of doing business. But that's one side of the coin. I would love if the partner would give some advice, even on the level of policy. These people who are laying off because of transformation, what happens to them? Because they may become a risk to the country. Where do these people go? They need to be employed, they need to earn, and they need a way of living. Thank you.
Douglas, you will deal with the risk realignment. Let's call it realignment. These people that they're taking out of the jobs, where do they go? Mr. Rubonda, I have a question for you, but let's handle those four before I come. But Mr. Kavuma, you've not answered my question, and I feel very disenchanted if you don't answer I'm in charge for now, so you answer my question. Mr. Rubonda, am I in charge? Okay, thank you.
The statement I'm going to make is very controversial and you're responsible. I think transformation for me started 24 years ago. From law school, my parting shot from the lecturer was go and extort money from the unsuspecting public. And I didn't. The biggest mistake I made thereafter was to work into an insurance company and ask for a job. Because I've been fixing people's problems for the last 24 years. I've not fixed my own problems. But I don't regret. Insurance has been good to me. So the transformation has been basically professionalism, work ethic, and making sure that I make my soft skills and strengths pronounced and work on my weaknesses. Okay. I hope I've done justice.
Yeah.
And no pun intended to my fellow lawyers.
Thank you very much, Paul. We are going to hear this gentleman each tackle the question. As you tackle your questions, Mr. Rubondo, what are the future challenges that you want to be helped by this team? Think about it as they tackle the questions. Yes, Auntie Christine.
I am Jane Mulema,
Jane.
the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Mine is, all these things have been very interesting, but how do you practically implement them? Because they require learning, unlearning, evaluating the staff that you have to know who can do multitasking so that you can retain those and know who you lay off and so on. And all that is happening within policies, existing policies that have not yet been updated to include the new normal. You employed this person on an 8 to 5 working, whatever you call it. Now things have changed. So can you be a bit more, give us more information on actual practical implementation of all these things, nice things that you are talking about? How do we use them to implement? What time lag are we talking about? The time factor. How long will it take me in my organization to apply all that knowledge that you are giving me, from policy to evaluation to the CEO? In fact, first the CEO is in the old, culture. They've also got to learn and unlearn before they can implement all these things. That sounds so good, but practically, how long are we talking about before they can be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jane. That is what we call disruption, and I'll give that to Pepe.
Thank you, Debbie. Let me pick on the CEOs. There are two questions about CEOs. There's an organization called ProSci. ProSci is professional science, is the leading change management, one of the leading change management consulting in the world. They did a research for about 21 years with over 800 organizations in more than 58 countries to find out why some change management initiative fail, why some culture transformation initiative fail. And they came up with only 2 reasons. Number one, lack of a structured approach. When you are doing change and it is not structured as a project, it's a one-off thing, it doesn't stick. You have to take a project management approach for change to be meaningful. But number 2 was lack of active and visible sponsorship from the executive. Let me tell you, no change can happen in any organization if the executive, the CEO, is not active, is not vocal, and is not visible. It is said, when change is happening in any organization, people want just to hear the message of change from 2 people. They want to hear the message of change from the head of the organization, and they want to hear the message of change from their immediate supervisor. not from HR. If the CEO is not talking change and not talking transformation, let me tell you, you can print T-shirts, you can give people wristbands, you can put danglers, you can change the painting in the office, nothing will happen. And if my immediate supervisor does not put me in order and talk about change, it doesn't matter what is happening. So the CEO plays a big role when it comes to change and transformation. If I will say it's a monkey see, monkey do, you know, the buck stops there. Unless you are the face of change, the voice of change, and you are active about change, it won't happen. In change management framework, there are different plans. There is what we call the sponsor roadmap. Then you have the coaching plan. You have the reward and recognition plan. You have the resistance management plan. You have the monitoring and evaluation. But the most important plan in the entire framework is the sponsor's roadmap. What the sponsor does, when it does it, who it does it with, and how often it does it. So you cannot overemphasize the role of the CEO. If the CEO is not talking about it, is not living it, is not insisting on it, forget about it. It won't happen. If the immediate supervisor does not make it a priority, forget about it. It won't happen. No matter what you do. Change the screensavers, paint the entire office, do whatever you want. If these two people are not part of it, forget about it. I would like to pick quickly on the reward and recognition. Now, you see, as a consultant, we also do a lot of research. Look at the #1 organizations in Uganda. In banking, you have Stanbic. I heard that the CEO was here in the morning. Look at maybe in telecom, you have MTN. I will tell you, of my 20 years of consultancy, all these highly performing organizations have very generous reward and recognition agendas. I was in Kenya for many years. Safaricom will be #1, is the most profitable company in East and Central Africa. Last year, they made $824 million. This year, they want to hit about $1 billion in revenue. Look at their reward and recognition scheme. You see guys going crazy, not because they love the brand, because it's about what's in it for me. Look at Stanbic in Uganda. So I consult a lot for banks. I meet some Stanbic people who left Stanbic, they're in other banks. The one thing they tell me, Pepe, what we miss about Stanbic is the reward and recognition. People work hard because they know when they earn bonus, they can fly an entire family of 7 to America on holiday on bonus money. People go to showroom and buy brand new cars on bonus money. So forget about it. It's not about just strategy. It's about what's in it for me. Now, most organizations, I know most CEOs are here. There's a mentor of mine, is called Eric Kimani. Eric Kimani was the governor for Rotary. He was the CEO for KTDA, the largest tea exporter company in the world. He was CEO for Samia Africa, the entire company. He wrote a book, Scarcity and Abundance, Scarcity versus Abundance Mentality. Most business owners have a scarcity mentality. You want people to deliver, but you don't give them room. You are so stingy, you are so scarce, fearing to give people what people bring to the table. You have to be abundant. Look here, there is an organization in Uganda. Last year, this year they declared their profitability for 2021. They've gone beyond target by 18 billion. But I will tell you, the level of inefficiency is so traumatizing. But people still did 18 billion above. People are disengaged, people are withdrawn because they feel they're being exploited, but they still give them 18 billion above. Why don't you be just generous and tell people, look, let's think abundance. If you hit this, and this is what's in it for you. I went with another company on a retreat somewhere in the national parks there, and this team hit 3 billion above target. But if you look at the reward and recognition agenda of the company, it's so scarce, it's so mean. So to me as a consultant, I'll tell you, have a paradigm shift. People are capable of doing so much if you can unlock the triggers. So have inclusivity, have diversity, have equity, make it win-win. Why should you be the one filling the basket and people go home with an empty basket? The same people can fill 3, 4, 5 more baskets if you listen to them and if you create a win-win scenario. So that would be really my message about reward and recognition. Thank you.
And all the employees said amen. Abdul, please go.
I think the audience wanted that conversation to continue.
I can give you Pepe for 10 minutes.
For obvious reasons. But just to re-echo what Pepe is saying, my company, we pay bonuses on a quarterly basis, and they're based on hitting a certain target. So anything over and above, I share it with my staff. But in this particular quarter, one of my colleagues told me, but because of COVID, this time we can get away with it. Nobody is paying what? Bonuses. These people are going to become lazy. But I said they're not fools. They will know that we've made money despite COVID, because COVID did not affect our business. We actually came out on the greener side of COVID, sadly. So people are intelligent. And therefore, if you cheat them, they'll know that you're what? That you're cheating. But I don't want to repeat what Pepe has so ably touched. Let me go to the question that you asked me to answer, which came from, I think, Mark. Is that the one you assigned me? Yeah, Mark asked about people who are good at talking and not delivering. So Mark, probably you're assessing the talking, not the skills. So I think Mark's question, the answer is really a simple one. You need to rethink how you assess people at recruitment. If you are looking for someone to have a practical skill, then give them a practical assessment. Don't give them a talking assessment, because they'll talk the answer, which they cannot what? Cannot do. So first of all, ask yourself, what is the purpose of this job? What is the nature of skill that is required to do this job? What is the evidence? How is work shown? How are results in this job shown? In some jobs, this is very, very, very easy. It is very, very easy. If the job requires producing financial results, let them tell you the number, what the target was, what they achieved, and how, and the evidence that they achieved it. Now, if they did, right, also check your work conditions, whether they're right to achieve the same results. Because I've seen this come up so many times. You go to boards and they tell you, we hired that CEO. He really delivered good results in company A. He has come here in 1 year. He's totally failing. Now, it may not be true that the problem is entirely wrong with the what? With that new CEO. It could be that the conditions in your company are such that any CEO you will bring will fail. Okay. It is possible. So you need to look at the hygiene conditions that in which people are performing. So Mark, you also need to ask that question to yourself and your organization. It's very easy to attribute failure to employees, but not to advertise True North, but our services also can support you to, that is a very simple matter around how do you make sure. Secondly, maybe, I don't want to go into a masterclass around recruitment, but you can do multiple assessments, see how well people talk, tick that one off, go into an assignment around case studies of how they solve problems. We can do for you scenarios that simulate work environment. You see how they perform. And if they still perform well, you can actually take them into a real life environment, depending on what you want to achieve or the work they're going to do, and see if they can do the work. If they pass all those assessments and you satisfy yourself that they are good and they come to organization and fail, please check yourself. Check your organization and the work conditions. It could as well be that your strategy is wrong. It could as well be that the strategy is wrong in which you're asking them to what? To perform. So it's also not fair that always employers attribute failure to employees. It's not always fair. Granted, sometimes people literally fail, but I usually when I hire a competent person for an organization, and as True North, we've been very, very successful in recruiting for other organizations. When someone who has been succeeding elsewhere fails in a new organization, I advise the CEO to also check
the hygiene conditions where people are performing.
I think that's a very good advice. And where I work, it's called timely truth telling with love. So let's check ourselves and then we check the people that we're recruiting. But Abdul can help you with a simple way to do it because he does that for organizations. Douglas, please go.
Thank you so much. Just so that you have third-party approval, just to emphasize, Abdul can help you pretty much. What Abdul is saying, in a nutshell, competence-based interview system, which of course can be done by an expert. On reward and recognition, aside from the good package, which Pepe spoke about very nicely, there is also the intrinsic side. The intrinsic side are four things. The first one is autonomy, the extent to which I have control over the work that I do, that I'm not micromanaged, that I'm given the room to do my work. Secondly, the issue of mastery, the issue of the skills. Do I know my work? Because that's the other thing that can cause demotivation when I don't know how to deliver the work assigned to me. Thirdly, is the issue of relatedness. How do we relate at the workplace? It affects your engagement and it affects your ability to deliver. And then of course, lastly, purpose. So those four things are just as important as the financial one. Now moving to the question on these people, we are recommending restructuring and making things more lean. Where shall we put them from a national point? First is to say that with the coming into effect of COVID, research shows that job switching has actually increased by 25% more. So people are bound to switch jobs, that we can't run away from it. But the reality is also that technology is creating new jobs, jobs that we haven't had in the past. People nowadays can call themselves a man influencer. You've heard about that. How is influencing a job? But they earn from it. They're just influencers. So new jobs are emerging also as a result of that. What that means is the issue of reskilling. At a national level, what we are trying to do is to do skills needs anticipation. Before, we were not doing manpower surveys, basically. At the time Abdul was president at HRMI, was pushing a lot for things like that. But that's what we are doing now at the national level, to try and do skills needs anticipation, to try and see where are the opportunities. Not long ago, 2018, we did unemployment diagnostic assessment. Which are the sectors which are job rich? So there's some work being done in that regard. Right now, what we are doing at a national level is to develop a national employment strategy. Where will our people be employed? So just to reassure you that there's work going on in that regard to have people employed. Now, just to pick a bit on the question of how do we do it actually in practice, a lot of, from a CEO point. One, the issue of organizational policy. If you want to have remote work, for instance, implemented within your workplace, you need to have a policy for that. How are you going to ensure that you get it implemented? If you want to promote diversity and inclusion, you need a policy. How are you going to have that done? Lastly, I have a tool I always tell people that if you have a problem, ask Eric. Eric is a very simple workplace tool that you can use literally for anything. E means eliminate. You can do a simple exercise with your team and ask them, in this company of ours, in this organization, what can we eliminate? What are the things that you see as a waste of time, but we do it anyway? So that's the first. The employees can quickly generate that for you. Secondly, reduce. What are the things that we are overdoing? For instance, it can be as basic as printing. Maybe we print all our minutes and it's not necessary. We throw it afterwards, a huge waste. So what can we reduce? I is increased. What can we do more of that maybe we are not doing enough? And then lastly, the issue of create. What can we create? So innovation and creativity. Thank you so much.
Clive?
Yeah, thank you very much, Deborah. So two aspects I would like to respond to. The first one is about the impact of transformation on people's jobs. I think transformation is not necessarily going to lead to displacement of jobs, but it could if we choose to remain static. So there's a real opportunity, as Douglas says, to reskill or upskill. I was amazed this morning when Mr. Kabushenga said, I think at the tender age of 52, he's taken on coding. I think it can be laughable in some environments why somebody would do something like that. And some people might think it's a hobby, maybe that has just come up as part of the midlife crisis, but it's probably very intentional in terms of where am I going to be in 30 years time or 40 years time. So I think if you stay put or remain static, then definitely it will lead to displacement. But if you think beyond what you're doing right now, then certainly there's a lot of opportunity. And the policy makers might help, but I think the individual has a big role to play. Maurice, again, reward and recognition, yeah, still very topical, as you pointed out. And I recognize, of course, not everyone is a Safaricom or a Stanbic, and therefore that huge bonus is probably not going to accrue to all of us because, as I said, the resource envelope is finite. But there's so many creative things that people are coming up with these days. Thankfully, I think for most of the people in this room, there's a lot of transparency. So people see your financial statements because the regulators require you to publish. So you cannot say you're making so much, yet you're making probably 10 times as much, and you're not disclosing that to your employees. So your employees know how much money you make, and if you pay them so much, you'll probably be out of business. But I'd like to borrow what Abdul said, for example, about quarterly bonuses. It works for some people. Flexible payment arrangements, split between fixed pay and variable pay. If you've got other gigs elsewhere, can I claw back some of that time, but allow you to actually thrive elsewhere? So we recognize that when you pay people more money, they'll probably look for other hobbies to spend the money and come back for more money anyway in a very short time. So appreciating that paying more is not always going to fix a problem, I think is where the solution starts with that creativity in terms of compensation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rubondo, you have not escaped, so you answer my question. What was the question? I thought you were awake. And I know you are awake. Help us with the micro, but there's a question there. Oh.
Before Mr. Rubondo.
I've been given 10 minutes to close.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right?
It's fine.
Okay.
My name's Kateva Augustine. I would say it is God sent and timely that we have the quality of, you call them the panelists. All of them are from the HR world. When you look at what formal employers, before considering the informal sector, offer in terms of protections for the employers, yeah, in terms of appropriateness of the services or products, the products are appropriate, but when it comes to adequacy, they are lacking. We could talk about the provident funds in place in case of people passing on or falling sick. There was an example, it's a real life example. There was someone who was critically ill and was bedridden for over 4 months in IHK. So it was a question of switching them off the machines. But thank heavens, their MD went to visit and looked at the poor lady who was tending to the husband and directed for the machines not to be switched off. Interestingly, when they made it back to the workplace, they got resistance or pushback from the HR that the additional support they wanted to give as an organization wasn't provided for. So the MD ended up footing the bill at a cost of about 20 million per month off their salary. It's a real life example because they could not go back on their word. So what am I trying to drive at? The employed workforce in the formal sector comprises of about 2 million people. Average, take it or leave it. Given that we have formal sector employers here, I think it would be appropriate to ask the panelists to make a commitment to work with the IBAU, because there's a low-hanging fruit of that critical mass number where the members could actually be convinced to take on what you'd call discretionary additional protection through, would I call it, the comfort or the trust of their employers. So the challenge is, and I am requesting that we get a commitment from all the members there to actually support IBAU. I commit to spearheading the project from this side so that by the next conference, we can come back and have something to show that has been driven by the powerful minds there.
Thank you very much. I have no authority to say yes or no, but there's Douglas here, but there's no HRMU president. They're about to elect one, but surely Douglas and Abdul will take that message. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. I'm called Dr. Gonsha Rehema, CEO Extra Care Pharmacies in Uganda, and also a board member in Kasita, Uganda. There is an aspect that I would wish to point us at. We are all having an assumption that the jobs are not enough, people are being laid off, but there is an aspect or certain professions where the story is different. I'll give you an example. In the medical sector, they're actually looking for employees. Most of the people have gone out of the country. This excessive movement out of the country is actually changing the story. People are going to Saudi Arabia, people are going to Turkey, they are going to different countries to offer their skills, and the very well-trained and well-skilled people are the people that are going. So as employers, we are remaining with the challenge of hunting for people to provide services, and on top of that, to give intensive skilling at our cost. Thank you.
Have you understood that question? But I think it's for Abdul. I know why I'm giving it to Abdul.
Madam Moderator.
The question is why is there talent exit, talent export out of the country, and yet internally in some skills, we are still searching. Is that right? That's the question. Okay. All right.
Madam Moderator,
this
side of the room.
Answer that, then Abdul says, and then we wrap up. Oh, there's
Madam Moderator, we think we sat on the wrong side of the room.
Oh, is that Rita?
Yes.
Mr. Rubondo, you just sit humbly and enjoy your drink as I deal with the council there and the neighbor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you at last for seeing my hand. I want to thank the moderators, but I just have one comment about which all of them actually raised the issue of the employees working from home in the coming future, and maybe working for shorter hours. And I think Abdul mentioned that currently I think it's criminal. If I'm working with the Liberty and now maybe they hear again I'm working with the Jubilee, I think it's a problem. So I just want to know how it's going to be done. Oh, Douglas, tell us, since you now know that when we go into this working for shorter hours, Jubilee will say, for example, I'm handling his claims. You say for 4 hours, you can do for me that work. Yes, then I can go and do underwriting for Liberty. Now, in the current situation, of course, it's criminal. So are you doing something to amend the law to make sure that the workers can work like this, or it reach a time when they are taken to prison. Because I know in the Insurance Act, for example, we said that the agents can only work with the 2 insurance companies which are not in competition. It is in the Act. Now, when this scenario comes, you will find that agents now want to work with more than 2. So is there an effort now to make the laws, to change the laws, or we are just going to wait until when these workers are in those criminal sessions, then we say, I think let us change the law. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any other question? Behind you, Richard. There's somebody behind you.
Hello. My name is Mwebesa Richard. I work with Britam. I'm also an author. Question, post-COVID, we've been observing, not just in the insurance industry, engagement levels. What we had earlier and we've been seeing is productivity is a proponent of engagement. There's a bit of disengagement. Even performers, star performers, post-COVID are finding it challenging to keep up and deliver. One of the panelists mentioned something to do with moonlighting or being able to open up that space to support people do their gigs, but at the end of the day still deliver. I would want more light on that subject, and also if there's a clear-cut framework that can ensure sustainability in productivity at the workplace. Thank you.
Okay. Moonlighting, working for 2 different organizations for some hours. Yes, Douglas.
Thank you so much. On the side of commitment, I think this is already the first level of commitment. We are all here. We accepted the invitation. So we are happy to move the commitment to the next level. Thank you. Then secondly,
Douglas, can I just touch that
yeah,
subject?
please.
Sorry, let me just touch the subject that Augustine raised and ask Douglas to commit the employers. I think it's a fair ask, though in my personal view, probably you folks are not doing a good job of what you should do. Part of the deficiencies we have in HR practice, and like all aspects of professions, is just a lack of creativity, not necessarily a lack of will. So if the insurance brokers would go to HR managers and tell them, hey, by the way, if you want additional cover, I can't remember how you described it, it can be provided for those cases that are outside what is your usual limit. And this is how much you need to spend. There's so many corporate organizations here that have enough budget to do that. Even if you came to a small company like True North, possibly we can. So you probably don't need Douglas. You just need to start engaging the HR managers in various organizations. Now, I'll tell you one thing, and I'm going to say this without blinking. As a former president of Human Resource Managers Association of Uganda, human resource managers are not the most creative of people. We are not the most creative of people, but we have a lot of strength in listening, right? And raising matters to our seniors or principals to say this could be done. So if you wait for Douglas, it's going to take you long. I'm just warning you, much as he's saying, fine. But if you go to the practitioners and tell them, this is cover you can get. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I know one human resource manager who lost their job as a consequence of a decision they made on a patient during COVID. It also had to do with budgets, because I think the person overrode the budget that was covered by the insurers and said you can go ahead and treat the individual or release them from hospital, but it was outside their mandate, and eventually they lost their job. So this is something they need. And so if you go to them directly, I can tell you, and you'll give me a commission, Augustine, you will find 8 out of 10 are going to propose it as part of their next budget for the next year, because I don't think
it's a lot of money. And some actually practice what you're talking about. I think I did in 2010 as additional cover for what are they called? For terminal illnesses. Yeah. So it's something that can be done. Sorry.
Okay, Douglas, 2 minutes. We have to wrap up. I know HR things don't end. We can talk about HR today, tomorrow, the next day, and it's always contentious, but reach out. What I want to tell you is that reach out to any of these people and they'll give you free service. You'll not pay for it. They'll give you free advice. If your HR did not reach out to the leaders during COVID, then you're lucky, but reach out.
Thank you.
Please.
And thank you so much for that, Abdul. And then the second part of my question was asked by my good friend from the East. You know, the wise men come from the East. Now, the question you ask, yes, the law is being amended. At the moment, the principles have been approved. So the Employment Act is undergoing review. If you have any particular comments or feedback you'd like to share on the current Employment Act, you can either get in touch with us at the Federation or even directly with the ministry responsible for labor. Thank you so much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to us. And thank you for your contributions. I hope you learned something. But what I want you to take today is Ask Eric. Did you hear that? Ask Eric. And remember what Eric is. CEOs go and implement it, and it's going to work for you. I wish you a happy evening, happy deliberations, and call us again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was really expecting a comment on unions from this discussion. I hope in the amendments to the Employment Act, something is going to be done. And I think you have various experiences. But Deborah, I want to thank you very much really for moderating such an illuminating session. And for sparing me the question, I automatically invite you to a cocktail this evening. So you have a drink on me. But it's also interesting that you asked a question and then you asked me what the question was. And it reminds me of a discussion we had. I don't know whether Henry is in the room. We were together in London for a CHOGM presentation. And one member of European, you call it Senate, call it Parliament, asked one of our legislators that, is it true that in Uganda you answer question with a question? And he asked him, who told you? So by asking me a question and asking me a second one, you relieved me. And I want to propose a round of applause to you and your panel. Have a photograph here. Please pause for a photograph here. We'd like to keep you in record since you've asked us to invite you. The panelists, you've been wonderful. Abdul, you did exactly what I did expect. And thank you very much for setting out that invitation, Augustine. We are all out there. Now, those who are wondering what was on offer in this session, you have seen the very many takeaways. So please pause for a photograph. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Right, as you recede from the platform, Kennedy will take you through our photo booth so that we can have the individual pictures for putting in our. In the morning, it was a compendium. Now it's an almanac. Do you know these words, Paul? I normally get them from you. The round of applause for these wonderful people. We heard of pivoting. We heard of NFT. We've heard of transformation. We've heard of customer centrism. We've heard of various sessions. And it's always very good for us to say these things. And the listener is always one. And we have a very interesting session to crown our day. And I really sympathize with the moderator. It's a very direct question. Nothing to beat about the bush. And I also hope that the resources that we've put together will do justice to this panel. I don't want to eat into anybody's time because definitely we have a cocktail, but we've moved very well. And I see the interest that you do have in this session. I'd like to invite my elder brother, Henry Rugamba. And when I call you my elder brother, Henry, be prepared. In the morning, someone referred to me as Muzei. So when I call my elder brother, you will choose your own title. Henry Rugamba, his profile is summarized in the books, information booklets before you, but we do know him. He's my very old friend, school friend. We did socialize together. He's a communications expert. He's a very magnanimous person. He's a person who always wants to share. From what I know, I don't know why they did not write those in the books, but I know that this afternoon he may not be wearing specs like me, and I might lend him mine because he has also lent me his before in case of a challenge. Henry Rugamba, over to you, and you'll do the honors of inviting your moderators and run this session. That's not enough for Henry. Do you want my assurance that the audience is still awake? You can look around. It's okay. It's awake as you can see. Henry, most welcome.
Good afternoon. I know I stand between you and some very cold drinks. And so I've made an executive decision. Once they give you the mic, you're in charge. It is 10 minutes to 5. This will be a 40-minute session. I have one simple question to ask my panelists, and I'm going to make it very businesslike. I brought my own glasses this time. Mr. Edward Kasato, who is taking the seat of Al-Haji, who's traveled. So Edward is the Assistant Director, Compliance and Supervision. We have Mr. Moses Ojambo from PPDA. Moses, if you can join us. Mr. Alex Biamukama Mugwanya, National Content Officer, the oil company. This is an addition. He's not in your book, but a wise decision was made to add Alex to this panel. Is Alex in the room? Okay. Mr. Anthony Mwangi, who is visiting us. Karibu sana. And Alfred Oyo Andima. Alfred. You know, he talked about him being a Muzei and me and whatever. We grew up in the country that insurance was not number one. I have been leading marketing and communication teams in various companies. And the first thing they cut on the budget is the marketing budget. The first thing government cuts is the insurance budget. I'm sure you've read the chimp reports. And this question, all of you will think about it, and the audience when I come to you. The chimp reports reported MV Pamba was decommissioned in 2005, I think, and it was not insured. I think recently government announced a 12 billion big money insurance to revive it. Recently, the ivory tower at Makerere burnt. And in the Independent newspaper, the vice chancellor said it wasn't insured. He even said the library wasn't insured. Which begs the question, is government ready for insurance? And then that's why I'm going to start with Moses and PPDA, because it seems you only insure your strategic things, you know, like Uganda Airlines is insured, but everything else. So is government ready?
Thank you, moderator, and the audience for keeping this long for this evening where specific issues have been raised. The question is government ready? One of the things that PPDA does, let me keep in my lane as far as procurement is concerned, because government is broad. PPDA is a regulator for public procurement and disposal in this country. It was formed as a result of an act of parliament in 2003 that basically decentralized procurement. And looking at who procures, these are procuring and disposing entities that have the mandate to conduct their own procurements based on their budgets and their needs. And government appropriates funds to these agencies to undertake procurement. So government is broad. So it depends on which institution wants to procure and whatever they want to procure. Looking at readiness of government, agencies procure all that they need and they go through a procurement process. So the insurance, like any other requirement, like goods, works, and other services, also follow a procedure that is streamlined by the PPDA law. What I see is that what are the insurance players doing on the market? Sometimes government looks at the cost of insurance and says, let's leave this and let's do the other. Like most government vehicles are not insured. Most government buildings are not insured. Why? Why is the problem? It's a cost-benefit analysis. They look at the cost that is related, that is supposed to be spent on particular services like insurance. Then they say, why do we have to go there? There are other requirements for that matter. What I'm proposing that insurance companies need to carry out an analysis of the cost of government assets and the losses government have made in respect to the assets that they have lost. You've mentioned MV Karanga, you looked at Makerere University, which is the most recent case. Why is government ignoring this? You as players in the industry, you are not informing government on the benefits of insurance. Why don't you carry out a research, a survey, and come up with a projection of government assets that are owned by government, the cost of insurance, and the losses thereof, based on the history of the losses that have been occasioned, and come up with a policy paper that's supposed to be submitted probably to government, so that government can borrow relief and be able to insure some of these services.
Thank you. And you're making my life easy here because you've asked Edward the question I wanted to ask him. So Edward, the gloves are off.
Thank you, moderator. Good evening, viewers. Sorry, audience. Moderator, this is, I'll speak from the perspective of the regulator. In my own lane, I believe that for us as the regulator, our major role is mainly regulation, supervision, and market development. We're looking at regulation. We have come up with different laws, the microinsurance laws, the Takaful law, and the other laws. Then obviously in supervision, there's a risk-based. But regarding his question, really, what have we done so far? Because we have the national insurance policy in place. And one of my bosses, Mr. Sande Protazio, is one of them handling that project. So we have reached somewhere. Talks are underway with government regarding that. We have a national insurance policy in place. And I believe there's going to be some progress in this because talks have reached a higher level on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which takes me to your other government person, Alfred. You're in the Ministry of Trade. Talk to us about what you are doing about insurance and your perspective, because I think, firstly, you're not allowed to use the expression, I'm going to stay in my lane, because these two have used it, so it is gone off. So give us your perspective. Is government ready?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I think I'm going to respond generally as government. I want to start by reiterating what the Honorable Minister said in the morning, that actually government is proactive and government is working very hard to ensure that the insurance companies do their work. And he went ahead and said, we have now the East African community with the DRC on board. So you should go and work in DRC. That's what government is doing. Secondly, Amos Wekesa talked about tourism in Uganda. And one of the things he said was that in Uganda, we are not promoting domestic tourism so much. But as government, our role is improving the infrastructure for tourism. And there, insurance companies should now come in to do business. So as government, we are ready. And we are doing all that we can to make sure that insurance companies flourish in business. And finally, Mr. Robert Kapseng added on this government project of PDM and said, actually, that is what we should take from this conference, that government should add on insurance to these PDM projects. And that is the only way we can ensure that the funds that go to the parishes are really secured. So as government, we are ready. Now, in addition to those, Mr. Moderator, there are 2 or 3 other areas where I want to emphasize. For anything to work, government has had the political goodwill in this country. And this political goodwill is manifested in the 3 arms of government. We have the legislator, they are making the laws. And here in this conference, what attracted my attention in the last session, the 3rd session, was revising the Employment Act. Government is ready to revise it. You come with the issues, and I think Parliament will just quickly work on it and things will move. So as government, we are very, very ready. And government is also working very hard to make sure that the government strategies support the flourishing of insurance companies and insurance business in the country. What do I mean? We have the Vision 2040 that is working towards achieving the businesses of insurance, and we have the NDP3 that is also targeting and working towards insurance companies doing business with government. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll come back to you because you've opened the door in terms of government wanting to do things. Alex, the biggest buzz in the country is the oil sector. Are you ready? Just give us an overview of what you are doing to make this happen as the sort of mother company.
Thank you very much. My name is Alex Biamkama, once again, and I'm the National Content Officer at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Greetings from the PAU, and I'll share a few things that we've done at the authority together with the insurance industry, which really are meant to like enablers for the sector to really benefit. And for starters, if you look at insurance and the oil and gas sector, the opportunities that are there are immense, like I will probably highlight. And at the PAU, or the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and something I've heard consistently from morning is the aspect of collaboration that I want to also highlight on how we've worked closely with the sector. We have worked very, very closely with the Insurance Regulatory Authority, here represented, and in particular, the consortium, which was formed for oil and gas sector. And we are happy that that was put in place because it is something we kept on encouraging players in the sector to work together, to collaborate, because like for insurance, the risks are huge that maybe a sole insurer might not be able to underwrite. So through such collaborations and discussions, of course, they expressed their challenges, which we have listened to as the authority. And I'm happy to note that in the ongoing amendments in the law, insurance is one of those services that will be included in what we call the ring-fenced services. you probably know that the national content regulations that govern the oil and gas sector, they have specific services that are ring-fenced for Ugandan companies, and insurance is going to be one of those, because this comes from the engagements that we've had.
Please, you've just heard this. Please, okay.
Thank you. And this comes from the engagement that we have consistently had with the sector itself. So we want to believe that that is a good start. And I'm sure very soon we'll realize the benefits because they have consistently played in the sector. And we are hopeful that most of the contracts that will come through for insurance will actually go to our Ugandan players. That is something we are keen about. And maybe if you could just allow me break down some of the opportunities that.
Okay.
Sure, yeah, thank you. That maybe members need to really appreciate and if you look at the contracting strategies that we're experiencing at the moment, we have several layers of contracting or tiers. We have the tier 1 contractors who are the major contractors, the EPCs, the McDermott of this world. Those are seeking for insurance. And at the moment, they've advertised for opportunities and they are looking for insurers. That is at the first level of contracting. Now, this is before you go to the licensees who include the Totals of this world, the Synops of this world. Now, below those, we have the main contractors who are looking for insurance. Like I mentioned, insurance is one of those key services that we are keen to ensure that Ugandan players get. At the lower level, you have the tier 2 contractors. The tier 2 contractors are also required to have their insurance policies. The likes of Total or Sinop, before they even contract you, they require you to have certain policies. So the opportunities at tier 1, the opportunities at tier 2, go down to even the level of tier 3. So those are the different opportunities that we need to look out for so that we're able to partake as players in this sector.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I think that there was a bit of good news there about the ring fencing, and more importantly, about the work you have done with them, which is, again, something that I'm going to make you clap for, That will help you keep awake, because at least we know this team is doing something. We are fortunate to host Anthony from Kenya, and now we've heard about from our side, and it would be good to hear, is this a similar story, or have you done things differently, and how did you do them?
Thank you very much. And let me start by thanking IBAU and the entire organization for giving us this opportunity to participate in your conference. It's very well planned, and we have quite a bit of things to learn. I think before I answer your question, Moderator, let me first of all congratulate IBAU and say you guys are lucky, slightly luckier than us. When I look at it, one, I'm very impressed that very key government policymakers and other senior members of your society would actually grace on a conference like this one. To me, that is great, because these great minds that are here are able to listen to your concerns and where you actually are painting, and they can be able to offer solutions. It's one thing getting a clip in the evening that just talked only a very small section of what transpired the whole day, and a government official sitting throughout the entire thing. I'm not trying to blow their trumpet, we don't know each other, but I'm trying to say you are very, very lucky. And perhaps the challenge for me is,
once again, people. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think take the advantage. I know it's bad manners to go bad mouthing your mother, but it's also bad if I also don't say where I think it is really very good. I was very impressed, and I think this is the third conference. I'm coming here to see a cabinet minister giving his keynote address and sitting through some papers. I think that is very important. If I go back now to your question, there may be a few similarities, and I will start with where my first, fellow panelists started by saying, we also find that government has also not given the right I would say the right kind of perspective. When they come with a law that first of all, we have a third-party insurance that is compulsory on cars. And we also cover for what in our country, we are calling it WIBA instead of Workmen Compensation, Work Injury Benefit Act. It changed from Workmen Compensation. And initially, of course, I guess like here, it is required that you must compensate your employee in the event that he is injured. It changed that to say you must have insurance. Unfortunately, or first of all, before that, WIBA in our country describes who are the employees who need to be covered, and includes specifically including government employees, but they don't have insurance. So they have set the law, or the law is there, but there is no backup with the same law. And I think that's a similarity within our countries. Perhaps I think it's high time our regulators and government show good, they follow the law in terms of especially like the way we have fronted it in our country. Government vehicles, especially in the mainstream government, for parastatals is mandatory. They have to comply with the law of third-party insurance, which is compulsory under our laws. But mainstream government, the central government cars are not insured. So woe unto you if you're involved with a government vehicle, in an accident in a government vehicle, because the only other recourse that you have is to sue the Attorney General. Now, anybody who has ever tried to sue government, can take years on end to be able to do that. So I think that to me, similarities perhaps within our two governments, where I think they need to put the right foot and to actually give a vote of confidence to the insurance industry that it is good to insure. Because when they have not insured themselves, then why would the ordinary person then insure? So I think that is something that I would want to say. There is something that we are doing slightly different. I don't know, I haven't heard it mentioned here. We're having what we call universal health cover being championed by our National Health Insurance Fund. And there is a growth into that area where every Kenyan now, is mandatory to be able to have insurance. We have modified it a little bit because it was supposed to eat into our schemes that are insured. As long as now you can be able to show that you have a medical scheme, then you can have your standalone scheme. But otherwise, you ought to be in a certain, you must be able to belong to National Insurance Fund. And I think that is a positive thing because every person in the country would have a medical cover. And I think, I don't know how you're doing it here, but I think we are refrogging you in that area. And I think it's something that we would wish you to join. There's something that I learned today, that you have a consortium on oil and gas, and also a consortium on agriculture insurance that is spearheaded by government. I thought that is something that we need to import back home. Even, I know we are slightly older, bigger than you in insurance, but I think that is something that you're doing very well as students of Kenyan insurance. In the sense that I think when you are growing your own internal capacities and skill set in ensuring that we don't lose all our monies to the big economies of the world, especially in our new income generating activities like oil and gas. I thought that is something that's very important. I think the whole morning we talked about agricultural insurance in detail. And so to me, I think that is something that's very critical, that now you have a consortium that can be able to handle insurance businesses in the country. We don't have that in Kenya. I think going forward is something that we need to encourage. We have a slightly different mode of business. I think we are too liberal, and I think it hasn't worked very well. We have allowed also multinationals to come and take our cake. No wonder I think your growth is slightly faster. I was hearing 6.5%. We are not growing for more than 3%. Although our insurance fraternity is slightly bigger, but I think you are growing at a higher rate in insurance than we are doing back in Kenya.
Thank you very much. And like happened before, Edward, the questions are coming from others. But having said that, I'd like you to take a few minutes and tell us what you have done in terms of bringing government on board, because I think the mention from Alex was quite encouraging, and I'd like to know what else you have done to align government.
Thank you. First and foremost, the issue of collaboration, I think it was mentioned earlier, that we have engaged with some government bodies, for example, URA, trying to engage with it, and it has really been helpful in the motor third-party issue, where we have digitalized the motor third-party, and the marine also. That one's with Minister of Finance. And we are also working along with the Uganda Police. Sure, now we are having public awareness workshops with Uganda Police, ensuring that Act is being implemented, the Financial Intelligence Authority. Then also coming up with memorandum of understandings with other major stakeholders on that. But also in line with that, we are also trying to ensure that we are working along capacity building. For example, now putting in place the training college, where we have come up with the guidelines, and really we believe that this is also going to build up the expertise and knowledge in insurance. And further to that, also in the regulation, we believe that if we come up with we're coming up with a software. This is really related to technology. You've had the issue of technology being talked about. We're coming up with some big software advisor, which we believe is going to integrate all that. And we believe if you are working along with government, this will be something easy for us to be able to monitor transactions, integrate transactions on a daily basis.
Thank you. Thank you. And swings back to you again to ask you, considering what you've heard here today, from the, I don't know if you attended the earlier sessions, but considering what you have heard here today and what he has just said, what else can you do as PPDA to actually ensure that, because earlier on you mentioned they should provide for it, but what more can you do to sort of babysit them and make sure that the culture of insurance gets into the government bloodstream?
Okay, thank you. The PPDA Act was amended, and among the provisions of the amendment is that PPDA is no longer handling administrative reviews, which sometimes would delay the process of procuring services, including other requirements, including insurance services. We're trying to shorten the timelines. Then the issue of reservation. My colleague mentioned issues of reserving insurance players to Ugandan insurance companies. Among the reservations, this didn't actually feature, but there are other services and supplies and goods that have been reserved for Ugandan firms in the provided for in the amendments. And then PPDA has also worked with the Insurance Brokers Association. We made some mileage in trying to streamline the procurement of insurance services, such that there is high uptake by government institutions. Now we have three players. We have insurance firms, we have the insurance agents, then we have the brokers. Now, we had interactions with the Insurance Brokers Association and had come up with the guidelines. We are going to issue a circular such that the procuring and disposing entities were supposed to procure the services of insurance brokers, who would in turn procure insurance services for different organizations. We did that to some extent, and we got resistance. The agents petitioned Parliament, and the Speaker of Parliament wrote to us and stopped us from issuing that circular. It was a very good headway to promote the uptake of insurance services by government agencies. So I want us to come back to this, probably have the parties together with the leadership of Insurance Regulatory Authority, such that we can move forward and ensure that all the parties are catered for to facilitate the procurement of insurance services by procuring and disposing entities. Then other issue is the issue of ICT. The previous presenter has mentioned ICT. PPD under Minister of Finance, and Minister of Finance under the reforms, PFM reforms, is trying to introduce ICT uptake in most of government institutions and systems. In the same spirit, the procurement has been automated. E-government procurement has been brought on board. We've rolled it out to 12 entities. This time around, we are going to move to 25 more entities, such that we can procure through insurance services as well. There should be also an uptake or introduction of how can automate the systems of accessing insurance services so that we can harmonize with the government reforms that are actually coming on board. Then the other issue is basically to bring government together. There's lack of knowledge on insurance. How can government learn and also understand the value of insurance? Sometimes we ignore the procurement of insurance services because we don't see value. But who can bring that value to government? It's the engagement that is this sector can engage government in different fora so that you can bring government together. They have a buy-in and therefore they can have an uptake of insurance services effectively.
I think what Moses has said is a challenge to all of you in this room. You need an education, a sensitization of government, which takes me back to Alfred. Because Alfred, you know, you sounded like the door is open. However, government policy, government procedure, parliament and everything frustrates a lot of people dealing with the government. How can we fast track the decision-making process to get government on board? How do you think that can be done? The way the oil sector, because they're sort of parastatal, they're independent, they can make certain decisions. Are you able to do what they have done?
Thank you very much, moderator. I think, yes, government processes tend to take a lot of time for us to get outputs. But now it's not going to be business as usual. Actually, government is trying to get ways of trying to move differently now. If you look at the lawmaking process, once the RIA, regulatory impact assessment, is done, that bill that is supposed to go to parliament, once cabinet has approved the principles, from there it doesn't take any longer now. Now, with the insurance, I think we as government should do things differently. Why? I have just said we have this parish development model now, which is the in thing. And government is sending a lot of money to the parishes. But this money has to be insured. We should be thinking about how can we work with insurance companies to make sure this money does not go like the previous monies that have been there before. Because the approach we are using now is we're not giving money to individuals like the Emyoga, like the whatever, we're giving money to circles. And Ministry of Trade is responsible for registration of these circles. And once we agree with the insurance companies that it is possible for us to insure these monies that go there, I think it is going to be a very good way of improving the relationship between government and the insurance companies. And it is going to be different way of doing business, not business as usual. Thank you.
Sorry, Edward, I have to come back to you because he's opened the door for you. How can you respond to that?
Regarding the issue of the Emyogas and the parish,
exactly, that's right.
I believe that the micro insurance comes in here because this one looks at the low income people. And I believe that that is because we are already coming, the regulations are already underway. So believe that this can really be protected, that if there's micro insurance, then that can, that's the product that can really protect protect that risk.
Okay. Anthony, we didn't answer a question you asked, and I'm going to throw it back to them after I throw one to you. East African community has expanded. What do you think, and how can this body approach a sort of a collaboration of getting all governments on board? Because they meet in Arusha every other day, each country has a minister there. How do you think that we can engage the East African community governments to get a common understanding on the use of insurance? Because from what you told us, Kenya is no different from what Uganda is complaining about.
I think that's a very good question on the issue of collaboration between our various governments. I think let's start for say there is a very positive development where our own regulators have formed an association across the various insurance companies. I think they're in an association of regulators. I think that's what they are calling themselves. And that's what also gave us impetus to have East African Brokers Association, so that there is perhaps, a standardization of many things across the board. So first of all, would want to see more or less uniform laws operating within our countries. So that, because now we have the East African treaty in terms of movement of people and services, it will be very difficult. For instance, I think if you look at the commission regime that is in Burundi and Rwanda and what is in Kenya, it's not aligned at all. So if I have a branch, for instance, in Nairobi, and I move my business, or I open a business, a branch in Burundi or any of the other countries for that matter, there may be some inequalities in terms of the regulations that apply in the country. So I think a standardization of most of the rules and regulations would go a long way. Of course, I know each and every state has specific issues, but to a great extent, I think on issues like commissions and stuff like that, those are issues that can be harmonized so that we don't have different, even when you come to issues of installation of your IT platforms, then you don't have to have one for Kenya and one for the other regions that you're operating under. The other thing I would want perhaps to see is what we call now the yellow card. And I think during the former East African community, we used to have that a lot, where I think we could be able to have one yellow card issued across the East African community. That's another area perhaps we can see a lot of collaboration between the countries, so that if we can have perhaps one issued that can cater across the East African countries all the way now to Congo. So that is going to be a lot of help. I think there is more protocols and more discussions that are required, so that perhaps if you take a cover in Kenya or any of the other countries and you fall sick, or your car is involved in an accident in Congo, there may be areas of collaborations that can come in those areas. So I think because now the East African community is coming into shape, perhaps the way we never even envisaged, all the way from Mombasa now to all the way to Lubumbashi. I think there is more need to engage. More need, and I think we have a very good platform of Kiswahili. Except Uganda, I don't know why you hate Kiswahili, or with the right touch. I understand the history about that, but I think we have a very fundamental issue on language that we all can now use to be able to communicate almost between all the countries. So I think language is also going to play a very important role, and there should be encouragement by governments to that in that regard. So, but I think also government, in my view, respectively, there is more education to the populace that is required. I think Madam Mama Insurance was talking in the morning about the forecast, the weather forecast that government have, and I think that is the same challenge we have in Kenya. But where you find government has a lot of information, and you almost can't challenge them with information because they can be able to show you what they have done. But where is it stored? How is it disseminated? I think it needs now the government needs actually to come out and just work like private enterprises in terms of disseminating that information all the way to everybody, because it's one thing to gather that data and another thing to know what is really happening in government. So I think that to me is critical.
Thank you very much. I want my ushers to get ready. I have one more question for Alex before I open to the floor. Alex, in your position, you've been, of course, dealing with a lot of local companies across different businesses and professions. What would be your one message to the insurance sector on what they need to do to be absolutely relevant in the oil sector in Uganda? Because you might talk about them getting collaborations and everything, but what do they need? Where's the capacity, if I can borrow from the human resource aspect, as national content person, where do you see gaps that they need to fill? And be absolutely honest. I will make sure you get a drink, even if you annoy Solomon.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I think it is important that exactly that they know some of the areas that we need to improve. I'll be very honest with you. At the authority, we have an opportunity to oversee the procurements in the sector. So we get to approve some of these procurements. And I'm happy to note that most of the insurance covers, insurance policies or procurements that have been coming through have been going to our local insurers. So I want to believe that there's something that they've done. I think they've also benefited from that consortium. But maybe some of the key aspects that have come up, at least feedback from the players, is the aspect of proper documentation. I think they call it policy wording. The technical guys know, they call it policy wording. Those are some of the, I think the way you have to word your policies in a certain way that is very clear, that is not ambiguous, and that is backed by facts and law. So from some of the evaluations that we have done, the aspects of policy documentation or proper documentation, there's also been the aspect of service level agreement. I think part of the bids that they do, they have an aspect of service level agreement. We've had testimonies about how fast or the turnaround time claims can be processed. So they make those proposals as part of their bids. So some, of course, depending on what you propose, usually see some of those challenges in terms of turnaround time. And of course, understanding the market. We all know that this sector is relatively new. Some of the policies or some of the risks that are involved are probably new to most of us. So the appreciation of some of those risks and how best you collaborate with some of the reinsurers, because the covers are really big. So you'll have to get an insurer. So how do you collaborate with your reinsurer, or how have you demonstrated that you will collaborate with your reinsurer? Or is your reinsurer A-rated, for instance? Does your reinsurer meet those requirements that are needed? So that is something that they need to appreciate. The other aspect is the collaboration along the border. You realize that, for instance, the eco pipeline, which cuts across the two countries, the expectation is that the insurer of the Ugandan section, because we have our laws and Tanzania also has its laws. So the expectation is that the two insurers get to work very comfortably together. Or even if you're a broker and you're participating in such a procurement, you have to find a good working relationship. We have to pick or look for a very good partner from across the border to work with. So for you to be able to pull off that, you must have a good appreciation of the risks involved. You must have very good partners and an understanding of the sector. And of course, we've tried to bridge those gaps. Like I mentioned earlier, we've had several conversations with the association and the sector itself to identify those issues that we need to plug. If there are gaps, we need to plug. And we've also gotten feedback from the sector, from the industry, on areas they think as the authority we need to improve. How do we engage, for instance, the IOCs to make sure that they give them an opportunity and they observe some of the laws that are in place to make sure that they take on those covers as players in the sector.
Thank you very much. Big hand for our panelists before I open. Okay, we've skimmed through this thing pretty quick, but we recognize time is not on our side. I'll take a few questions. Okay, we've got a question there, one here. Those are two on this side. We've got one in front here. Okay, the backbenchers are not awake. So I've got three on this side and one here. And those are the questions we shall take for this session. Okay.
Yes, Henry, I think you remember me from a long time. My name is Abdul Salum Ruchekeri. I go way back with Mr. Henry. Just one small story. Once I was going to London for the first time, He picked me up from the airport. As young and energetic as was, he took me Michael Jackson's concert back in 1992, and he was going to host me, but I didn't show up in the house until the next day. But he was a good host. Yeah, my question I wanted, my colleague mentioned about the regulator having an association where they can exchange so that they can harmonize the laws of insurance. I wanted to ask the representative of a regulator, can you update us? How far are you or what's going on? Because we are still seeing this gap between the regulation, especially we just had a conference in Burundi. One of the biggest questions was our commission in Burundi was so inferior to the rest of the region. So we want to know where's the benefit are we gonna be getting or what's going on with this association of regulators? Because this is what we want to see, the harmonization of across the board of insurance laws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My secrets are revealed now. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you go first and then the gentleman behind you.
Yeah, once more, my name is Leno Krialichila, and I'm the Secretary General of the Uganda Clearing Industry and Forwarding Association. And I also co-chair the Uganda National Committee on Trade Facilitation. And I also chair the Uganda National Committee on NTBs for the monitoring. I was very happy right from the beginning that the insurance fraternity owned the gaps or the shortcomings which exist in the industry. And this helps to work the way forward. But when we come to the end, when it comes to the part of government being ready, this was not very clear really. Because somewhere it was said, maybe sometimes because of budget constraints, then the facilities are not insured. Then somewhere I was saying the insurance was not knocking at the doors of government. But I think we need to have the insurance fraternity and government to come out with a clear policy so that it's mandatory to have government assets insured. Okay. Because it's not depending on the budget, that's something necessary. Like the two cases which I cited, the MV Bamba, the Ivory Tower of Makere, if they were insured, government would have been relieved a lot of costs. So I think there's need really to work out on a policy to make it mandatory for all government facilities to be insured.
Okay, thank you.
The other aspect was the issue of sensitization, which was emphasized earlier. But I think now it comes even here. There's a lot of sensitization to be done on both sides, even in government, to see the necessity of insurance. And lastly, there was the aspect of the law which was passed on marine local insurance. Maybe wanted to know the status. How far has it been affected? Yusifa was part of the committee which worked on this law. That it was supposed to have come into force. So wanted to know how far it has gone and how government and insurance can work so that it serves us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My comment goes to Moses, PPDA. I appreciate the challenge. I know the brokers committee has worked hard to try and have visibility. But my request now is, even when we have that impasse, can we have the procuring entity, when they are putting in the papers, maybe now ask about, because they normally say insurance services. And when they say insurance services, it's a bit limiting. I had a client who asked for insurance services, but because I was already on board, then he started asking me, can you also put your documents? And I was wondering if the insurers have put the documents because insurance services is asking for insurance companies. If I put my documents as a broker, how are they going to score the broker and an insurance company at the same time? We have a lot of things that are different, and it would have been a fallacy. Can we request that as we wait for this to be cleared, maybe we have where it is clearly stated, insurance services are asked for insurance companies, and maybe insurance brokerage services are also asked differently, other than just saying insurance services, and you find you have a clash, you don't know what to do. If it's medical insurance, for example, and they say insurance services, you know you're not going to put it to put documents if you're an insurance broker. Can we request that even as we solve this problem, we have it clarified that you want insurance brokers, or he wants, or puts both insurance brokers, insurance companies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was one last question. That we're done. Okay. Moses and Edward, you have been taken on.
Thank you. Thank you, Abdul. There is the East African Insurance Supervisors Association. That's the body that brings insurance supervisors in East Africa together. It has been in existence for the last 10 years. And currently, actually, our CEO is the chair of the body. This is a body that has a memorandum of understanding, and we have biannual meetings. Mainly its role because is harmonization of laws, among others, because we have a number of objectives. But we have been so influential in coming up with the East African Insurance Bill and regulations. And this was something that was sponsored by the East African FSRDP. Some of you remember the project that was ongoing. Unfortunately, it came to an end, but talks are underway right now. Our chair is engaging the ESC Secretary General to ensure that it's back on board and funds are available. But the East African Insurance Supervisors Association, the IASA, was mainly involved because we have the technical team and the technical committee and the legal committee. They were mainly involved in coming up with the insurance bill and the regulations, and I'm part of that technical team as well. So that we had really moved a long step because we had come up with a bill, we had come up with regulations, so it was coming to an end. And I believe that upon this progress, then we believe that this the ESC bill will come in course. But even related to that, we're also carrying out a number of other areas because we want to come up with also joint inspections, cross-border, because we have some manuals in place already. So during those, we have made a lot of progress in coming up with certain governments on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moses, I think the next one was to you. The other comment was really asking people to engage.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the question. And what's really happening now is that whenever procurement of insurance services is advertised, it's the insurance firms that participate, not the brokers. Why? Because the criteria required to procure an insurance service is not the same criteria that is required to procure a broker. Because you are procuring insurance services, that's final. You want a service that's final, you state the requirements and what must be met by the firm that's supplying, providing insurance service, and probably the terms. Procuring a broker is a two-step process. You have a broker that's brought on board based on a criteria, and the evaluation criteria is part of what we had actually set up with Insurance Brokers Association. What criteria do you use to evaluate insurance brokers? It was very clear in the circular issue. So if just you replace procurement of insurance services or broker, you will fail to evaluate the broker and the firm at the same time. The criteria actually changes. Because here you're evaluating a product you're going to get, there you're evaluating a firm that will subsequently procure a service for you. So it's a bit different. What I propose that we need to harmonize this and agree and issue a circular which will guide agencies, because now the mindset is on procuring a service of that is required insurance service. But now procuring a broker who will procure the service that you need is another process, a two-stage process. So we just can't work like that, that you just change where there's a service, say put a broker, it doesn't work that, like you may fail to undertake the procurement. So we need to issue a circular based on some documentation, which we wanted to clear. So I just have a feeling IRA and the Insurance Brokers Association should come together and we agree how do we cater for the agent, how bring the agent on board probably, then we can guide the procurement effectively.
Thank you very much. The message to the delegates is quite simple. Engage government. Government is ready. Engage them, guide them, and sensitize them because this should not happen. We should not be in this situation. Please join me in thanking our panel. I promised you 40 minutes. I've gone over 8. I do apologize for that, but I thank the panel for sharing their thoughts quite passionately and in such a short time. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for this session. I was told that wise men come from the east. I always thought wise men came from Kisoro because we only knew one person who was Henry. And the only wise man we have in this room is Mr. Linus Riel Isila. My direct question to you, have they done justice to the subject? My direct question, because there's only one wise man from the east here, apart from George Stephen Okosa. The other wise man we have, in respect, please take the microphone there. My question to you is that, has the panel done justice to the topic?
Yes, Chair. I have not got you clearly. This specific topic or all the...
This topic, because this one we left to elders, and it's only the elder who can say this has been done for what you're going to tell government.
Well, the discussion has been good, except for the question I asked. There was no reaction to it. I don't know, maybe the way I presented it gave an answer to itself.
Well, gladly.
But I'm very grateful that the panel gave a very insightful approach to the whole system.
A round of applause for the panel. We have varying standards. We've got perfection and we have good. And perfection should never stand in the way of good. Henry, we can't thank you any better. We couldn't have found any better moderator than yourself. Round of applause for the moderator. Distinguished gentlemen, I think this is probably the second panel, which was gender emphatic, because as you can see, it was consolidated and concentrated. So again, we thank you very much. The message, the revival of discussion between PPDA and the Brokers Association is very welcome news. And Moses, really, thank you very much for coming. The decision, I think, to include Petroleum Authority is now vindicated. We have gotten the best. And indeed, Anthony, you do us proud. And sir, from Ministry of Trade, you have done what we have expected about government policy. I am saying this so that whatever the press says, me, I am detached. It is between Henry Rugamba and his people and the wise man there. For me, I am a master of ceremonies. So round of applause for these people. Could you please step forward for the group photograph? By the way, Abdul, Henry did worse things to me. For you, it was only one. But we shall discuss it at the cocktail. Thank you very much, wonderful gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. And Kenneth, you mark with these gentlemen are seated like all the other moderators. Would like to keep your, your portrait pictures individual for purpose of a compilation. A round of applause as they descend, and we have actually come to the end of our interactive conference. We have 2 items before we go for the cocktail. We had Dr. Muhumuza and his team, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, who dedicated their time to follow the proceedings and are going to provide a detailed report with all the carryaways from this, but we'd just like to have a high-level précis of what we do carry away now, what we have to celebrate this evening. And he's been there himself. We take it very authoritatively. We also know the passion you have, having been our first keynote speaker, after which I will invite the CEO of the Insurance Regulatory Authority to come and close this conference and invite us to a cocktail and party to celebrate a very successful conference. Dr. Fred Muhumuza, sir.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to learn as we capture what we are learning together. As indicated, the record will be out quickly. I just have 10 minutes to really scan through several hours of conversation. But just remind you that the real detailed report will come through. The program is with you of what was discussed. We began off with the keynote opening sessions where we were reminded about the growth of the industry. The statistics were shared and they will be in the report. Then we had lessons from one whose ancestors began in Uganda and forgot the way back. So they are still stationed in Tanzania. But he asked us for commitment to cooperate so as to realize both individual and group goals and objectives. We need each other to realize our common goal. That I think was a key message, and that the insurance industry has the potential to support economic recovery and growth in the region. So we are counting on you, for us who deal with economics, to support this recovery. We went on to messages from the regulator who shared different experiences that were recorded as a result of the pandemic. She indicated that some companies actually collapsed, others are still struggling, even with the current challenges of rising prices. Some employees are not yet back. So this struggle is still on. We still need to build and enhance our resilience. That I think was a caution to us. And I think there was one interesting statement that if you think we are done with the pandemic is not yet done with us. So insurance is still critically needed. But also she mentioned that beyond dealing with catastrophes, insurance is about partnerships that will build and make businesses go where they would not go without insurance cover. Key messages from the minister. The theme of recovery is resonating well with the mission of government in the current the budget that was laid before Parliament, that we need to align the recovery from the COVID-19 impacts, and mentioned that the insurance sector should be aggressive, and therefore we need to get back to supply-driven, not forgetting the demand-driven. The insurance sector should develop policies that address government risks. He mentioned quite a number of risks that government is having, some of which are related with budget shortfalls. And I hear that message when we are saying government must ensure its assets. I'm not very sure where they will pay all the premiums required when they have shortfalls already. But that is a conversation we need to get to if we are to engage them with a study that has been promised to be done. I also, the minister mentioned the insurance sector should study the government programs, find those risks. There has been conversation about the PDM. How do we reinforce agricultural insurance? Is it adequate? Kapshenga here told us there has not been adequate rain since May last year. And so there is going to be food-driven inflation. Right now, we can say inflation is from Ukraine and many other logistical things, but food-driven inflation can be very, very hostile and moves much faster. And that is on the way for us. So we need to see how do we prepare the insurance sector. Not just to say it's not going to rain, but what do we do now that we know it's not going to rain? I appreciated the approach and the IBAU, the approach we have taken to be regional based, and of course encouraged us to see how we get into the DRC, bring the DRC quickly on board and support the businesses that are going to go there. And of course, he ended by making government commitment to adopt our ideas and resolutions from this conference, even if they include reviewing the existing laws, regulations, and policies in order to support private sector driven. Quick messages from the keynote address. One was that Uganda is young, is connected, is rising, and SME driven. There was an emphasis on collaboration and partnerships, transparency, let your staff know what is happening in the mission of the business and how you intend to pursue that. Brings in that compliance and commitment from the staff. Allow the people to have a free conversation, especially in the technology where we are going. On the issue of customers should be the focus, and that Uganda being SME driven, we need insurance of an ecosystem. Don't only insure the big ones, also look at who does the big one work with. Those suppliers and other agents that are working with the suppliers. I think she reminded us that right now 37% of the Stanbic business is with the agents. And so some of their risks are at that agent level. Are we engaging the agents to understand their risks so that we can tailor the right products? Building trust and not control is going to be very critical. A multiplicity of skills is necessary as we go forward. critical thinking, really. What skills do you need into in the HR of the day? Complex problem solving skills, creativity, emotional intelligence, behavioral scientists. Really the skills are changing and we need to adapt to that. And I want to believe going forward, there's need for insurance to tailor to those adaptive shifting experiences. Trust is key and is a very key component that you may even want to consider including it on your balance sheet. Follow the mission and not structure, and then take the long-term approach, not just the short-term. And she gave a very good experience about the education sector where they had to persist and really not do their duty to foreclose, but rather look on the long term. What are the key drivers of resilience from our first panel? Technology, which helped to keep the institutions in touch with the customers. As the customers were distanced, locked down, wherever they were able to be followed up. The current and future generations need more freedom. We need to understand the young people need a different working environment as opposed to what we used to have. And I think that also came through the human resource manual or panel rather. Had females, yes. So it was a panel, not a manual. Who said we need to break out of these things of work is 8 to 5. If you're doing employee compensation and the accident has been home, we have policies to cover that. So these are some of the adjustments we need to make going forward. The insurance sector should quickly adapt to the new conditions and keep the purpose aligned. If somebody has sent information in an email, do not insist they didn't fill the form. Either you copy and paste or attach that email to the form. Proceed and adapt to the new emerging conditions. These are some of the messages we had along the way. We need to support the transition from where we are to where we are going. Wanting to protect territory is normal, but not feasible and not fashionable anymore. We must operate in a free environment. Building resilience, tourism was key. Amos, I think, shared with us when he had to refund quite lots of money. So that is trust. People have given you their money, and when they need it, you need to give it back to them. Then build the trust that when the recovery comes up will be key. But I think he also shared a very critical experience. Insurance for evacuation, $15, somebody pays it. And now actually he needs to be evacuated. Where is the helicopter? It's in Kenya. It will appear tomorrow. Whatever we are insuring, we need to understand when the eventuality happens, are those people supposed to do what we insured against there and ready to do it? So it takes us going beyond just issuing that policy to understand how it should be done. The last few panels we've had, one was on human resource, a very interesting one, who took us out there in the HR space. Recovery is going to be volatile, uncertain, and ambiguous. Some spaces taken over by technology are not coming back. So we need to align our policies. We need to relook all the different policies that we have and adapt the new changes into these policies. As I've said, working hours, compensations, and many other things that people are having. Remote working began decades ago. It's not just a COVID thing. From the time of the personal computer, the word was personal. Then laptops came allowing you to go off the desk. So the desktop was relegated. There have been tablets. All sorts of things have come up now. Cloud computing. So really the emphasis was technology is here and is continuing to move on. We need to adapt to the technology in designing the policies, but also in the rollout of what we do. Also, they need to redefine the roles of persons and departments regulated to match the conditions. We should not be operating in prehistoric environments. Last was, is government ready? And quite a lot of examples pertinent to some of us who were mentioned about the main building, a historical site in Makerere that had not been insured. And I remembered one time I was involved in a discussion working with the Ministry of Finance when actually the insurers came to us and said, why don't you insure the government fleet? We computed the cost of insuring the government fleet and the cost of not insuring the government fleet, and you know why you're not yet insured. It wasn't my decision, it was the facts on the ground. So the study can be informed by those facts as you come back to engage government. Is still available. The ES is expanding, but a lot of harmonization is indeed needed. Harmonization of policies, and I think the last discussion was very, very central to how do we operate in the wider ecosystem. working on systems, laws, platforms. Can we have yellow cards, etc., to support these collaborations across the regions? If an accident happens by somebody who drove his car into Tanzania, can they begin the compensation process from there? Can they even be compensated right from there where they are? Are governments ready to harmonize those laws? And I think government indicated its commitment to exactly do that. But also it was mentioned that government has a lot of information that needs to disseminate for the benefit of society and every one of us. A detailed report will be available 2 weeks from now. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity.
Take a lot of courage and wits to subtract or raise an objection to that summary. A round of applause to Dr. Muhumuza. I believe all of you now feel contented and feel quite happy. Before I invite the guest of honor to come and close this conference, would like to recognize our sponsors. I need some people to help me here and also give me the list so that we do present, because without them, we would not have been here. What is your name? No, fine. We would start with our sponsors in different categories. And the first presentation is going to be done by Mr. Abdul Salam Chekeri, President, Insurance Broker Association of Burundi. And this is to present certificates to First Insurance Company, Pax Insurance, and UgandaGroup. May I invite representatives from these organizations? First Insurance Company Limited. Abdul Salam's company also happens to be First Insurance Brokers of Burundi. So we could remove the insurance and put brokers. Pax Insurance. Pax Insurance, UgandaGroup. Dr. Muhumuza, you may also add that during the award ceremony, the first three were not available. At your report. This is Pax or UgandaGroup? Okay? Okay, put those there. They'll find them in the at the secretariat, okay? The second category are our bronze sponsors. I'd like to invite a representative from GA Insurance, Uganda. GA Insurance. Yes, I said brass. Our brass sponsors, please rise on the podium. All right? To be presented by Abdul Salam Chekeri, GA Insurance. Take it out and give it to them. Ladies, I request you bring the flake itself. We'll put it back in the box after the presentation. Okay. MUA Insurance Uganda. MUA Insurance. MUA Insurance. Let's really applaud them. These people have really kept us busy. They have fed us. And there's a cocktail with a leading band. Really, they've fed us, they've entertained us. Let's really appreciate them. MUA Insurance as Lion, ICEA Lion also steps forward for their recognition. ICEA Lion, this is MUA. ICEA as Britam also prepares to step forward, then CIC and ZEP-RE. Those are our brass sponsors. ICEA Lion, Britam, CIC Group, and then ZEP-RE, PTA Reinsurance Group. Representative from PTA, please tell them the cocktail is here to start. They can come here, we finish this. PTA Reinsurance Company, those are brass sponsors. A big round of applause for them. Thank you very much, Abdul Salam Shekeri. Thank you very much indeed. Please look out for those ladies you handed gifts to for dancing during the cocktail. Okay. The next category of sponsors goes to our bronze sponsors. And I'd like to invite Justice Rita Namachika to come under the presentation, the chairperson of the Appeals Tribunal. Insurance Appeals Tribunal. Why are you clapping loudly? You're corrupting her. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Sky Reinsurance Brokers Limited. Sky Reinsurance Brokers Limited. Please step forward. I think this is your first public event, isn't it? They should clap for you. Sky Reinsurance Brokers Limited. All of these? Okay. Very good. Okay. I hope the gentleman from NSSF is seeing all these employers, okay? I hope they're on your database. Bronze sponsors, Sky Reinsurance Company Limited. Thank you very much indeed. UAP, ZIP Group, General Life. UAP, Old Mutual. UAP, Old Mutual. This one with diamonds is which one? Is that UAP? UAP? You don't look old. This one with the green diamonds. In Uganda, you are German. Next to UAP. That's UAP. Right. Insurance Training College. Insurance Training College. Followed by Liberty General. Liberty General, represented from Liberty General. Liberty General, APA Insurance Uganda. APA Insurance Uganda. Mr. Selector, give us some good music also to inspire them. Do a bit of shaking. Sikulimba. Kitu kama hiyo. APA Insurance followed by African Reinsurance Corporation. We need to applaud these people because they are being streamed live and they are watching on their TVs. TVs or phones or computers. All right. Thank you very much indeed. African Reinsurance Corporation. Anthony, you think you'll carry this to Kiza or is it African? Is it the office in Uganda? The office in Uganda? David from ICEA? All right, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. We will request Justice to retire, madam. You cannot really clap for her again as loud as you think. Those are your people. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite the head of delegation from Rwanda to come and make the next presentation for our silver sponsors. You don't clap for this one because it's not a judge. They will find you in Kigali, all right? Silver sponsors. Allianz, oh sorry. Prudential Assurance, Uganda. Prudential Assurance, Uganda. Right? Prudential Assurance. Selector, the music you gave me cannot inspire this lady to walk to the podium. You would have seen the talent, Chitone, keep what you call it. I don't know. You tell me. A round of applause for Prudential Assurance. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. The next is Clarkson Insurance Brokers. Clarkson Insurance Brokers. Clap for them. Oh, Alex himself. And this happens to be the Secretary General of our association, the head of administration, the man actually who has been administering all these funds. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much indeed. You can retire, sir. With a big applause from this audience. Mr. Semukanya. Thank you very much indeed. Our guest of honor, sir, may I request you to step forward, do the last round of presentations, and also proceed with your remarks. Round of applause for the CEO IRA, represented by the Director, Research, Market Development, Intelligence, and all these things at IRA, Mr. Protazio San. A round of applause, sir. This is the CEO IRA. Hey, these people like you, Protazio. These people like you. The first goes to our gold sponsors, Jubilee Allianz. Apana, this one now. Really? Okay. A round of applause for Paul Kavuma. 7 days into the office, I guess this is your first public appearance, okay? Yes, it's a very good job ushering you. Thank you very much, Jubilee Allianz. Please keep it up. We'll now proceed to our platinum sponsors, Cold Waters. First, Sanlam, Uganda. Sanlam General Insurance, Uganda. Sanlam General Insurance, Madame Ruth Namuri. Oh. And Donato. Clap for these people, really. They are the reason we have eaten. They are the reasons we are celebrating. They are the reasons we are bright. They are the reason we are going to dance. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Sanlam. Thank you very much, Sanlam. So, are you sure of winning the same next year? Yes, you will. Ladies and gentlemen, we have them next year. Why not clap? And the last one in this category, or is it final, is Uganda Insurers Association. Mr. Jonan Kisachi. May I request all those who have received plaque certificates to run back for a group photograph with the CEO before he gives his remarks. All those who have received these plaques, can you please run back for a group photo with the CEO? All those who have received these plaques, please run back for a quick group photograph with the CEO. Photograph, cameraman, can you please organize us? Come with your plaques. You need to display them. Come with your plaques. Madam Justice Rita, would you also step forward and join this picture? Wana Abdul Salam and Mr. Semukanya, can you please join this photograph? Hey, we are seeing many more people than the applause. Eh? Please organize. Do you want some? Do you want some on the lower level? Can I have some on the lower level? Careful. Please display your flags so that the world knows how appreciative we are for your support on this occasion. Closing. You can see yourself from here. Closing. There's someone covering a camera. Gentlemen, space yourselves. There is a jacket we don't want in this picture. By the way, also those with good cameras, Samsung, Galaxy, iPhone, you can also take this picture. Right, let's applaud them as they receive. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. And once you've taken your seats, I'll invite the CEO to give his closing remarks, close the conference, and invite us to the cocktail. I thank you very much. You've been a very wonderful audience since morning. We are all educated. We go away wiser and more committed to do better things for the good of our industry, mankind, and the nation at large. See you, sir.
Thank you very much, Solomon, for directing the program very well. Before I give my closing remarks, there was one question from the wise man from the East, which I thought I would answer at this time. He was not happy. Unfortunately, I don't see him, but I think he will get the answer. He had asked about the update on marine insurance projects. Yes, progress has been made, but you know, projects of that magnitude sometimes take longer than expected. We've been having several engagements, the latest being an engagement with the Commissioner General sometime last month, and we agreed on two key milestones. Number one, come 1st May this year, the customs officials are going to start encouraging traders to comply. Encouraging. We agreed on encouraging because this is a new project. We don't want to cause any inconvenience. But come 1st July, it will be mandatory. So we are giving a 2 months window for traders to get used to the new requirements, and effective 1st July 2022, it will be mandatory to show evidence of compliance with consumption of marine insurance from local insurance providers. I thought I needed to make that response to a very important question. Number two, I also wanted to comment on the question which seemed to be the hardest on this floor. And indeed, apart from, I think, Alfred, who was brave enough to say that government was ready, the others were neither here nor there. They left us to interpret whether government was actually ready. And the challenge I see with that question, I think Dr. Fred is still around, was that the question was either requiring a yes or no. It didn't provide other options. And my answer gives a middle option, that government is fairly ready. In terms of laws, in terms of frameworks, government is ready. And I think our colleague from PPDA, our colleague from PAO talked about the frameworks, but we also have an enabling framework in insurance. Section 9, 2, and 3 of the Insurance Act provides an enabling framework for our local participants to provide cover for even goods, workers, and others from external markets. But I think it was Dr. Fred, no, the wise man from the East talked about having a policy framework. We have enough policies in place. I want to refer the industry to the government of Uganda Asset Management Guidelines 2020. They were issued in August. And section 6.2 of those guidelines is specific on insurance services. So when you read that section, you realize that government has already committed itself to insuring, but that section talks about insurance of strategic assets. So it's up to us to define what strategic assets are and call upon government to comply with that framework, which was actually signed by the permanent secretary and secretary of the treasury. So it's a document which I think can bind them. We can ride on that. And I wanted to propose that as an action point out of this meeting, maybe we form, and I think there used to be a committee of that nature. Maybe we need to re-energize it, an industry committee, a lobbying committee, where we can now engage government to try and see if some of these frameworks can be implemented as an action point. And naturally, that meant bank guarantees. They have advantages, but from the business perspective, they are very expensive. We had engaged, reached some point, I don't know whether that was finally resolved, but as we talk about providing for insurance services, maybe we shall also in that meeting get an update on that, because guarantees could be bank, but could actually also be insurance. Insurance also issue very helpful guarantees, which are actually competitive if we compare with the guarantees which banks do issue. Those are my comments. Now, coming to what Solomon has invited me to do, I stand here on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer of the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Uganda, who is somewhere on an official duty. But as the Insurance Regulatory Authority, we take this conference and several other industry engagements very, very seriously. I have been seated here from 8, and I can confirm that I will leave after the cocktail. Maybe I will be the last person, so that I can give a comprehensive report to the Chief Executive Officer. So I have had a chance to listen to all deliberations from opening remarks, and I'm glad to be making the closing remarks. On that note, I want to thank in absentia the chief guest, Honorable Amos Rugolobi. And I was mentioning to Mr. Rubondo that Amos Rugolobi is, I think, a member of the insurance industry. I have lost count of the number of functions he has accepted to preside over, not because that he has too much time, but because he's passionate about risk management. And I think we can ride on that goodwill. We have some ambassadors that can help us drive our agenda to the national table. So I want to thank him in absentia. I want to appreciate our keynote speaker. She has been appreciated, but I also want to add my voice. The panelists, the moderators, and the rapporteur, who happens to be my teacher and mentor, Dr. Muhumu Zafred, for doing a very good job. He's very good at giving very succinct summaries, and he has not lost any point out of what we have discussed. From the discussions, it came out very clearly that this is a new normal, and we cannot continue doing the same things the same way and expect different results. We have lamented, I call it lamenting, because I joined insurance in 2012. All meetings of this nature I have attended, the word low insurance penetration has never missed. We have now been challenged to think differently, especially in this new normal, if we are ever to realize or see different results. And I wanted us really to be very honest with the discussions. I remember when Mr. Kabushenga mentioned about agriculture insurance, we gave him information that indeed it was there. But from my research heart, that feedback was very critical. It is there, yes, but how come a farm of his caliber is not aware? I think to me that is the message. That we need to challenge now the Agriculture Insurance Consortium to do a little more. We are undertaking a study throughout this country, and we're engaging district production officers. About 80% or so of the district production officers expressed ignorance about the existence of the subsidy, let alone the consortium itself. So that is very good feedback that we need to incorporate in our planning, in our interventions, so that we are able to address those very important issues. And the minister also mentioned something, that he's a minister, but nobody has spoken to him about insurance. I know we have a very strong force, but still we cannot ignore that feedback. He's a minister with disposable income and therefore effective demand. But we have not interested him in insurance. So maybe we need to do targeting as we do our marketing, segmenting, so that we get some of those people on board. There is one thing also which came out very well, and I wanted us to take it on as a takeaway. I think it was touching on environment. I attended a conference recently, and they were talking about ESG, environment, social, and governance issues, and what has come to be called the PSI, or Principles for Sustainable Insurance. Here we are talking about the role of insurance in rebuilding the post-pandemic economy. Studies show that at the current rate of environmental degeneration, Africa as a continent will become 42% poorer by 2040. Now that's an average for Africa. Poorer in terms of GDP loss by 2040. Where does that leave Uganda? Yes, we have agriculture insurance and all that, but that is preventing the losses. How about thinking about interventions which can prevent? Here we are paying for the losses which have already happened because of climatic change and others. But as a sector, can we come here one day and we say a Munyonyo declaration where we are going to plant 5 million trees in the next 3 years so that we make a contribution to the higher level objective? That way, we shall find ourselves contributing towards the National Development Plan 3 and the Vision 2040, which has been mentioned here time and again. So beyond our usual insurance operations, we can find a way of contributing to the bigger picture as well. What next from here? I remember, I think I spoke on the second IBAU conference, and the question I raised was, how far did we go in implementing the outcomes of the first conference? And I want to pose this same question. And I also want to propose the first item on the 5th IBAU conference. And that item should be an update on implementation of the resolutions of the 4th conference. That way, I know there is a compendium, there is a report, but it has been said that our reading culture in Africa and Uganda is not so good. Somebody has to drive action. From what has been discussed here, can we extract issues which we want insurers through Uganda Insurers Association Fund? We give them and they give us updates. How about the brokers as a fraternity? IRA, what do we take from here so that each one of us is held accountable? We get value for money. A lot of money has been spent, a lot of time has been spent. We want to see progress come the 5th IBAU conference. As a regulator, I want to commit, and I think in the entry meeting, when we had a discussion about this conference, the CEO committed. So I want to recommit the IRA that issues which touch regulation will remain open to discussion. Bring them up in form of a paper. We sit down, discuss, and agree on the way forward. My CEO has always mentioned that he operates an open door policy and is always receptive about issues that affect us as an industry. After all, one of the KPIs that he has to report on as the Chief Executive Officer is market development. So you will be helping us also to play our role in that space of market development. I note that we've been sitting here for so long and there is a cocktail. If we can only extract the key points and apportion these key points to the various stakeholders, and maybe Dr. Fred will help us provide that as a summary of the report. We extract that, have a tracker of progress. I am very sure we shall celebrate more when we come to the 5th conference. Otherwise, I want to applaud the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda. I want to appreciate our colleagues from the region, led by the chairman of the East Africa Insurance Brokers Association, for the collegialship. We are really happy, and I think other people who do not belong to the insurance sector are happy about the cross-border collaboration. I want to appreciate all you ladies and gentlemen who have sat here, braved the talking throughout. You have put aside your very busy offices, which to me is a testament that this is a very important event for the industry. I want to thank you so very much. You can clap for yourselves. And now I want to take this opportunity. You know, I was telling Solomon that this joke has been made that when Kabaka visited the president in State House, Kabaka told president that, you know, Kabaka is never hosted. He's the one who hosts. So I will invite you for lunch. It was the Kabaka inviting the president at State House for lunch. So since this conference is convened in the name of Alhaj, like he has always mentioned, I want to take this opportunity to invite you for a cocktail dinner, which has been organized by me, but funded by the Insurance Brokers Association of Uganda, for God and my country.
A round of applause for the guest of honor's remarks. And it's also good to have a new style. Normally we end with a saying, but we'll go with that. At least we've been invited. Henry Rugamba reminded me that etiquette demands that a vote of thanks is passed for the guest of honor once he's spoken. And in honor of the only ladies who have stood up to champion insurance under the umbrella of WIN, Women in Insurance, in the absence of Hajati, who has led them very well, I'd like to invite Mrs. Evelyn Kalubo-Muwemba to give brief vote of thanks to our guest of honor and remind us about WIN, and then we run to the cocktail. And if you don't, you won't go to the cocktail, Evelyn. So that is also the prerogative of the guest of honor. My remarks will really end here. It's been quite interactive. I look forward to a more relaxed environment during the cocktail. What may not have met your expectations, I really plead guilty and beg for your pardon, but pray that we remain together and really see a way or send off this conference in joy, in celebration, as we prepare for the 5th IBAU conference, which will start with an update on what has happened for the last from the last 4 IBAU conferences. And because nobody thanks the master of ceremonies, I have now learned, when I have the microphone, to demand a big round of applause. Because the conference has not been closed. We are going to close it at the conference, and Evelyn will thank our guest of honor with a vote of thanks. I'll step down and lead all of you to the cocktail after these remarks. Thank you very much. Over to you, Evelyn. She's the one, you're looking at me strangely.
Thank you, Solomon. As introduced, I'm Evelyn Kalubo-Muwemba, the Vice President of Women in Insurance and the Managing Partner of Sempasa, Luaga, Muwemba and Company Advocates. I would like to thank, before I pass the vote of thanks for the guest of honor, I would like to thank all the presenters today, thanking the minister for having come to grace this occasion. Many ministers just don't show up, especially when the issues like insurance. Keynote speaker certainly didn't disappoint us, not at all. The panelists were excellent. And I would like to thank the CEO, IRA, as represented by Sandy Pretazio, the Director of Research and Planning in IRA. It's not every day that actually regulatory bodies do show up at most insurance functions. I've traveled a bit in East Africa, and you discover that in certain situations, it's only the players who are there. The regulator is nowhere to be seen. But in Uganda, I think we take it for granted when the regulator shows up and you say, no, he's supposed to be there. Yes, he's supposed, but in many cases, they are not. Regulator, thank you so much. And on a related note, I'd also want to inform you about women in insurance. In the morning, you saw the president of Women in Insurance, Hajat Sebiala, I'm the vice president, and we have a board of 7 members. We have a secretary, Solomon Luaga. I don't know whether she's still around. We have committee members, Rita Namachika and Helen Chirunda. I don't know whether Miss Babi is still around. She's gone, but it's a board of 7 members. This is the maiden board of Women in Insurance, and it was formed to provide a forum to discuss matters affecting women in insurance. Insurance was predominantly a male's world. So when women broke in, I think they need to be groomed and guided. We also, another objective was to encourage the professionalism, again, of the women in insurance. It's one thing being in the industry, but it's another thing being a professional. We could be there, but not really have any insurance qualifications, not being professionals. But yes, one of WIN's objectives is to ensure that the women who are in insurance are actually professionals, and they'll be pushed to that, and will also be gunning for more women to actually join the insurance fraternity. And as you all know, the girl child probably is nature which has not favored the girl child right from the beginning. When girls are growing up, if money is not enough for school fees, the parents would say, oh, let the girl stay, she'll get married, let the boy go to school. They go to secondary school, the girl gets pregnant, she drops off, the boy who impregnated her continues on, and so on. So we thought that as the lady progresses, there is need to actually advocate for equal opportunities for the ladies in insurance, and also promote equal balance for the same ladies in insurance. Other objectives, those are really the main objectives. Of course, we would collaborate with other associations and would arrange functions really for the promotion of WIN. And as I tell you, WIN is here to stay. In March, WIN was launched, and we are now making 1 year. WIN, thank you. WIN was funded, was really, I mean, we've just been set up. We were funded in our first year mainly by the insurance regulator, and I would want to thank the regulator, and the representative of the CEO should actually take this message back home. WIN was really, really thankful. We also had other sponsors, donors, like the Brokers Association. They did sponsor us on a few occasions. And I would want to call upon all the members here, as WIN now stands up to move. We've not only made 1 year, but it's very difficult to look for money when you're just saying, oh, here we are, we're a group of women. No, we've come up with a strategic plan, which we'll soon launch. So it's against that strategic plan that we have a number of activities which we would want all of you to join in. And on this note, before I call upon the gentlemen, I would like to call upon all the ladies in this room to actually join WIN. And not only join WIN, but do come with a friend. Invite all your friends in insurance. Not only your friends in insurance, you can actually get more friends, more women, those who are not insurance, actually come into insurance and join WIN. And on that note, I would want to appeal to the CEOs here to actually not only allow their lady or women staff members to join WIN, but to actually sponsor them, because there will be a subscription fee, a membership fee as they join. Please do pay it for them. And secondly, do avail them time to actually come and join WIN. WIN, I think that you might have issues with getting to WIN. For now, I don't know whether you have your pens ready. We have an administrator called Saida. Saida can be reached on 0704 390 300. 0704 390 300. However, should you go for the cocktail and lose that piece of paper, you can always get to Solomon. Solomon knows where to find us. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Evelyn, the note you forgot to read here says that all the ladies are invited to the cocktail to dance with the
It is
men.
estimated
That's-
that
come
in
and take the note. That's the
2018,
note you left
Uganda
here.
shipped
So we will
3.1
support
billion
WIN.
US
It's a
dollars
give and
worth
take.
of goods. around the
Finally, and
globe.
finally,
Uganda's
like to thank our
exported
service
goods and
providers,
services
Legacy.
represent
Thank you very much for always
18.8%
being
of
there. A round of
total
applause
Ugandan
for
economic
Legacy.
output
You
or
make
gross
us look
domestic
good.
product. As we continue to build
QMS,
Uganda
Quality
in
Management
international trade,
Services,
as
our
a
own
country,
Jackie
we are
and
estimated
Rachel.
to have lost
Thank you
close
very
to
much for coordinating this,
$335
the
million
invitations
US dollars
and
to
all that
foreign
goes with the
countries and their
conference.
insurance
Speke
industries as a
Resort,
result of
Munyonyo.
our poor
Thank you
application
very
of
much. I'm
Incoterms
not sharing
by the
applause.
overwhelming majority of importing
Speke
shippers.
Resort, Munyonyo, those who are
So
here,
how do
please.
we correct this
And
situation
the
and
associated
protect ourselves
organization,
as we
please
import and
pass
export?
our appreciation
By
to them.
locally
We
insuring.
do thank
Ensuring
you very
locally
much indeed.
ensures
The
that you
cocktail
do not have to
is
deal
now
with
set.
communication
Of course, we'll be
barriers
approaching
with
you
foreign companies
regarding
or
the
the
AIO,
expenses incurred